Subscribe for more amazing novel audiobooks. Don't forget to like, comment, and share Infinite Novel Audio Chapter 51. Remarks on the release, brothers. It's finally time for the novel to be put on the shelves. Thank you, brothers, for your continuous support. Every recommendation ticket, comment, monthly ticket, and reward from each of you is my motivation to persevere. Many brothers have also offered a lot of suggestions and criticisms, which I have read carefully and found very reasonable, and I have tried my best to reply. I will strive to improve in the future. Since I started writing, every day I have been meticulously researching the plot, aiming to minimize any unreliable elements. However, I also know that everyone's understanding of the plot is different, and it's inevitable that it might not align with your expectations. These things are very normal. I only hope that you brothers will be merciful with your words and not extinguish the passion in my heart. The universe view set by the great author Fanqi is actually extraordinarily grand, but I feel that Luo Chengzhu's growth in the middle was too fast. I want to add more elements of adventure in the universe, experiencing different customs between different universe countries. This might be where my thoughts differ from others. No matter how much more I say, it all comes down to hoping that after the novel is put on the shelves, brothers will subscribe and support it. After it's on the shelves, I'll guarantee 6,000 to 9,000 words daily. Based on my current collection status, if the first subscription reaches 400, I'll add an extra chapter, and then an extra chapter for every additional 200 subscriptions. For rewards, I'll add an extra chapter for every 10,000 reward. Brothers, you can cast your recommendation votes and monthly tickets as you see fit. I don't have high expectations, but I will be very grateful for every single vote. Finally, thank you again, brothers, for your support. I will continue to persevere. Chapter 52. A new experience of the copy I please order first. Late at night, Yi-Yun arrived at the underground cultivation room and slowly took out a white Muya crystal. The Muya crystal contained a large amount of energy, and in the universe, it was also a good item for cultivating various auxiliary life forms and assisting martial artists in their daily cultivation. Yi-Yun had received over 200 pieces from Babata, which was not a small number. Yi-Yun took out this Muya crystal not for cultivation. He activated his Eye of Replication to scan the Muya crystal, and then a 100% Muya crystal model appeared in his sea of consciousness. Yi-Yun's consciousness activated this Muya crystal model, and immediately, invisible universe energy gathered in Yi-Yun's hand, slowly beginning to form a new Muya crystal. However, unlike Yi-Yun's expectation, the process of actualization this time was extremely difficult. He had to concentrate fully to maintain it, and the speed of condensation was very slow. After about an hour, absorbing an unknown amount of universe energy, a brand new Muya crystal finally fully formed in Yi-Yun's right hand. Rubbing his brow to slightly relieve the mental exhaustion from before, Yi-Yun gained a deeper understanding of his talent technique. When Yi-Yun used his Eye of Replication to duplication items before, he roughly understood the operation process of the Eye of Replication, which was divided into 3 steps: scanning, copying, and actualization. Each step could be performed independently. And when actualizing items before, he could also feel that it was through a miraculous transformation that universe energy was converted into items. However, this process was very fast before, almost not taking Yi-Yun much time, so Yi-Yun couldn't derive more analysis. Now, actualizing the powerful Muya crystal, he had a different experience. It seems that the auxiliary actualization process requires a large amount of energy to assist it. Universe energy can also complete this step, but the quantity is enough, while the quality is not. The more advanced the item, the longer it will definitely take. In the future, I need to spend more thought on energy acquisition. At the same time, in addition to realizing that the actualization process required a large amount of energy, Yi-Yun also understood that as the rank of the item increased, it also became a great burden on his mental energy. Maintaining the actualization process was definitely better the shorter it was, so it further increased the demand for high-quality energy. Looking at the Muya crystal in his hand, Yi-Yun had an idea. His consciousness entered the depths of his sea of consciousness. Here, there was an exquisite 100% model, small in stature, with scarlet devil pupils and horns, precisely the Babata model he had seen underground on Mist Island. When they first met, Yi-Yun had used his eye of replication on Babata. His original intention was to duplication some of Babata's secret techniques, experience, and insights, as well as the knowledge he possessed, the coordinates of the dark universe, and so on. However, he didn't expect the eye of replication to scan Babata's entire being. Yi-Yun's eye of replication itself could not fully duplication living beings. It could only duplication talents, secret techniquests, experience, and insights. But when facing Babata, there was a different change. Yi-Yun really wanted to know what kind of strange result would appear if he actualized this Babata model. Yi-Yun took out 20 Muya crystals, suspended them to the side, and carefully touched Babata's model with his consciousness, while extending his right hand to guide the direction of actualization. As the actualization began, universe energy began to continuously gather on the ground in front of Yi-Yun. Yi-Yun felt immense pressure at the same time. After judging the speed of actualization, Yi-Yun decisively threw a Muya crystal into it. As soon as the white Muya crystal touched the target of actualization, a surging amount of energy immediately erupted. Under the miraculous effect of the talent technique, it rapidly filled the void. In less than a minute, all the energy of this Muya crystal was consumed, and the actualization was only more than halfway complete. Yi-Yun did not hesitate and threw in another Muya crystal. After a while, the light on the Muya crystal slowly dimmed, and the actualization process was complete. What remained in front of Yi-Yun was a figure identical to Babata. With the energy boost from the Muya crystal, Yi-Yun felt very relaxed during this actualization, and his mental energy consumption was not as severe. However, his attention was not on this now. He slowly approached the newly appeared Babata, wanting to examine its condition. Before Yi-Yun could even reach the Babata suddenly opened its eyes. Its scarlet eyes stared at Yi-Yun, and then it spoke in fluent Chinese, "Father." Yi-Yun almost lost his footing. After a brief exchange with this new Babata who called him father, he finally roughly understood what had happened. It turned out that although Babata was also a life form, it was a very special intelligent life form, and during the previous Great War, it had lost its physical body and reverted to a virtual existence. It was precisely because of this unique point that the Eye of Replication behaved in this way. This new Babata obtained through copying had exactly the same memories as Babata, with one difference. This new Babata was not a life form, but an intelligent entity with emotions, not reaching the level of an intelligent life form. It seemed that because Yi-Yun had created it, the new Babata felt an immense closeness to Yi-Yun. Under the influence of its rich emotions, it regarded Yi-Yun as its father. Although logically there was nothing wrong with this, Yi-Yun still felt a bit strange. Yi-Yun looked at the new Babata and still felt a bit awkward, so he said, "How about I give you a new name? Also, can you change your appearance?" The new Babata nodded, very happy about Yi-Yun's decision to name him. Its body trembled for a moment, and its original little devil image immediately changed. A large fish, about half a meter long, appeared in front of Yi-Yun. This large fish looked very strange. Its head was very large, occupying half of its entire length, and its two front fins were also very thick, like two short arms. At this moment, it was showing a silly expression, its fins swaying, swimming in midair, and even some virtual small bubbles were being spit out from the big fish's mouth. This big fish, spitting bubbles, swam to Yi-Yun's side and intimately nudged Yi-Yun's chest. Coupled with its silly expression, Yi-Yun was instantly speechless. Yi-Yun didn't know why this newly appeared intelligence had such a style. He gently rubbed his forehead and whispered, "From now on, you'll be called Momo Yu." Momo Yu was clearly very satisfied with this name. It showed a very human-like excited expression, flapping its fins and opening and closing its big mouth. "From now on, let me, Momo Yu, accompany you, father, as you venture into the universe." Yi-Yun could feel that, although Momo Yu had not yet reached the level of an intelligent life form, its emotions were already very rich. For him, it was enough. Moreover, Momoyu's most valuable aspect was that it had Babata's complete memories, which could provide him with great help for a long time. Yun patted Momoyu's head and asked, Momoyu, let me ask you, have you mastered the dark universe coordinates of this starfield? If I can get a suitable spaceship, can you take me out of the Milky Way galaxy? Momoyu's big head gently shook. Father, you've got it wrong. Leaving Earth is not difficult. You only need a standard or above spaceship to leave easily. However, to return, you need to find the dark universe coordinates concealed by a space secret techniques. Otherwise, you won't be able to find Earth's location, Yun nodded. His memory was a bit blurry, but now with Momoyu's existence, these were no longer problems. Hearing Momoyu's affirmative answer, his heart settled. A crucial link had been achieved. Now he only needed a spaceship and he could enter the universe. For the next month, Yun remained in his villa, preparing for obtaining the spaceship. In the middle, Luo Feng returned from his first training session. Yun specifically took time to gather with Luo Feng, Wai Wen, and Luo Hua, who had already recovered. Facing Luo Feng's gratitude, Yun didn't say much. Instead, he took out the dark fruit he had obtained from Hong's treasure vault and placed it in Wai Wen's hand. This fruit was also a herb and wood spirit, containing powerful vitality. It wasn't very helpful for planetary-level martial artists, but it could greatly strengthen the life resilience of apprentice-level martial artists, improve their physical body quality, and indirectly enhance their potential, increasing their chances of entering the planetary level. The most crucial point was that if this fruit was soaked in water and consumed regularly, it could enhance physical body quality, and it was very gentle. Even an ordinary person could achieve a martial artist's physical body quality after drinking it for a few months. Yun had specifically chosen this fruit considering Wai Wen's situation, so that Wai Wen could enter the martial artist rank at this stage without any side effects, and without affecting Wai Wen's mindset. Yun's repeated actions, coupled with the fact that he had already graduated from the elite training camp, made Luo Feng roughly understand Yun's current rank. However, Luo Feng did not experience any mental imbalance. He was genuinely happy for Yun, and at the same time, a surge of unyielding will emerged from the bottom of his heart. Luo Feng had strong self-confidence and instead took Yun, who now surpassed him, as his goal, gaining even more motivation to become stronger. After more than a month, Yun was fully prepared. With accurate prior information, Yun was not too worried about the No. 12 ruin he was about to visit. All the preparations he made were only to obtain the spaceship more effectively, not wanting to waste too much time on it. On October 3rd, Yun boarded the King-level intelligent fighter Ada and rapidly traveled for over 20 minutes towards the Hawaiian Islands. The fighter slowly stopped in the air, and below was an endless expanse of dark, deep sea. The No. 12 ruin was located beneath the seawater. Yun leaped out of the fighter. His black god suit covered his entire body, and he moved through the ocean like a nimble, pitch-black fish, rapidly advancing towards the seabed. First chapter on shelves. Hope my brothers can support with initial subscriptions. Chapter 53. The ship is realized. Second update, please subscribe. With the water domain unfurled, Yun, clad in the black god suit, was unhindered in the deep sea, his speed of movement not much different from when he was in the air. Guided by Momoyu's detection, Yun approached the seabed. The seabed in this area was approximately 5,100 meters from the surface, and Yun's target, Ruin No. 12, was located 3,300 meters beneath the seabed. Yun rapidly descended. Sea monsters encountered along the way noticed Yun and charged forward to attack. Yun paid them no heed, maintaining his straight trajectory. Any monsters that blocked his dhow were instantly killed, none able to slow down Yun's journey. Over 5,000 meters beneath the Great Sea, Yun stood on the seabed. After determining the direction, he pierced through the seabed's rock, continuously sinking deeper. The 3,300 meters underground were quickly traversed. Upon reaching this point, Yun stopped, his spiritual power fully unfurled. What appeared in his perception was an enormous battleship, though the battleship itself was already damaged and further decayed by time. It was now broken and rusted everywhere, only faintly hinting at its former grandeur. Swiftly finding a damaged opening, Yi Yun entered the dilapidated battleship. This battleship was already in ruins, and over the years it had been explored many times by Hong and others, leaving nothing of value. Therefore, Yi Yun did not waste time and, following Momo Yu's guidance, headed towards a secret compartment within the battleship's interior. That was the true ruin no. 12. A moment later, Yi Yun arrived outside this compartment. The original hatch had also been revealed, showing a small spaceship parked inside the compartment. This spaceship was saucer-shaped, entirely black, with a diameter of about 100 meters, making it quite miniature. On its black hull was imprinted a twin-winged dragon motif. After so many years spent underground, the spaceship's fuselage showed almost no corrosion, maintaining a very high degree of preservation. Ruin No. 12, known as one of Earth's 3 great forbidden zones, was this small, black, saucer-shaped spaceship. All planetary-level powerhouses, including Hong and Thunder God, had met their defeat here, unable to enter the spaceship's interior and instead losing many lives. For many years, no one had come to explore it. Yi Yun looked at the pure black spaceship before him, a golden light flashing in his eyes as he began scanning the spaceship. This copying process was much longer than before. After 1 minute, a small, miniature, 100% spaceship model appeared in Yi Yun's sea of consciousness. This small spaceship model, residing in Yi Yun's sea of consciousness, put some pressure on his mental operations. He felt that if he had not broken through to the planetary level, the process of scanning and copying this spaceship would have been even more difficult, possibly even failing due to excessive mental burden. Although he encountered some issues, the objective had been achieved. Yi Yun breathed a sigh of relief, swiftly leaving the seabed and returning to his intelligent fighter jet. Comfortably reclined in his seat, Yi Yun gently rubbed his forehead. Momo Yu's figure appeared beside Yi Yun, its large head nudging Yi Yun's pant leg. Yi Yun massaged Momo Yu's large face, his previously taut nerves relaxing considerably. Today's dive was just the first step of Yi Yun's plan, and also the simplest. The subsequent procedures would require more time and effort. Yi Yun did not return home. Instead, he commanded the intelligent fighter jet to make several large circles before finding a deserted, uninhabited small island in the Pacific Ocean. The small island was truly desolate, roughly circular, about 1,000 meters in diameter, but there was no vegetation on it at all, only rocks and sand. Momo Yu, pay attention to shielding Earth's detection. Momo Yu circled around Yi Yun, blowing small bubbles and gently nodding its large head. Yi Yun was quite confident in Momo Yu's functions. From his wristband storage space, he pulled out a strange metal device. The top of this metal device was a silver funnel, and the bottom was a plate-like or tray-like object. Combined, it was about 1/2 meter tall. Looking at the scorching sun in the sky, Yi Yun activated the device. The silver funnel on top of the device began to rotate, its speed increasing. Golden sunlight shone on this funnel, and as the funnel rotated, the silver tray below instantly emitted an even more dazzling golden light. Seeing this, Yi Yun's consciousness immediately touched the Mu-Ya crystal model in his sea of consciousness. He spread his right hand, guiding the golden light from the tray with his left hand. In less than a minute, a complete white Mu-Ya crystal appeared in Yi Yun's right hand. After 2 hours of persistence, a pile of Mu-Ya crystals had accumulated on the empty ground to Yi Yun's right. Counting them, there were at least 200. Yi Yun paused the manifestation. A greenish fruit appeared in Yi Yun's hand. With a slight squeeze of his right hand, a drop of clear green juice was squeezed from this grape-like fruit and gently swallowed by Yi Yun. After swallowing this drop of juice, Yi Yun's languid spirit was relieved, and his complexion regained some rosiness. Yi Yun sat on the sofa he had prepared earlier, waved his hand, and a large roasted chicken leg appeared. Yi Yun gnawed on the chicken leg while calculating the time needed for his plan. Yi Yun's experiment just now was clearly very successful. The metal product with the funnel and tray was a special energy aggregation and conversion device. named the energy aggregator. It could absorb and aggregate a large amount of energy through its funnel in a short time, converting it into the tray. In the universe, it was also a very common and portable device for extracting energy. This energy aggregator was copied by Yi Yun from Hong's treasury. However, some of Hong's collectibles were damaged, and after being manifested, they could only be used after Momo used detection and repair. By aggregating and converting solar energy, it provided Yi Yun with the energy needed for manifestation. That grape-shaped fruit was also a herb and wood spirit. The juice contained within it had a strong restorative effect on depleted spirit, and it also came from Hong's treasury. After finishing the large chicken leg, Yi Yun's spirit had almost recovered. He slowly stood up and continued his great work of manifestation. After another 2 hours, the sun set, and Yi Yun also stopped, with another pile of Mu-Ya crystals beside him. The energy aggregator also had a certain aggregating effect on the cosmic energy permeating the universe, though the efficiency was not as high. Night fell, and Yi Yun remained on the small island, beginning his daily cultivation. During this period, Yi Yun had not spent much time on improving his physical quality or spiritual power strength. Instead, he had been focused on researching force techniques and comprehending the domain. His water domain had already formed, and the first level of the water domain was fully mastered. Yi Yun then focused on comprehending the light domain, meticulously exploring Hong's experience, insights, and understanding, combined with his copied talent technique of light law to deepen his understanding of the light domain. The night passed quickly. Yi Yun opened his eyes. Although he hadn't slept all night, his energy was still abundant. Looking at the rising sun, Yi Yun once again entered the process of manufacturing Mu-Ya crystals. Yi Yun stayed on this desolate, uninhabited island for over a month, surrounded by piles of white Mu-Ya crystals. A rich, rice-like aroma filled the island. Anyone seeing such a sight would surely be stunned. Mu-Ya crystals, one of which could create a planetary-level powerhouse, were piled up here like worthless corn cobs. After slaying several sea monsters attracted by the Mu-Ya crystals, Yi Yun calculated the number of Mu-Ya crystals and felt it was almost enough. If he continued like this, more monsters might come to disturb him. He could now proceed with the next step of his plan. Yi Yun adjusted his state to its peak, took a deep breath, and all the Mu-Ya crystal piles around him floated up. Yi Yun simultaneously flew up, arriving above an empty space in the center of the island. His consciousness slowly touched the saucer-shaped spaceship model in his sea of consciousness. Immediately, a suction force emerged beneath Yi Yun, and countless cosmic energies slowly gathered. A very blurry, almost indiscernible spaceship shadow slowly formed, rapidly transforming into a physical entity at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. As the initiator of the talent technique, Yi Yun instantly received information. If he purely used cosmic energy, the formation of this spaceship would take at least 3 months, but his spirit simply could not continuously sustain for such a long time. Yi Yun had anticipated this. Immediately, countless Mu-Ya crystals rushed towards the unformed shadow of the spaceship. Without Yi Yun's continued control, these Mu-Ya crystals were immediately decomposed into a large amount of energy, rapidly filling the void of the shadow. In Yi Yun's vision, the spaceship was rapidly taking shape at a speed visible to the naked eye. The reason Yi Yun used the energy aggregator to create so many Mu-Ya crystals was for this moment of manifestation, to provide a massive amount of energy simultaneously, allowing him not to maintain the manifestation process for too long, greatly accelerating the manifestation process. The pure black spaceship outline rapidly formed, and its internal compartments were also rapidly filling. The process was quick. In a few minutes, an entire spaceship was about to be fully manifested. At the final step, Yi Yun gathered his spirit, his spiritual power scanning the spaceship before him, finally concentrating entirely on the spaceship's energy room. Yi Yun knew that the spaceship at the bottom of the sea had a large amount of energy reserves, which was why it remained impenetrable and inaccessible after such a long time. Moreover, Its internal AI followed its previous commands, and even though its owner had been dead for a long time, with sufficient energy support, it was very unfriendly to invading outsiders. Yi Yun barely managed to control the manifestation process and sequence. All other parts of the spaceship were manifested, leaving only the energy compartment for the very end. Chapter 54, Everything is Ready. Let's go. 3 more chapters, please subscribe. This was Yi Yun's first time copying and materializing such a large object, and also his first time performing such a precise operation, which felt completely different from before. Yi Yun carefully manipulated the materialization of the energy cabin. Finally, the energy cabin slowly materialized completely, but the energy blocks within it did not materialize at all. Yi Yun slowly landed. This time, the mental pressure wasn't great. He slowly walked to the front of the spaceship and carefully touched it. The cold sensation was exactly the same as the one he had seen underwater before. The only difference was that the spaceship underwater still contained a large amount of energy, but the one Yi Yun materialized had an empty energy cabin. From the beginning, Yi Yun didn't intend to materialize these energy blocks together. Without energy support, the spaceship's intelligence system couldn't start, giving Yi Yun and Momo Yu more time, and means to overcome some of the instructions set by the spaceship, instead of rushing like Babata in the original work, who ultimately had to damage the spaceship, requiring a long time for repairs and delaying their departure. However, this materialization process also gave Yi Yun new discoveries. A complete spaceship could be materialized, but with the option not to materialize the energy blocks within. Yi Yun was inspired, realizing that subsequent duplication and materialization processes could be precisely controlled. This meant that if he needed to, he could also materialize the energy blocks within the spaceship separately, without materializing the entire spaceship hull. This would greatly expand the scope of possible operations. Momo Yu, let's go in and take a look. Hey, the Black Dragon Mountain X-81 is considered a decent luxury item even within the entire Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Opening the spaceship's hatch, Yi Yun manipulated a flying knife to enter the entrance passage first. As Yi Yun expected, without energy supply, there was no laser protection in the spaceship's entrance passage. The flying knife passed through the passage unimpeded and arrived at the spaceship's gate at the end of the passage. Yi Yun was already covered entirely by the Black God suit, followed by the bubble-blowing Momo Yu. He cautiously stepped onto the entrance passage. The spaceship also had no reaction. Yi Yun and Momo Yu walked together to the outside of the spaceship's gate. This spaceship gate was tightly sealed and did not require energy supply. With Yi Yun's current attack power alone, it would take him 10 years to forcibly break it open. However, Yi Yun had long prepared for this. With a gentle wave of his right hand, a strange tool landed on the ground. At first glance, this tool resembled an axe, but the blade's position was very peculiar. It looked extremely thin, with a super-thin blade length of 3 meters and a width of 1 meter, appearing very strange. This axe-shaped tool was precisely the giant force jack, a necessary spaceship repair tool for adventurers in the universe. It had excellent technical content, but was also very common, with many large spaceship fleets having it configured. Yi Yun certainly didn't have this giant force jack, but there was one in Hong's collection, which Yi Yun naturally wouldn't let go of. Hong, let me say thank you to you. The method for using the giant force jack was also very simple. Yi Yun manipulated the giant force jack, inserting one end of the ultra-thin axe blade into the very bottom of the spaceship gate. The gap in the spaceship gate was very small, but the ultra-thin axe blade was still forcibly wedged in. Whoosh, 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 the giant force jack began to work, emitting a strange sound. Then, the inserted axe blade split into two, with the upper part lifting upwards, forcibly raising the spaceship gate. Watching this magical scene, Yi Yun couldn't help but be secretly amazed. The development of technology still had its merits. This door could withstand martial artists below the astral rank, but under the action of the giant force jack, the process of lifting and opening was effortlessly smooth, without any difficulty. Yi Yun had already known the internal structure of this Black Dragon Mountain X-81 since he materialized it, so he didn't need Momo Yu's guidance. He went straight to the command center. Opening the command room hatch, what greeted him was a spaceship seat. On the seat was a man in a military uniform, with 3 black uniformed guards standing behind him. The military man's corpse, along with his uniform, turned into ashes the moment Yi Yun entered, falling from the seat. The 3 guards behind him only had their uniforms turn into ashes, while their bodies themselves were undamaged. Yi Yun was expressionless. He put away these 3 silver stream guards and said to Momo Yu beside him, "Momo Yu, do you have the confidence to completely control this spaceship without triggering its intelligent self-destruct device?" Momo Yu lifted his big head and said in a muffled voice, "Dad, if this spaceship's intelligence were triggered unknowingly, then there would only be one way, to destroy it. That would cause some damage to the spaceship, and repairing it would require a lot of time and effort. But now, since the spaceship's intelligence is temporarily unable to start due to lack of energy, and we already know about the existence of its self-destruct program, with preparation, I have absolute confidence in perfectly controlling it. Dad, just watch," Yi Yun nodded. He trusted Momo Yu very much. Babata had previously controlled an immortal-level Yun-Mo planet spaceship, and Momo Yu had all of Babata's memories and knowledge. With preparation and ample time, there should be no mistakes in dealing with the intelligence accompanying this Black Dragon Mountain X-81. All right, you handle it. Everything must be done cautiously. After gaining control of the spaceship, give it a comprehensive overhaul. Once everything is ready, we will leave Earth." Momo Yu gently shook his head, then with a leap, he burrowed into the spaceship, resuming his virtual form of operation within the spaceship. If the spaceship had energy, its own intelligence could have responded and resisted, but now it could only let Momo Yu manipulate and ravage it. Yi Yun exited the spaceship, but did not leave the small island, waiting quietly. During his free time from cultivating, he used the ability aggregation machine to materialize some of the energy blocks that came with the Black Dragon Mountain X-81, preparing for the upcoming journey through the universe. 5 days passed like this. Momo Yu reappeared beside Yi Yun, smiling as he said, "Dad, the spaceship's intelligence has been taken care of. I've also roughly inspected it. All facilities and systems are basically intact, but the acceleration module has some issues and needs a bit more time for adjustment. I estimate it will take about 20 more days to fully repair it." Yi Yun was already very satisfied with this result. The spaceship was not damaged, and after waiting another 20-odd days to handle the last few things, they could depart. More than 20 days flew by. When Momo Yu informed Yi Yun that the spaceship was ready for use, Yi Yun's mood instantly became a little excited. He calmed himself slightly, stored the spaceship in his storage space, and returned to Yangzhou City aboard his king-rank intelligent fighter jet. After being away for over 2 months, it was already December upon his return. Luo Feng once again entered the wilderness area with the Fire Hammer Squad. Yi Yun knew that this time, Luo Feng would kill Lai Yao's son, Lai Wei, and be targeted by Lai Yao with a 100 billion reward. However, it was precisely because of the pressure brought by Lai Yao that Luo Feng's 9-layer Thunderblade broke through to the 3rd level, with his power output rank reaching 2. 8 times, finally entering the elite training camp, valued by the Dojo of Limits, and ushering in a period of rapid strength improvement. Yi Yun had no worries about Luo Feng's growth. In Yi Yun's mind, he himself might die outside, but Luo Feng would not have any possibility of falling. Turning danger into safety was just a routine operation for Luo Feng. As for Wei Wen, with the help of the black fruit given by Yi Yun, his physical fitness steadily improved to the level of a martial artist, and on December 1st, he passed the martial artist's physical fitness assessment. However, he was still only a quasi-martial artist and would have to wait until February of next year to become a full-fledged one. Yi Yun was also very satisfied with Wei Wen's improvement. He gave Wei Wen several bottles of dragon blood dilution and 2 bottles of dragon blood with low concentration, instructing Wai Wen on how to use them and the principle of confidentiality, not wanting Wai Wen to attract too much attention. However, with Wai Wen being Yi Yun's good brother and having Yi Yun's help, his rapid strength improvement was not an unacceptable thing, and the outside world would not have too many doubts. Yi Yun didn't know how long he would be away this time, but there would be no danger on Earth for a short period. There was still some time before the golden-horned beasts rampage, and Yi Yun wouldn't be in such a hurry to return, so he prepared to arrange everything as thoroughly as possible. The dark blue fighter jet parked inside the airport of the Limit Marshall Hall headquarters base. As soon as Yi Yun exited the hatch, he saw Gu Yi coming to greet him. He immediately smiled, walked forward, and gave Gu Yi a big hug. Yi Yun had come this time to find Hong and incidentally to see Gu Yi. Yi Yun explained to Hong his request to enter seclusion for a period. Although Hong found it a bit strange, he didn't say much and agreed to Yi Yun's application, stating that he would not be called upon or transferred for a short period, allowing Yi Yun to cultivate in peace. After having dinner at Gu Yi's house, as he was about to leave, Yi Yun turned back to look at Gu Yi, saying with a slight smile, "Old Gu, there's a sealed password box in the cockpit of After I leave, go get the password box. The password is your birthday. There's a gift for me inside. Remember not to tell anyone." With that, without waiting for Gu Yi's reaction, Yi Yun burst into laughter, got up, and flew into the night sky. Gu Yi was somewhat puzzled. When he opened the password box and saw 2 white glowing crystals with a rice scent inside, he didn't recognize what treasure they were. However, there was a note beside them. After reading it, Gu Yi looked towards the eastern direction in the sky, his heart filled with mixed emotions for a moment. "Yi Yun, thank you." Yi Yun parked the fighter jet in Bright Moon Community. Under the cover of night, he flew directly to an altitude of 10,000 meters. Hidden by dark clouds, the Black Dragon Mountain X-81 was quietly released. Under the effect of the energy blocks, the spaceship's own stealth system became effective, attracting no attention. Yi Yun arrived in the spaceship's command room, sat on the seat, and said with a bold voice, "Momo Yu, let's go." Chapter 55. Qianglong Star, subscribe. The pure Black Dragon Mountain X-81 model spaceship broke through the atmosphere and truly entered the cosmic starry sky. Momo Yu, activate the external view, 100% simulation. Yi Yun stood in front of the screen of the spaceship's control panel and gave instructions to the Momo Yu swimming on the screen. As soon as his voice fell, Yi Yun saw the surrounding control room disappear. He looked around and found that, although he felt like he was standing on the ground, he was surrounded by the vast and boundless starry sky. Turning around, he saw a huge blue planet slowly moving away behind him. Seeing such a sight for the first time, Yi Yun still felt it was magnificent. Whether in his previous life or this one, his yearning for the cosmic starry sky had never ceased. Now that he had finally stepped into the universe, Yi Yun's heart was momentarily surging. Under Momo Yu's control, the spaceship was accelerating, but Yi Yun, who was inside, felt nothing. As a C-5 class spaceship, the Black Dragon Mountain X-81 model spaceship possessed an advanced automatic gravity adjustment system, which not only offset the impact of acceleration, but also allowed Yi Yun inside the spaceship to maintain the same state as he would on Earth. After a while, Momo Yu's voice came through, countdown 10 seconds, about to accelerate to light speed. 10, 9, Yi Yun could no longer see the scenery outside the window. The surrounding starry sky was completely blurred. At speeds approaching light, it was difficult for the naked eye to capture a clear image. 3, 2, 1. In the vast starry sky, the black spaceship, which was already somewhat blurred from acceleration, suddenly rippled in the space around it, then disappeared into the cosmic starry sky. Yi Yun, inside the spaceship, only felt a slight vibration around him, which lasted for about 10 seconds. The vibration stabilized, but he could no longer see the scenery outside the spaceship. "Dad, the universe shuttle is complete. We have entered the dark universe. At light speed, the external view cannot be captured. Dad, you can watch the simulation I'm playing for you. Long-distance flights in the universe all require the use of the dark universe, Within the original universe, speed cannot break through light speed. Once a spaceship accelerates to light speed, it automatically enters the dark universe. Yi-Yun looked at the dark universe scene simulated by Momo Yu, only to see that within the vast cosmic space, there were countless glowing points like fireflies, resembling an ocean of light points, beautiful and dreamy, yet revealing a strong sense of loneliness. The dark universe corresponds to the coordinates of the original universe, except that within the dark universe, speed can exceed light speed, and most importantly, flying at light speed for a certain distance in the dark universe, and then returning to the original universe, means you will have advanced 10.081 million times the distance. It is precisely because of this cosmic law that long-distance travel in the universe saves a large amount of time. After entering the dark universe, the spaceship slowly accelerated, finally maintaining a speed of 1.2 times light speed. Yi-Yun played with a coin in his right hand, looking forward to the Q-long star he was about to visit. It was impossible for Yi-Yun to just wander aimlessly on his first universe exploration. He naturally chose the Q-long star, which he had some understanding of. His main goals for this trip to Q-long star were two. First, to obtain Black Dragon Mountain Empire citizenship, and second, to open an account in the virtual universe. Yi-Yun had long yearned for the famous virtual universe, and deep down, he had some special ideas. He wondered if he could verify his ideas within the virtual universe. Yi-Yun did not feel bored during the 9 heavens of travel time, immersing himself in the comprehension of the law of light. Although he still had not obtained the domain of light, he could feel progress every day. Yi-Yun estimated that the creation of the domain of light was not far off. Dad, in 10 minutes we will be performing a universe shuttle, returning to the original universe and arriving near Q-long star. Yi-Yun ended his cultivation and waited for 10 minutes. The spaceship gradually began to decelerate from 1.2 times light speed, continuously decreasing until it stopped. The spaceship vibrated again. 10 seconds passed and the vibration stopped. Yi-Yun looked at the re-enabled external view simulation and the scene of the original universe appeared. Far ahead, there was a striking, super-large planet. This planet seemed to be surrounded by colorful light, and 2 satellites could vaguely be seen around it. Is this the prosperous Q-long star? As a prosperous planet of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, Q-long star was incomparable to ordinary planets. Even the imperial planet of the Silver Blue Empire, which ruled the Milky Way galaxy, was far less prosperous after all. The Lord of Q-long star was a powerful domain lord, and the entire Silver Blue Empire did not have a single domain lord. The spaceship flew towards Q-long star, accelerating and slowly approaching its atmosphere. Yi-Yun, inside the spaceship, could clearly see the atmosphere of Q-long star through the realistic external view simulation. Various colored gas masses slowly flowed, making the entire planet look incredibly brilliant. After approaching the atmosphere of Q-long star, the spaceship received a traction signal from the docking port. Momo Yu controlled the spaceship, following the traction signal, and penetrated the atmosphere, then saw a huge silver city appear below. This was a spaceship docking port outside Q-long star. The docking port looked incredibly vast, filled with densely packed spaceships as far as the eye could see. The spaceships varied in size, but they were arranged in an orderly manner in the docking port, giving no sense of clutter. The huge docking port was divided into several large areas according to the rank of the spaceship itself. Yi-Yun's Black Dragon Mountain X-81 model spaceship was a C-5 class spaceship. Following the guidance of the traction signal, it slowly landed in the C-class area. The spaceships and warships docked in the C-class area were all extremely valuable. Yi-Yun's Black Dragon Mountain X-81 model spaceship, parked among them, was not conspicuous at all. The hatch opened, and Yi-Yun, dressed in a black tight-fitting suit, slowly walked out. He saw a humanoid male in a gray uniform walk over, with a professional smile on his lips. The face of the man in the gray uniform was not much different from that of an earthling, except that his skin was slightly reddish. He bowed slightly, his demeanor humble and polite, leaving no room for fault. He spoke in fluent universe common language. "Respected sir, welcome to Q Long Star. The parking fee for your Black Dragon Mountain X-81 model spaceship is 600 Black Dragon coins per year. Less than 1 year will be charged as 600 Black Dragon coins. This is your parking card." Yi Yun reached out and took the silver translucent card the man handed over with both hands. He examined it slightly, feeling that the card had a good texture and a C symbol on it. Yi Yun flipped his right hand, and a coin appeared in his hand, which he tossed to the man. The man in the gray uniform took it and immediately recognized it, his eyes lighting up. This is a Ganwu coin. The Black Dragon Mountain Empire was already a decent mid-rank universe country in the universe. Its territory, the Black Dragon Mountain Starfield, contained over 8,000 star systems. However, compared to higher-rank universe advanced civilizations, it seemed very small. The Black Dragon Mountain Starfield was merely one of over 13,000 star domains under the jurisdiction of the Ganwu Universe Country. As the official currency of the Ganwu Universe Country, the Ganwu coin was very popular in places like the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. The official exchange rate of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire was 1 Ganwu coin for 1,000 Black Dragon coins, but in the black market, it could easily be exchanged for over 1,000 Black Dragon coins, and it was in high demand but short supply, which clearly indicated the status of Ganwu coins in places like the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Previously, Babata had left 2 Ganwu coins in the storage space of Yi Yun's wristband. If not for these 2 Ganwu coins, Yi Yun would have had to expend much more effort to get to Q Long Star. "Keep the change," Yi Yun said indifferently. "Thank you, sir." The man in the gray uniform bowed again, this time more sincerely. This Ganwu coin, if taken to the black market, could be exchanged for at least 1,200 Black Dragon coins. Deducting the parking fee, Yi Yun's simple sentence had earned him several hundred Black Dragon coins, which was already several months of his salary. Leaving the spaceship docking area, Yi Yun slowly flew up and headed into the distance. The spaceship docking port was still several thousand kilometers away from Q Long City. Yi Yun's black god suit slowly extended beneath his feet, finally forming a black footboard. With a wave of his right hand, 2 silver stream guards also landed on the footboard. Spiritual power acted on the footboard, further increasing his flying speed, and he rapidly moved towards Q Long City. Yi Yun knew that on Q Long Star, only Q Long City was protected by security. The areas outside the city had a certain degree of danger, so he brought out the silver stream guards to serve as a warning and deter others. Flying in midair, one could look up and see the sky of Q Long Star, which was like a layer of orange gauze. Further away, it changed color, appearing aquamarine, very splendid and peculiar. This was a unique landscape of Q Long Star, where the sky presented different colored blocks, and these colors would constantly change. When exposed to sunlight, whether on land or at sea, it would appear even more magnificent. Q Long Star was originally just an ordinary life planet. It was precisely because of such beautiful scenery that countless powerhouses were attracted to stop and reside there. Over time, it became increasingly prosperous. Along the way, Yi Yun could see one giant castle after another, scattered sparsely. These castles were similar to large villas on Earth, but a large villa with a length and width of 9.8 kilometers was equivalent to a city on Earth. Those who lived there were all people of high status. As they slowly approached Q Long City, the buildings gradually became denser. The area of each castle here was much smaller, about 1 kilometer in length and width, making them the cheapest residential properties on Q Long Star. But even the cheapest required over 10 billion Black Dragon coins, which ordinary people could not afford at all. Chapter 56, Lai Lanking. Subscribe. Of course, the value of real estate on Q Long Star is incomparable to other places, and after purchasing real estate on Q Long Star, one becomes a Q Long Star resident. While it doesn't mean you can walk sideways on Q Long Star, you do receive many special benefits, and there are quite a few advantages. After flying for more than half an hour, Yi-Yun finally saw an incredibly massive city appear in the distance. The city walls were entirely black like ink, stretching into the distance without end. On the high ramparts, beautiful and magnificent giant dragons, like glazed tiles, coiled. Just looking at it from afar gave one a sense of grandeur and majesty. The black city walls were 120 meters high, and with the dragon-shaped glazed sculptures on the ramparts, the total height reached several hundred meters. Up close, the black city walls also had intricate carvings, mostly of unicorn dragons, which further added a vast and ancient aura to the entire city. Long City, nearly 6,000 kilometers long and wide, has existed for over 3 million years, enduring the test of time and possessing a unique accumulation of history. Passing through the nearly 1-kilometer-wide city gate, Yi-Yun, accompanied by 2 silver stream guards, slowly stepped into Long City. Momo Yu immediately received a signal, acquiring a communication number in Long City. Following Yi-Yun's instructions, Momo Yu contacted Long Star's public service number and inquired about the location of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire's administrative building on Long Star and the Virtual Universe Corporation's Long Star branch. Upon entering Long City, Yi-Yun's eyes were momentarily overwhelmed. Various strange buildings were scattered throughout, bizarre yet harmonious. Walking on the streets, he could see people hurrying along on the ground and in midair. These individuals also varied in appearance, differing somewhat from ordinary humans. While most were roughly humanoid, some creatures had 3 eyes, some had 4 arms, some had strange patterns on their fur, and some even had heads that were completely inhuman. Yi-Yun, having just encountered the vast universe, found everything incredibly novel. However, the strength of these pedestrians was not low. Momo Yu simply scanned them and found that the dense crowds around them were almost all planetary level or higher, with quite a few astral rank individuals. Any one of them, if thrown onto Earth, would be comparable to a member rank existence. Yi-Yun spent some time searching but did not detect the expected universe rank powerhouses. He wasn't disappointed and didn't waste any more time. He ascended to a height of 100 meters and flew towards the Black Dragon Mountain Empire's administrative building on Long Star, which was over 200 kilometers away. Before long, a massive sculpted building of a black dragon coiling around a high mountain appeared before Yi-Yun. The Black Dragon Mountain Empire's administrative building on Long Star had arrived. Yi-Yun was here to join the Black Dragon Mountain Empire and obtain the status of a Black Dragon Mountain Empire citizen. With the help of the Silver Stream Guard, Yi-Yun received enthusiastic service. Since he originally had no national citizenship, all the procedures were handled very quickly. In just over 20 minutes, Yi-Yun obtained his Black Dragon Mountain Empire citizen identification and had a record left in the Black Dragon Mountain Empire's citizen system. The second Gan Wu coin was also spent, exchanged for 950 Black Dragon coins. Momo Yu, Dad, you clearly have a pile of Gan Wu coin in stock, right arrow, right arrow. With the Black Dragon Mountain Empire citizen status, Yi-Yun could now open an account in the virtual universe. He didn't delay. After leaving the Black Dragon Mountain administrative building on Long Star, he flew towards the Virtual Universe Corporation's Long Star branch, Long City, Virtual Universe Corporation branch. As soon as he stepped through the door, a woman in a red uniform approached, smiling and bowing. "Sir, how may I help you? I need." Yi-Yun was about to answer when he suddenly froze. In his line of sight, the woman before him had a beautiful face, her long hair coiled on her head, displaying a perfect professional smile. All of this was fine, but the crucial point was that the woman's face was identical to a woman he had seen on Earth, Lai Lanking. Yi-Yun couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. Since Yi-Yun was speaking in Chinese, the woman didn't understand. She showed a puzzled expression and still smiled as she asked, "Sir, I apologize. I didn't hear you clearly." "What do you need?" Yi-Yun exhaled a long breath, calming himself. He stared at the woman, trying to spot some difference, but to his disappointment, no matter how he looked, she was identical to the Lai Lanking in his memory. Although he hadn't been in contact with Lai Lanking for a long time as a planetary-level powerhouse, Yi Yun's memory wouldn't be faulty. This woman, apart from her slightly longer hair, was no different from Lai Lanking. Her face, height, and even her figure were exactly the same. After a while, Yi Yun's expression had returned to calm, and he was no longer so agitated. Although he was still very confused internally, he waved his hand and said, "Oh, it's nothing. You look like a friend of mine. I'm here to open an account." Hearing Yi Yun's explanation, the receptionist didn't find it strange. She thought Yi Yun was trying to flirt with her, chuckled lightly, and nodded, saying, "All right, sir, this way please." Following the woman inside, after sitting down, the woman began to explain. "Sir, you only need to present your identification for verification, and then we can open an account for you. How much virtual universe network fee do you plan to pay up front? It's divided into 3 tiers, 100 years, 1,000 years, and 10,000 years. The annual network fee is 10 black dragon coins or 0.008 Ganwu coin." Although Yi Yun was no longer staring at the woman, he was still somewhat uneasy inside. He casually said, "I'll pay for 1,000 years first." He took out his Black Dragon Mountain Empire identification and a Ganwu coin, and the procedures were quickly completed. Yi Yun's Momo Yu also gained permission to connect to the virtual universe. The woman smiled and escorted Yi Yun to the door. As Yi Yun was about to leave, he turned back and softly said, "Hello, I wonder if I could have your virtual universe number." The woman paused slightly, but then immediately returned to normal. She chuckled lightly and then said, "Sir, no problem. My virtual universe number is..." As a staff member of the virtual universe's branch on Q Long Star, the woman usually encountered a mixed bag of people. Although she was only planetary level in strength, she had good insight. Yi Yun's silver stream guard and his generous use of Ganwu coin all led the woman to believe that Yi Yun had a powerful background, so she naturally didn't mind giving Yi Yun her virtual universe number. After having Momo Yu record the woman's virtual universe number, Yi Yun also chatted with the woman. After a few simple sentences, Yi Yun gained some understanding of the woman. The woman's name was Loxia. She was a native-born Black Dragon Mountain Empire citizen of Q Long Star, who could be called a Q Long Star native. She was not very old herself. After reaching adulthood, she joined the Virtual Universe Corporation and had been staying in Q Long City, never having gone to other places. Yi Yun didn't think that such a short time would be enough to answer his doubts. After a while, he bid farewell to Loxia and left. In the universe, the number of humans is vast. Humans of various bloodline ranks are spread throughout the major universe countries. The Black Dragon Mountain Starfield has over 8,000 star domains, so it's not strange for 2 people who look alike to appear. But in Yi Yun's heart, he had an intuition that the fact that Loxia and Lai Lanking looked exactly alike definitely hid a great secret. He couldn't determine the specific problem now, but that didn't stop him from trusting his intuition. Temporarily burying this sudden situation in his heart, Yi Yun adjusted his mindset and went to a leisure restaurant in the city, requesting a private room. There was no consumption, just reserving this private room cost a lot of money. However, spending money also meant better service. The privacy of this private room was excellent. Yi Yun ordered a glass of Q Long City's special fruit juice, then dismissed the service staff and closed the private room door. "Momo Yu, connect to the virtual universe." "Okay, Dad, I've wanted to go in and explore for a long time too." Momo Yu's voice was also very excited. Connecting to virtual universe. A deep, vast voice echoed in Yi Yun's sea of consciousness, and Yi Yun's consciousness instantly went dark. When Yi Yun regained consciousness, he had appeared on an ancient street. Looking down, he was wearing simple gray clothes, and Momo Yu had transformed into the size of a fist, swimming back and forth between Yi Yun's shoulders. "Dad, we've entered the virtual universe." Yi Yun nodded. Although he was mentally prepared, he was still quite shocked after truly entering. Entering the virtual universe was different from the virtual spaces like the Martial God Palace and Trial Tower on Earth previously. The feeling was incredibly real. just like being in the original universe. Yi-Yun knew that he was currently on Black Dragon Mountain Island at the edge of the Ganwu continent in the virtual universe, but he could teleport to other areas, which allowed for ultra-long distance meetings. The virtual universe had every conceivable function. Aside from not allowing body cultivator, everything else could be satisfied. Therefore, in this era, many citizens of universe countries who didn't worry about their livelihoods spent most of their time in the virtual universe, chatting and making friends, playing games, studying, enjoying food, financial transactions, and so on. It could be said to be a complete second world. After experiencing it for a while, Yi-Yun exited the virtual universe. He swept his gaze, then gulped down the fruit juice in front of him, only to find the aftertaste long and the aroma lingering, making him feel much more comfortable. Without extra time to savor this feeling, Yi-Yun left the restaurant and headed towards the city's dedicated trading area. Chapter 57 Transaction. Please subscribe. Thank you for your support. Long City covers a vast area and is well organized into various districts, including residential, commercial, and entertainment areas. The residential area is the largest, followed by the commercial trading district. Long City also boasts several large trading markets. Yi-Yun did a quick search and chose a trading market in the northern district of Long City. This was a bustling commercial street, with a wide road flanked by shops of varying sizes. Following Momo Yu's experienced guidance, Yi-Yun chose a medium-sized shop, neither too big nor too small, and slowly stepped inside. As soon as he entered, a human man in a black uniform came forward to greet him. Upon seeing the silver stream guard behind Yi-Yun, his eyes immediately lit up, knowing a big customer had arrived. He instantly smiled and said, "Hello, sir, and welcome to Myriad Treasures Pavilion. What would you like to purchase, sir?" Yi-Yun chuckled lightly and said, "Are you the person in charge of this shop? I need to sell some items worth at least tens of billions of Black Dragon coins. Are you authorized to make that decision?" The smile on the black uniformed man's face didn't change at all. He pressed his wristband on his right hand, and a youthful-looking man in gray clothes walked out from the shop's interior. The black uniformed man softly said, "I'll take this gentleman to the reception room, Osto. You look after the business outside for now." Then, the black uniformed man extended his right hand and bowed slightly, indicating, "Sir, this way, please." Yi-Yun followed the black uniformed man into the shop's private reception room. After the black uniformed man poured Yi-Yun a cup of Long City's special beverage, he asked in a low voice, "Sir, what treasures are you planning to sell?" Yi-Yun didn't speak. He lightly raised his right hand, and two shuttle-shaped objects, along with two metal longswords, gently landed on the table. The black uniformed man bowed slightly, then carefully examined them, using various methods to inspect them. After a moment, he said with some surprise, "Sir, these are two low-grade Psyker Master weapons, Dungeon Shuttle, and two high-grade power weapons, Heaven-Splitting Blade. Are you sure you want to sell them to us?" Yi-Yun nodded lightly, then said, "Yes, sell all four. I hope you can give me a satisfactory price." Yi-Yun's tone was calm. The black uniformed man noticed that Yi-Yun's face showed no expression, making it impossible to gauge his thoughts. Their Myriad Treasures Pavilion was like a general store. The shop wasn't large, but it basically had everything. These third-tier weapons were not abundant in their inventory, and the black uniformed man was very eager to finalize this transaction. However, being unable to ascertain Yi-Yun's thoughts, the black uniformed man was slightly conflicted about the price. After a moment, he softly said, "Sir, it is our honor that you chose our Myriad Treasures Pavilion. I will not deceive you, sir. This Dungeon Shuttle is a low-grade Psyker Master weapon, and its selling price is generally around 5 billion Black Dragon coins. If you sell two to us at once, we will offer you a purchase price of 4 billion Black Dragon coins for each. As for this Heaven-Splitting Blade, it is a high-grade power weapon, typically selling for 10 billion Black Dragon coins. Similarly, if you sell two together, the purchase price for each will be 9 billion Black Dragon coins. Sir, what do you think of this price?" A faint smile appeared on Yi-Yun's lips. Under the black uniformed man's tense gaze, he nodded, then stood up and softly said, "Proceed with this price and draw up the contract." The black uniformed man breathed a sigh of relief. With a beaming smile, he arranged for the transaction to be completed quickly. Soon, the transaction was done. Myriad Treasures Pavilion took possession of Yi Yun's Dungeon Shuttle and Heaven-Splitting Blade, and Yi Yun obtained a Universe Galaxy bank card with a massive sum of 26 billion black dragon coins added to it. After the transaction was complete, the black uniformed man took out a membership card and handed it to Yi Yun with both hands. With this membership card, all future purchases at Myriad Treasures Pavilion would enjoy a 4% discount. The black uniformed man looked at Yi Yun with eager anticipation, his eyes filled with the hope that Yi Yun would continue to spend. Yi Yun toyed with the silver-gold membership card and said with a smile, "You should have Azure Wave Marrow in your shop, right? I want to buy 10 kilograms. Also, bring me the catalog of your shop's high-grade treasures. I want to see if there's anything I need." In shops like Myriad Treasures Pavilion, the main hall and exhibition areas do not display the actual prototypes of the treasures for sale. Only virtual projections are shown. The actual items are only brought out when a customer expresses a clear intent to purchase. After all, some treasures have strict storage conditions, and for security reasons, in addition to the external virtual projections, there are also detailed treasure catalogs for customers to choose from. The black uniformed man was overjoyed upon hearing this and immediately made arrangements. He took out a light brain, performed a simple operation, and a light screen appeared before Yi Yun, displaying various treasure illustrations from their Myriad Treasures Pavilion. Yi Yun looked through them, a mysterious smile on his lips. "Your Myriad Treasures Pavilion has a very good collection. Bring me this Azure Ling fruit, and also this Brahma Profound flower to see." Yi Yun ordered dozens of items in one breath. The black uniformed man quickly noted them down one by one and swiftly gave instructions. Before long, the purchased Azure Wave Marrow and the other selected items were all delivered to the reception room. Azure Wave Marrow is a peculiar, mercury-like green liquid faintly shimmering with strange light. It has an extremely high density. 10 kilograms of Azure Wave Marrow were contained in only a small silver pot. Yi Yun glanced at it briefly before putting it away. After a careful inspection, Yi Yun did not buy all these items. He picked a few of them, along with the Azure Wave Marrow, spending a total of 2 billion black dragon coins. Under the enthusiastic service of the black uniformed man, he left Myriad Treasures Pavilion feeling satisfied. Yi Yun wandered around Q Long City. After an hour, he arrived at the slave trading market in Q Long City. The slave trading market in Q Long City covers a massive area of 300 square kilometers, making it the largest slave market among the hundreds of surrounding star systems, with an extremely astonishing daily transaction volume. When Yi Yun stepped inside, he felt as if it was teeming with people everywhere. The shouts of vendors, haggling, and roars intertwined, creating a very noisy atmosphere that highlighted the prosperity of this Q Long City slave trading market. This slave trading market is divided into many large squares. The outer areas are for slaves below planetary level. These slaves generally cost around 10 black dragon coins, which is very cheap. Even a rank 9 apprentice, equivalent to an advanced god of war on Earth, wouldn't be much more expensive, and the supply is abundant. If purchased in bulk, even greater discounts can be enjoyed. In the universe, those below planetary level cannot obtain citizen status, so their value is naturally very low. Planetary-level existences can only barely survive in the universe. Planetary-level slaves are far from even qualifying as bodyguards. Therefore, even the most valuable planetary-level 9th Order Psyker Master would not exceed 100,000 black dragon coins at most, usually around 10,000 black dragon coins. At the astral rank stage, it is completely different. They are common choices for enforcers and bodyguards in the universe. Even an astral rank First Order martial artist would cost at least 1 million black dragon coins. The higher the rank, the more expensive the price. A psyker master of the same rank is approximately 3 times the price of a martial artist. Yi Yun walked through this slave market. Although he showed no outward emotion, he felt a certain unease within. The rules of higher civilizations towards lower civilizations in the universe are cold and cruel. Once an ownerless, primitive life planet is discovered, as long as there are no exceptionally powerful individuals on that planet, it almost certainly cannot escape the fate of being colonized and enslaved, continuing for generations with almost no possibility of breaking free. Just as Yi Yun's thoughts drifted, a short, corpulent man walked over. The man's large belly was exposed and jiggled, and the fat on his face was piled together. He was currently smiling broadly, looking even more greasy. The corpulent man emitted a rough voice. "Sir, I am Sinku, the person in charge of this square. Do you need to purchase some slaves? I just received a batch of young women from the Gulu tribe, all planetary level strength. Heh, each one is only 50,000 black dragon coins, guaranteed original and genuine." The corpulent manager, Sinku, gave a knowing look, which, combined with his greasy face, appeared incredibly lewd. Yi Yun did not hide his disgust and said in a low voice, "No need. I need astral rank 9th order slaves. Do you have them here?" Although Sinku was lewd, he was also a shrewd person. Seeing Yi Yun's expression, he knew that he wasn't interested in that kind of thing. He immediately restrained himself somewhat and said with a smile, "Yes, yes, we do. Our astral rank 9th order martial artists and psyker masters are all from the Huya tribe. Their tribe has even produced universe rank powerhouses. Their development potential is excellent. If you buy them, who knows, one day a universe rank might emerge and that would be a huge profit. We still have a good stock, but as for the price is not an issue. Take me to see them." All right, this way please." Led by Sinku, they soon arrived at a much more spacious area. Here, there were only 16 tall figures, all male. Each person stood at least 2 meters tall. Whether psyker masters or martial artists, their entire bodies were bulging with muscle, making them appear incredibly powerful. Sinku smiled and introduced them. "These are the astral rank 9th order slaves from the Huya tribe. 6 psyker masters and 10 martial artists. They took us a lot of effort. Sir, how many would you like to purchase? 3rd day of release, to be honest. The results are much better than I expected. Thank you, brothers, for your continuous support. What's a bit frustrating is that the comment issue hasn't been resolved yet. I really want to discuss and communicate with you, brothers. Whether it's criticism, suggestions, or encouragement, I want to talk about it all with you. It's really hard not being able to communicate. Finally, I still hope brothers will continue to support by subscribing. Many thanks." Chapter 58 Slaves, The Cold Universe, subscribe. Standing before these 16 stellar rank 9th order Huya tribe individuals, Yi Yun couldn't help but feel a shiver, his calves trembling uncontrollably. Stellar rank and planetary level were no longer on the same level. This kind of pressure, originating from the very level of life, was very difficult to resist. Looking at the muscular, strong Huya tribe individuals eagerly displaying themselves, a wave of sorrow rose in Yi Yun's heart. On them, he saw the fate of countless race. Subscribe for more amazing novel audiobooks. Don't forget to like, comment, and share infinite novel audio. The genetic level and bloodline rank of the Huya tribe were far superior to those of Earthlings. After reaching adulthood, they could all enter the planetary level, and it was not difficult for cultivate more powerful tribesmen to enter the stellar rank. Even as Sinku said, the Huya tribe had given birth to universe rank experts. Generally, a star system could only give birth to one universe rank expert, but even so, the Huya tribe was still an enslaved race. Those universe rank Huya tribe individuals were merely advanced slaves who could be sold at a higher price. Essentially, nothing had changed in the universe, only strength is fundamental. If the Huya tribe could give birth to more powerful experts, territory lord rank, or even world lord, they would inevitably break free from the fate of being enslaved. In the final analysis, powerful strength is the basis of everything. Yi Yun put away the sigh in his heart, carefully observed the Huya tribe individuals in front of him, and after a while he spoke lightly, not bad. What are the prices? Sinku looked at Yi Yun's expression, knowing that a big order had arrived today, and his smile immediately became even brighter, like a chrysanthemum, as he said, "Hey, sir, a stellar rank 9th Order martial artist generally sells for 5 billion black dragon coins in the market, but these Huya tribe individuals are powerful, so an additional 500 million must be added to that. As for the Huya tribe Psyker Masters, they are 16 billion each." Yi Yun thought this price was reasonable. After thinking for a moment, he pointed to two of them and said, "Just these two, at the price you mentioned, but you have to give me 50 planetary level 9th Order Psyker Masters as a gift, and they must also be Huya tribe. No problem, right?" Sinku's face immediately turned as ugly as a pig's liver, and he said somewhat anxiously, "Sir, those are 50 planetary level 9th Order Psyker Masters. If I give them all to you, I'll truly lose money." Yi Yun snorted. "HMPH, these two Huya tribe individuals I'm buying are worth over 20 billion black dragon coins. 50 planetary level 9th Order Psyker Masters combined aren't even 10 million black dragon coins. Do you need to act with me? It's settled then. If it's acceptable, let's sign the contract, otherwise I'm leaving." Sinku could feel that Yi Yun was not joking. He immediately put away the bitter expression on his face and replaced it with a smile. All right, sir, it will be done as you say. I'll go draft the contract." After the contract was signed and became effective, Yi Yun did not wait long. Under Sinku's arrangement, 50 planetary level 9th Order Psyker Masters of the Huya tribe gathered together and stood before Yi Yun along with the two Huya tribe individuals Yi Yun had chosen earlier. Simba and several others were operating instruments. Yi Yun had been notified in advance that this step was to transfer control permissions for these slaves, so he stood still. As Simba and the others operated, the eyes of the 52 Huya tribe individuals became lifeless. Then some of the instruments were aimed at Yi Yun. After about 10 minutes, all the slaves' eyes slowly lit up. After regaining their vitality, they all bowed and shouted to Yi Yun, "Master, the control permissions were transferred." Yi Yun took the box handed over by Simba, which contained the control terminal chips for the 52 slaves. He only needed to insert them into his optical computer to control the slaves. Biological chips with extremely high technological content had been integrated into the heads of these slaves. Controlled by the chips, they retained their memories and thinking abilities, but would be completely loyal to their master from the depths of their hearts. Even a trace of disrespect would result in countermeasures from the chip. Therefore, these biological chips were very safe and secure. Unless the slaves' own strength reached the territory lord rank, they would be able to ignore the effect of the biological chip. The highest control permission for these Huya tribe individuals was now in Yi Yun's hands, so there was no possibility of betrayal. With the control permissions in hand, Yi Yun also transferred 21.5 billion black dragon coins to Sinku. Ignoring Sinku's request to leave his virtual universe number, he left the slave market directly. In this universe, money really isn't enough. The 26 billion black dragon coins I just got are almost gone in the blink of an eye. However, for Yi Yun, money was not that important. If he wanted to, given enough time, he could create enormous wealth. It's just that Yi Yun also understood that the fundamental purpose of money was to serve his strength. What he needed to improve most was his own strength, and how much wealth he could display was also linked to his own strength. At the current stage, as a small planetary-level individual, relying on the Black Dragon Mountain X-81 spaceship and Silver Stream Guard, he could only borrow power. If he suddenly exposed his true background, external possessions would instead become a source of danger for him. Yi Yun was very clear about these things. Of course, Yi Yun was not a pedantic person. He would not limit himself. If there was an opportunity to improve his strength, he would not give up his advantages. However, the current focus was still on improving his strength. Opportunities to create wealth could come at any time, and he didn't want to have no breakthrough progress in his strength before the Universe Genius battle arrived. After wandering around Q Long City for a few more days, Yi Yun no longer lingered. He boarded the Black Dragon Mountain X-81 spaceship with his 52 slaves and left the beautiful Q-long star. Yi-Yun did not immediately let the spaceship enter the dark universe, but instead traveled at low speed in the starry sky. He arranged the 50 planetary-level Ninth Order Huya tribe individuals in various cabins of the spaceship. In the control room, only Yi-Yun and the 2 stellar-rank Ninth Order Huya tribe individuals remained. Yi-Yun sat in the chair, looking at the 2 resolute Huya tribe men and said with a smile, "You don't need to be nervous. I am not a cruel person. Speaking of which, you are already stellar rank and I am only planetary-level Second Order. In the future, I will still need to consult, guide, and spar with you. Don't be too restrained." The 2 Huya tribe men looked at each other and both shook their heads, indicating they dared not. Due to the effect of the biological chip, Yi-Yun was more important to them than their own lives. Although Yi-Yun's tone was already very gentle, they did not dare to act casually at all. Seeing this situation, Yi-Yun had no choice. He simply ignored it for now and said softly again, "I don't care about your original names. You can continue to use them privately, but from now on, I will call you A-Long and you A-Hu. Is that okay?" A-Long was a psyker master, and A-Hu was a martial artist. Hearing Yi-Yun's words, they both bowed in gratitude. Yi-Yun waved his hand and asked, "A-Long, tell me about your Huya tribe." A-Long was a little strange, not understanding why Yi-Yun cared about this question, but he immediately spoke. "Our Huya tribe lives in the Ku-Mei star system. After generations of development, we occupy several life planets within the Ku-Mei star system. The Ku-Mei star system is located at the edge of the Black Dragon Mountain star field and is not under the jurisdiction of the Universe Elementary Empire. It is considered an ownerless land. Originally, our Huya tribe was equivalent to the rulers within the Ku-Mei star system. We all thought that everything would develop in a good direction, and our race would become stronger and stronger until one day, a group of slave traders' spaceships entered our Ku-Mei star system. From that day on, the sky collapsed and endless darkness descended. Thousands of tribesmen were mercilessly captured. The strongest in our race couldn't even withstand a single move, which instead stirred up stronger enslavement intentions in those slave traders. It seemed they thought our Huya tribe was a very good commodity. Even though this history was very distant from the time A-Long was born, when he spoke of it now, A-Long's face still showed strong indignation. Even in front of Yi-Yun, he did not restrain himself at all. His respect for Yi-Yun was true, but his hatred for those slave traders who harmed and oppressed their Huya tribe was etched into his bones. A-Long calmed his emotions slightly, then continued, with a hint of self-mockery in his voice, 5,000 years have passed. Our Huya tribe has been slaves for so long, and our reputation in the slave circle is even very good. We can all fetch a good price. Those seniors who worked hard to cultivate and wanted to save our race ultimately became weapons in their hands to deal with our own tribesmen. In these words, A-Long's tone was filled with sorrow. The emotions suppressed for many years could not help but be released, and tears unconsciously flowed from the corners of his eyes. A-Hu, who was beside him, also couldn't help but lower his head. The atmosphere was somewhat oppressive for a moment. After a while, Yi-Yun waved his hand and said, "All right, we cannot intervene in past history. What we need to do is focus on the present and the future. Think about the Fu-Kua tribe, the Ku-Kuo tribe, and also the Du-Rai tribe, the Zhu-Kuo tribe. Every one of their race was once a slave race, even enduring hundreds of thousands of years. But what about now? Which one isn't a super-large human race within our human race? They have long since shed their slave status, and within their race, there are even world lords and even immortal experts continuously emerging. We cannot lose hope. Who can say what the future holds?" After giving A-Long and A-Hu a few words of encouragement, Yi-Yun said softly, "A-Long, you lead the way. Our next stop, Ku-Mei star system, Huya star." A-Long and A-Hu simultaneously raised their heads sharply, their tears still undried. Looking at Yi-Yun, who wore a faint smile, their eyes radiated an unprecedented light. Today seems to be 1 month since the book was released, which is worth commemorating. Thank you to all the brothers who have been following along. I will read every suggestion you make and will pay attention to correcting them. I hope you can continue to support me. Thank you. Chapter 59 Explosion. The Kume star system is located relatively close to the edge of the Black Dragon Mountain star field, about 100 light-years away from Q Long Star. The Black Dragon Mountain X-81 spacecraft maintained a speed of 1.2 times the speed of light in the dark universe, and traveled for more than a month before finally entering the scope of the Kume star system. Just as Along described, the Kume star system is not under the jurisdiction of a universe primary civilization empire. Besides the Huya tribe, there are other races living here. The fate of most race is the same as that of the Huya tribe people, becoming a source of goods for slave merchants. Slave trade is a highly profitable industry in the universe, truly a business with high returns for little capital. Every slave merchant has a certain background. They choose to target race that have no power or backing and will not easily provoke unknown forces. After so many years of development, this Kume star system can be said to have become a large-scale slave source acquisition base. Yiyun had only just entered the Kume star system and had already seen many spacecraft. Along stood beside Yiyun and introduced in a low voice. In the Kume star system, our home planet, Huya Star, is not allowed for strangers to approach. However, if some slave traders want to select slaves, they also need to see the real goods. Therefore, on the uninhabited planets in the outer reaches of the Kume star system, they have established some base stations. A large number of slaves are transported from those primitive home planets to be selected by many slave traders. Most of those spacecraft are coming to the Kume star system to select slaves. Yiyun nodded slightly. Places like Huya Star are equivalent to the money printing factories of those slave merchants, and they must be strictly protected and not easily allowed for others to approach. But for the sake of business, these outer transfer station planets came into being. Originally, with Yiyun's current strength and conditions, no matter how much he disliked the slave trade, he did not have the ability to manage it. However, after briefly scanning some of Along and Ahu's memories, he gained an unexpected harvest, which prompted his trip to Huya Star. According to Along, the current Huya Star is a very mature slave planet. The Huya tribe people are essentially kept in captivity, harvested every 10 to 20 years. The outer alert forces have become fixed and standardized, so there is still room for maneuver. Yiyun piloted the iconic Black Dragon Mountain X-81 spacecraft to the outer transfer planets, pretending to be a slave merchant, and was not met with any suspicion, gradually moving towards the interior of the Kume star system. The Black Dragon Mountain X-81 spacecraft is a C-5 class spacecraft, and its shielding and detection functions are quite good. However, its highest rank is only universe rank. Therefore, Yiyun still had Momo-Yu fully utilize its shielding and detection, slowly approaching the star system near the Huya tribe's home planet, Huya Star. When the Huya tribe was developing and expanding, they explored nearby areas and occupied several life planets for development. However, Huya Star is still their home planet, and it is the most prosperous in all aspects. Not only does it produce the largest number and best quality slaves each time, but the defensive forces are also the strongest. It is very ironic that among the defensive forces outside Huya Star, the highest are two Huya tribe people. Huya tribe people of universe rank First Order, heroes who once led the race to resist, but instead became the sharpest blades against their race. Whenever this is mentioned, Along and Ahu are extremely pained, but there is nothing they can do, only deep helplessness and sorrow remain. At this moment, Yiyun's position allowed him to clearly see Huya Star. Huya Star looked like a verdant planet from the outside, about 3 times the size of Earth. And in the outer space of Huya Star, a huge steel fortress was suspended. This steel fortress is the base where slave merchants monitor Huya Star. They do not interfere with the development of Huya Star during normal times, and even allow the angry emotions of the Huya tribe people to nourish them, letting the entire Huya tribe improve themselves. All for the purpose of allowing the Huya tribe to always maintain the drive to fight for their race, so that more powerhouses can continuously be born within the race, thus allowing them to harvest more high-quality slaves. Just like the two universe rank First Order Huya tribe slaves in this steel fortress now, with the full help of their entire race, they break through to universe rank. But as soon as they completed their breakthrough, several universe rank high order beings descended from the sky above Huya star, directly subduing them. They were integrated with biological chips before they could do anything and became the new guardians of the steel fortress. Every once in a while, this steel fortress would conduct a harvest on Huya star, along and who were captured as slaves during the last harvest. Since both of them are stellar rank 9th order, they are very familiar with some things on Huya star, saving Yi Yun the trouble of further investigation. Now that a round of harvesting has just passed, according to general experience, the higher rank Huya tribe people on Huya star have all been captured as slaves. It will take at least 20 years to develop again, so during this period, the defensive forces of the steel fortress outside Huya star will be greatly reduced. The two universe rank First Order Huya tribe people are already the strongest combat power. Of course, Yi Yun would not act rashly. He was very covetous of the things on Huya star, but he would not joke with his own safety. Yi Yun still planned to test whether the specific situation of the steel fortress was as Along said. Carefully manipulating the spacecraft to approach the giant steel fortress, as the distance grew closer, Yi Yun realized that the steel fortress was enormous in size. His spacecraft was like a small chick in front of this steel fortress. Yi Yun could feel his spacecraft almost touching the steel fortress, yet no alarm was triggered. He breathed a sigh of relief. He cautiously opened the hatch, and a gray metal sphere the size of a ping-pong ball, under Along's control, gently touched the metal shell of the steel fortress. As soon as the metal sphere touched the steel fortress, an explosion immediately occurred. However, there was no sound in the universe, only the sparks of the explosion could be seen, and the scene was not that shocking. Moreover, it was very strange that the scope of the explosion was very small, but the power was very strong, and the outer shell of the steel fortress was directly blown open. Seeing this situation, Yi Yun felt relieved. This giant steel fortress was entirely made of B-grade alloy, which was quite valuable. However, his metal sphere was a special bomb that had reached the 3rd rank, enough to deal with the outer shell of this steel fortress. This ping-pong ball-sized gray metal sphere was also one of the 3 items he chose from Hong's treasure trove. It was a special bomb of the 3rd rank that could threaten universe rank powerhouses. However, Hong's collection was severely damaged and completely unusable, only serving as a collectible. After Yi Yun made more than a dozen copies, Momo Yu was able to repair a complete one using these materials. The manufacturing process of this type of bomb is quite complex, containing extremely powerful might. And most importantly, when it explodes, all the explosive power is concentrated together, making it an excellent bomb for fixed-point demolition in the universe. Its price is more expensive than general 3rd-rank Kai weapons, with one costing about 3 billion black dragon coins. The bomb blew open the outer shell of the steel fortress. Yi Yun did not immediately rush in, but quickly manipulated the spacecraft to change direction and dropped another bomb. After continuously changing multiple directions, Yi Yun finally saw 2 figures in black armor flying out of the steel fortress. Momo Yu immediately issued an alert. Universe rank life detected. Universe rank life detected. Universe rank can be considered a relatively powerful life in the universe. Even on a white dwarf with immense gravity, they can move freely. At this moment, 2 universe rank powerhouses were flying around the steel fortress, searching for suspicious figures. Yi Yun had stayed on Q Long Star for a few days, but he didn't encounter a universe rank powerhouse, perhaps due to bad luck. The 2 Huya tribe figures flying out of the steel fortress now should be the first universe rank individuals he had encountered. Yi Yun activated Momo Yu's shielding function at maximum power, and the Black Dragon Mountain X-81 spacecraft also fully activated its environmental simulation stealth function, so it was not discovered immediately. After a while, not finding the attacker's figure, the 2 Huya tribe universe rank powerhouses gathered together and stopped below the steel fortress. At this time, the Black Dragon Mountain X-81 spacecraft, under Yi Yun's control, had also arrived directly below these two Huya tribe powerhouses. The distance was already very close, but it still did not cause any detection. Just at this moment, the two Huya tribe powerhouses suddenly sensed two huge figures rushing out from below, like two viscous masses of liquid enveloping them. They exerted all their strength to break free, but found the binding force to be very strong. Although it posed no threat to them, they were completely unable to escape the entanglement of these two liquid masses for a while. Then a feeling of dread rose in their hearts, and they saw two small gray metal spheres appear before them, landing precisely on their heads. Two not-so-large flames rose, and after the explosion subsided, in the original position in the cosmic space, only some broken metal remains were left. The two universe-rank powerhouses, who were full of vigor just moments before, were directly vaporized, leaving no trace. At this moment, inside the Black Dragon Mountain X-81 spacecraft, Along painfully lowered his right hand, muttering in a low voice. Uncle Hu Gu Yu and brother Hu Fu Ran, may you rest in peace. Chapter 60 Purpose, subscribe. The plan went smoothly, and Yi Yun also breathed a sigh of relief. He lost 2 silver stream guards and more than a dozen metal bombs, but being able to kill 2 universe-rank powerhouses was already an unimaginable feat for others. The Huai and Hu Fu mentioned by Arlong could be said to be the 2 most talented individuals of their generation on Huya Star. They gathered the support of the entire race to break through to the universe rank, but once they became slaves, unless their masters transferred control, there would be no chance to rescue them. Because of the biochips, they also couldn't resist their masters' commands, so if they weren't killed, the next step of the plan couldn't proceed. Go, with Yi Yun's command, he led Arlong and Ahu through a hole in the steel fortress and into its interior. After entering the steel fortress, Yi Yun seemed to be incredibly familiar with it. Without any pause or exploration, he accurately found the location of the garrison personnel within the fortress and directed Arlong and Ahu to begin the slaughter. Half an hour later, there were no other personnel left alive within the entire steel fortress. Although this steel fortress was massive, most of its area was used for temporarily housing slaves. Therefore, apart from some station staff, the steel fortress was very empty, and sweeping the entire steel fortress didn't take Yi Yun much effort. Before attacking the 2 Huya tribe universe rank powerhouses, Yi Yun had roughly scanned and understood the general layout and specific strength of Huya Star's defenses. That's why he led Arlong and Ahu to rampage through this steel fortress. Besides those 2 universe rank powerhouses, none of the remaining defense personnel were a match for Arlong and Ahu. It was a relaxed and pleasant task. Based on experience, the slave traders behind this will react in at most one day. When that happens, it won't just be a few universe-rank powerhouses coming to Huya Star. We need to act quickly. Ahu, you stay inside this fortress and send false messages to their superiors to buy as much time as possible. Arlong, let's go to Huya Star. Yes. Yi Yun and Arlong boarded the spaceship and flew rapidly towards Huya Star below. They quickly passed through Huya Star's atmosphere and entered its high altitude. Arlong stood beside Yi Yun, pointing in one direction and saying, Huya Star has 2 continents. On these 2 continents, there are 2 large tribal alliances. I was born in the Kyoshi tribe on the East continent, and I don't know what the situation is like in the tribe now. Following Arlong's guidance, it wasn't long before the spaceship quietly stopped above a large tribe, without attracting any attention. Huya Star's gravity was a bit stronger than Earth's. Yi Yun could barely fly, and he flew down to the tribe with Arlong. The Kyoshi tribe, though called a tribe, was actually an extremely vast race aggregation. Its technological level was not bad. Apart from not being able to connect with the universe, its other development conditions far exceeded Earth's current level. Those slave traders didn't completely restrict their development. Instead, they kept Huya Star's level at its development peak. Along a wide river, there were dense buildings. Arlong led Yi Yun directly towards the central area of the buildings, without any intention of stopping. According to Arlong, the Kyoshi tribe originally had a population of over 100 million, but during a recent harvest, over 20 million race members were captured, all of whom were the most skilled practitioners. Now, the Kyoshi tribe is primarily composed of young children and elderly people with low strength. There isn't a single astral rank existence to be seen. At the very center of the Kyoshi tribe, there was a special building. Compared to the surrounding buildings, it occupied a very small area and was very low, with simple gray stone walls, forming a stark contrast with the surrounding modern buildings. Arlong and Yi Yun landed in front of the gate of this building. The gate was slightly ajar, and Yi Yun could feel Arlong's footsteps trembling slightly. Following Arlong, the two walked into the room step by step. Without deliberately concealing their footsteps, the sound of their steps echoed within the empty building. Yi Yun saw the room's layout at a glance. Within a space of less than 20 square meters, a table was placed at the very back. In the center of the table was a humanoid statue holding a long dao and slashing towards the sky. The statue wasn't tall, about 30 centimeters, but its overall aura was quite extraordinary. Though small, the figure displayed explosive muscles, and combined with its heaven-splitting pose, it exuded a strong sense of pressure. In the center of the room, there was a cushion, and on the cushion sat a hunched old man. A wooden staff lay on the ground to his right, his back to the door, facing the statue. "Who's there?" The old man heard the footsteps and asked without turning his head, his voice low and hoarse. "Clan Chief, it's me, I'm back." Arlong took a step forward, knelt heavily on the ground, then raised both hands and knocked his head loudly. The old man suddenly turned around, revealing an aged face covered in wrinkles. His sparse hair was scattered, showing a shiny forehead. He stood up and quickly walked to Arlong's front, his deep voice carrying a hint of hoarseness, and his tone also rose significantly. "Huai, is that you? Weren't you captured?" Arlong raised his head, looking at the old man's increasingly aged face, tears streaming uncontrollably from his eyes. "It's Master, he brought me back. I thought I'd never see you again, Clan Chief. Are you all right?" The old clan chief of the Kyoshi tribe then noticed Yi Yun at the doorway. He could clearly sense Yi Yun's strength, which was only planetary level 2. He immediately realized that Yi Yun must have a powerful background and strength. He bowed solemnly to Yi Yun and said in a deep voice, "Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir." Yi Yun looked at the old man, gently waved his hand, and said softly, "No need to thank me. I'm not here to save you. Arlong won't be staying here either. I only have one purpose for coming here, and I hope you can tell me truthfully." The old man was stunned for a moment, then glanced at Arlong and suddenly thought of something. His cloudy eyes cleared a bit. He completely changed his attitude and angrily rebuked Arlong, trembling all over. "Huai, how could you tell an outsider? This is the hope of our entire race. You traitor, you scum, how could you do this?" Arlong had already stood up and come to Yi Yun's side. He kept his head down, not saying a word. Although he had his own memories and emotions, all emotions had to be ranked after respecting Yi Yun. After becoming Yi Yun's slave, he was no longer the original Huai. Yi Yun's face showed no expression. His voice remained soft and calm. "Clan Chief, do you seem unaware of your current situation? Do you think that with the Huya tribe's strength and current state you can keep that treasure? Since I'm here, I won't return empty-handed. For Arlong's face, I'll give you 10 minutes to consider. You should carefully deliberate and decide how to choose." When Yi Yun said these words, the clan chief's face no longer held any trace of hope. He sat down on the cushion somewhat dejectedly, picked up his staff with his right hand, and spoke softly, his words full of sorrow and loneliness. "I know it's impossible, I know hope is slim, but it's still a hope. If our Huya tribe could produce a territory lord rank powerhouse and join the Black Dragon Mountain Empire or other forces, our Huya tribe would receive protection. At least a branch of our race could escape slavery and truly develop in the universe. All these years of effort and belief, are you really asking me to give up like this?" The old man became more and more agitated as he spoke, his chest heaving constantly. If it weren't for his staff supporting him, Yi Yun would have suspected he was about to collapse. Yi Yun said softly, "There's no hope. Your development is all under the watchful eyes of others. Right now, there are no signs, but once universe rank fluctuations appear, they will be detected immediately. Even with that treasure, it's impossible for you to cultivate a territory lord rank powerhouse. No one will give you such an opportunity. Yi Yun was not without sympathy for the Huya tribe's situation. He sighed softly, then said, I risked coming here today, and I won't leave empty-handed. As long as you give me that treasure, I can give you a chance. Choose 2,000 Huya tribe members, and I'll take them away from here. Aren't you looking for hope? I'll give you this hope. I'll do my best to cultivate them. The future saviors of the Huya tribe might just come from among them. The old man's eyes lit up again. He looked at Arlong beside Yi Yun, knowing in his heart that Yi Yun had no need to deceive him. With Arlong's strength, sweeping through the entire Kyoshi tribe would be no difficulty. At that point, that treasure would still not escape the grasp of Arlong, who knew the truth, and Yi Yun's last sentence deeply struck the old man's heart. 2,000 people might not seem like many, but if they could have a relatively stable development environment, their future would be immeasurable. Without the limitations of external conditions, the talent of their Huya tribe members would absolutely have the chance to give birth to territory lord rank existences. The small room was quiet for a moment. After a while, the old man regained his composure. He let out a self-deprecating laugh and said softly, I became clan chief because of my low strength. After so many years, I've seen batch after batch of excellent children, one by one, captured and sold. Only I have remained here. How I wish to slaughter those hateful demons. Now I understand that the future of the Huya tribe truly isn't with us. Perhaps you are the legendary savior of our Huya tribe. Chapter 61, Magical Treasures. The old man slowly paced to the desk, staring at the statue of the Huya tribe ancestor. After a while, the old man stretched out his right hand and gently turned the statue to the left. As the statue rotated, the floor tiles beneath the desk opened to both sides, revealing a deep, narrow passage leading downwards. Come with me, the old man said softly, turning his head. Yi Yun did not hesitate. He took Along and followed the old man down the stairs, and before long they arrived in a dim basement. The basement was about the same size as the room above, but it was a bit low, and Along, who was over 2 meters tall, almost touched the ceiling. There were no lights of any kind in the basement. The only illumination came from a circular platform in the center, on which a blue-gold crystal quietly floated. The blue-gold crystal emitted a faint blue light, filling the entire basement with a soft blue glow, giving a gentle, comfortable feeling. Yi Yun glanced at Along, who nodded slightly, stepped forward, and slowly took the blue-gold crystal into his hand. The old man watched this scene without any movement. He had already given up on keeping this treasure. Yi Yun took the blue-gold crystal that Along handed to him, and immediately, an incredibly comfortable and gentle sensation spread throughout his body. His genetic primal energy even surged because of it. What surprised Yi Yun even more was that, holding the blue-gold crystal, he could feel the universe energy permeating the universe being absorbed and transformed by his body in a steady, continuous manner, enhancing his physique. He didn't need to actively absorb or guide it. The entire process seemed incredibly casual and effortless. Without needing to analyze or check data for verification, simply through this momentary contact, Yi Yun could determine that this blue-gold crystal was undoubtedly a water-attributed treasure, and its rank was certainly not low. Even if it had no other functions, this single ability to assist cultivation was already extremely rare. The old man softly introduced its origin. To be honest, we don't even know what this thing is. At the bottom of the great river, where our tribe has lived for generations, there's a place similar to a river valley. The water there is turbulent, and it has always been a good place for our race to train and enhance their physical body. We've discovered and used that river valley for a long time, and there was never anything unusual, until one day, Along found this blue-gold crystal in the depths of the river valley. After a few days of contact, Along broke through the planetary level threshold and reached stellar rank 9th order within 3 years. Yi Yun nodded. He had known about this situation for a long time, and it was precisely because he discovered this abnormal phenomenon that he decided to come to Huya Star on a whim. Subscribe for more amazing novel audiobooks. Don't forget to like, comment, and share infinite novel audio. Huya tribe people are naturally affinity with water source law. Simply put, after their physical body breakthrough into planetary level, the origin law's abilities they acquire are mostly water attributed. Along discovered this blue-gold crystal, which perfectly matched their race's physique, and this helped Along surpass many seniors in a short period, reaching the stellar rank 9th order level. However, such a powerful treasure could not help the Huya tribe people escape their current predicament. They had too little time, and their actions and development were all under supervision. They simply couldn't cultivate a territory lord rank expert within these few decades. If the treasure were exposed, it would be an even greater disaster for them. When the new round of harvesting arrived, Along handed this blue-gold crystal to the clan chief, still holding hope for the race's future. Although he knew this hope was very slim, it was already much better than the previous dark days. If it weren't for Yi Yun's special ability, Along would not have voluntarily spoken about this matter. At that time, the greatest possibility was that the treasure would fall into the hands of those slave traders. One could only say that everything was fate. This water-attributed treasure was destined to be Yi Yun's opportunity. Momo Yu, pull up the database and analyze what this thing is. A beam of light shot from Yi Yun's wristband, scanning the blue-gold crystal. After a few minutes, Momo Yu's voice sounded in Yi Yun's mind. Dad, there are no suitable matching items recorded in the database. The former Yun Mo planet forces have never encountered anything like this, but analysis shows that this item has a powerful water origin, seeming to contain the most fundamental water source law. Momo Yu couldn't even analyze it. Yi Yun was a little surprised, and then even more delighted. Yun Mo planet's owner, Hu Yanbo, was an immortal expert who barely made it to the marquee rank. He was actually among the top tier of the human race. Having traveled the universe for many years, he was also considered well-informed. If even Yun Mo planet's database had no record of it, its origin must be extraordinary. Yi Yun pondered for a moment, his eyes fixed on the blue-gold crystal in his hand, and activated the Eye of Replication scan and duplication. However, just as the Eye of Replication was activated and scanned the blue-gold crystal for an instant, before the progress bar even appeared, Yi Yun instantly felt a sharp pain in his sea of consciousness, as if his head was forcibly torn open and then filled with molten iron. The pain was unbearable. Then, Yi Yun unconsciously closed his eyes, the golden light in his eyes instantly dimmed, and 2 lines of bloody tears streamed down from his eyes. Aga. Suffering such intense pain, Yi Yun couldn't help but let out a low groan, and his entire body half knelt on the ground. His sea of consciousness felt like a paste, and his thoughts were somewhat blocked and stagnant. Seeing Yi Yun half kneeling on the ground with a pained expression, Along and the clan chief were both surprisingly bewildered. Both of them had touched this blue-gold crystal and only gained benefits. They had never encountered such a situation. Along quickly stepped forward, helped Yi Yun, and gently sat him on the ground. Yi Yun didn't speak for a moment. At this time, the miniature planet in his sea of consciousness slowly rotated, and wisps of spiritual power emanated, alleviating the damage Yi Yun had sustained. After more than 10 minutes, Yi Yun finally opened his eyes, the divine thought in his eyes still somewhat dim. The pain in his sea of consciousness had eased slightly. Yi Yun had no intention of explaining anything and said softly to the old man, "Hurry and organize the human race. I will leave in half an hour." With that, Yi Yun put away the blue-gold crystal, sat cross-legged on the ground, and closed his eyes again. Along stood guard beside Yi Yun, while the old man quickly left the basement to arrange the people who would leave. Half an hour later, Yi Yun and Along arrived at a large plaza, where rows of teams were neatly arranged. The old man stood at the front of the teams, leaning on his staff. A pure black spaceship was docked above the plaza, and the 2,000-person team orderly entered the spaceship. Yi Yun's face showed no unusual expression at this time. He nodded slightly to the old man, then flew into the spaceship with Along, quickly disappearing from the old man's sight. The old man watched the departing spaceship, a relieved smile appearing on his aged face. Regardless of the future situation of Huya Star, With these 2,000 seeds existing, the Huya tribe would one day surely be able to escape their current predicament. To be able to see such a spark of hope appear at the end of his life, the old man was already immensely satisfied. Yi Yun's operation on Huya Star this time went straight to the target, and no unexpected incidents occurred, except for his own suicidal attempt at the end. The process was very smooth, so it didn't waste much time in total. When Yi Yun arrived at the steel fortress outside Huya Star in his spaceship, he learned that the slave traders had not yet reacted, and he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. After picking up Ahu, who was waiting, the spaceship once again went into full stealth and quietly left the May star system. The spaceship flew quietly in the dark universe. Yi Yun dismissed Along and Ahu, leaving himself a private space, and took out the blue-gold crystal from his storage space. Yi Yun's injuries from scanning the crystal earlier had not fully recovered, and he dared not be reckless again. After carefully savoring that feeling, Yi Yun also made a certain judgment. When I scanned the Black Dragon Mountain X-81 spaceship before, the mental burden on me was already quite significant. Based on today's situation, the rank or level of the item is too high, and I cannot complete the scan for now. If I force it, the only outcome will be a mental explosion. Before today, the highest rank of items Yi Yun had scanned and copied was only 3rd order, C rank, equivalent to universe rank. Although he felt some pressure, he was still able to successfully complete the scan and duplication. The sudden occurrence of such a situation today indicated that the rank of this blue-gold crystal must far exceed the limit of what can be used at universe rank, and it was something that the current Yi Yun could not bear. Gently pinching his brow, the surprise and unease in Yi Yun's heart gradually dissipated. Although there was no definite evidence to prove it, he felt that his guess was almost spot on. The Eye of Replication couldn't be heaven-defying enough to allow him to duplication the Star Tower right now, could it? So Yi Yun was not discouraged. He knew that his current strength was still too low. As his strength gradually increased, the upper limit of the Eye of Replication would also increase accordingly. And then he would naturally be able to complete the duplication of high-rank items, with no need to rush or worry. After understanding the key point, Yi Yun refocused his attention on the blue-gold crystal in his hand. Just holding it in his hand for a short while, he could feel that the effect of absorbing energy was enough to equal half a month of his efforts. Yi Yun had not relaxed his cultivation of genetic primal energy and spiritual power during his travels in the universe these days. He had now entered planetary level 2nd order in both. With the Baibasui he purchased on Q Long Star, Yi Yun was confident that he could advance to planetary level 9th order within 2 years. Brothers who like it can click on automatic subscription to support it. Many thanks. Chapter 62, A Heaven-Defying Opportunity. Yi Yun silently calculated the effect of this blue-gold crystal in his heart. If it passively aided cultivation, it would only take 3 months at most to allow his spiritual power and genetic energy to reach planetary level 9 without any hidden dangers. Coupled with the assistance of the Azure Wave Marrow, this time could be shortened, meaning Yi Yun would not need to worry about how to improve his genetic energy and spiritual power in a short period. He could focus his energy on comprehending the laws and improving his force amplitude. Rubbing the blue-gold crystal in his hand, without using the Eye of Replication to scan it, it only brought benefits to Yi Yun, no harm. Yi Yun felt its function and efficacy should be far more than just this simple. Momo Yu said it contained the water source law. Recalling the simple result detected by Momo Yu, Yi Yun suddenly remembered details from the original work. Luo Feng entered the Zhu Shen mystic realm of the Elder God cult and obtained a space heart, which was a material for refining a source supreme treasure. And it was a relatively advanced one among them, capable of connecting to the law of space C. Materials 1 level lower than the space heart were those that connected to the 8 lower laws: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, and light. Those 1 level higher were top-tier fusion-type materials, such as gold space and wood space, and there were even higher-level ones, rumored to include all fused laws. Silently staring at the blue gold crystal in his hand, Yi-Yun couldn't help but suspect. Could it be that this seemingly inconspicuous item was the legendary material that could be used to refine a source supreme treasure, belonging to the category that connects to the law of water? A source supreme treasure, that was a treasure controlled and contended for by universe overlords and even within the universe. Thinking of this, Yi-Yun couldn't help but feel a bit hot-handed. He was currently just a small planetary-level nobody. If someone discovered he possessed such a heaven-defying treasure, he would truly have no way to survive. After a while, Yi-Yun carefully put away the blue gold crystal. Regardless of whether this thing was the legendary heart of gentle water or not, Yi-Yun did not intend to display it in front of anyone. However, he also had no intention of giving it up. An opportunity had come into his hands, so why would he throw it away? Yi-Yun could only admonish himself in his heart that he must accelerate his strength improvement. With the existence of this blue gold crystal, he would not need to worry about cultivation resources before the universe genius battle. He could fully focus on law comprehension and the improvement of his force amplitude. If he could distinguish himself in the universe genius battle and join the Virtual Universe Corporation, becoming a core member, his future development would not be a big problem. If this thing is truly the heart of gentle water, then it has truly helped me greatly. Relying on its assistance, the progress speed of my water domain will undoubtedly skyrocket, and crossing the threshold of the law of water will not be a difficult matter. If that's the case, by the time of the genius battle, I might not be weaker than those abnormals. Sitting in the seat of the spaceship's control room, Yi-Yun was in a great mood. Although he was still a bit listless, this unexpected trip had yielded such an incredible return, making Yi-Yun unable to help but hum a song. A roasted chicken leg appeared in his hand, and he said in a low voice, "Momo Yu, where are we heading now?" Momo Yu appeared on the screen, her voice echoing in the control room. "Dad, after leaving the Ku-mei star system, I followed your instructions, and the spaceship entered the dark universe. Our current target is the Liuya star system. This star system is under the jurisdiction of the universe's primary civilization, the Realia Empire. Do you want to stop in the star system ahead?" Yi-Yun thought for a moment, then said, "This trip was originally to broaden my horizons in the universe." Before coming out, who could have imagined that such a heaven-defying treasure would exist in this remote slave star system? It can be said that this universe is full of miracles and opportunities. Let's make the Milky Way galaxy our endpoint and draw a winding travel route. I want to travel to various star systems and universe civilization empires to broaden my horizons besides cultivating. After such a long time, my state of mind also needs some tempering. Earth time, August 2057. Luo Feng, dressed in black, was meeting Hong alone in the reception room. "Luo Feng, your discovery and reporting of Fog Island this time is a significant achievement. Coupled with your participation in the excavation, you can receive 15% of all the gains this time." A moment later, under Hong's guidance, Luo Feng exchanged all the shares he had obtained, receiving the Black God suit, Dungeon Shuttle, and Spiritual Mentor Foundation, among other things. Just as he was about to leave, Hong suddenly asked softly, "Luo Feng, I heard you and Yi-Yun are classmates." Luo Feng chuckled, then nodded and replied, "Yes, Hallmaster, not just classmates. Yi-Yun is my best brother, but since I called him last December, I haven't had any contact. He said he was in seclusion. Hallmaster, do you know the specific situation?" At Luo Feng's current realm, he already understood Yi-Yun's position within the Dojo of Limits. An existence surpassing a god of war, besides Hong and the 3 personal guards and 5 inspector, Yi-Yun could completely rank among the top 10 in the Dojo of Limits. Having been unable to contact Yi-Yun for so long, Luo Feng was naturally a bit worried. He thought Hong had assigned Yi-Yun some dangerous mission. Today, since Hong brought up Yi-Yun, Luo Feng directly asked. Hong gently shook his head, and a rare trace of helplessness appeared on his usually calm face. "That kid just told me he was going into seclusion, and then he completely disappeared." Originally, for this life and death adventure on the Australian continent, and the conflict between you and Lai Yao. I was going to have him watch over it, but I still couldn't contact him. I'm increasingly unable to understand him now, and I don't know what he's doing at all." Hearing Hong mention Lai Yao, Luo Feng's heart was no longer troubled. After the Fog Island trip, he had already stepped into the realm of an invincible god of war. Lai Yao was no longer in his eyes. Moreover, even if Yi Yun could be contacted, he had no intention of seeking Yi Yun's help. Although with Yi Yun's realm, he could easily solve Lai Yao's troubles, Luo Feng preferred to squeeze his own potential under Lai Yao's pressure. He could achieve his current success, and it could be said that Lai Yao played a very significant role. Luo Feng chuckled and said, "Hall Master, Yun has his own ideas. I believe if the Martial Hall needs him for something, he will definitely appear to help. Yun is so talented, of course, he has a stronger upward heart. What he hopes for more is the improvement of his strength." Luo Feng also felt that since that time he fainted in class, Yi Yun had undergone immense changes. Not only did he display heaven-defying talent, but he also often had unexpected behaviors. However, no matter how Yi Yun changed, Luo Feng knew in his heart that Yi Yun would always be his good brother, and this would never change. Hong waved his hand, not wanting to bring up the troublesome matter of Yi Yun again. He said softly to Luo Feng, "Luo Feng, with your current strength, you no longer need to stay in the elite training camp. I'll give you two paths." After listening to Hong's introduction, Luo Feng decisively chose the position of Jiangnan Base City Inspector and left the Limit Martial Hall Headquarters base. Luo Feng looked in the direction of Jiangnan Base City and sighed in his heart, Yun, I've improved again. Don't leave me too far behind." At this moment, Yi Yun was in the cultivation cabin of the Black Dragon Mountain X-81 spaceship, sitting cross-legged on the ground. In front of him, the blue gold crystal, suspected to be the heart of gentle water, was suspended. His spiritual power perceived it, comprehending the mysteries of the law of water within it, and improving the realm of his water domain. During this time, Yi Yun had not left the Black Dragon Mountain starfield. Instead, he had been traveling through various star systems around the Milky Way galaxy. Along the way, he had witnessed wonders that he could not have possibly comprehended on Earth. He also encountered unique races from different star systems: the three-armed human race of the Duya star system, the one-eyed giant race of the Suku star system, the black-winged human race of the Tuhu star system, and so on. He witnessed various different customs and traditions. Through the experiences he gained on this journey, Yi Yun felt his spirit had been sublimated. He truly realized that simply cultivating behind closed doors would never make him a strong individual. Of course, the universe cannot be entirely peaceful. In some remote areas under the jurisdiction of universe civilization empires, Yi Yun also encountered many universe star bandits' attacks. However, Yi Yun had the Black Dragon Mountain X-81, a C-5 class spaceship, and the Silver Stream Guard at hand. These star system-level star bandits could not pose any fatal threat to him. Yi Yun did not rely entirely on these external objects. With Momo Yu's advanced reconnaissance information, he was in a preemptive position and could choose his battle strategy. Because of this, the number of star bandits personally killed by Yi Yun exceeded 100, including powerful astral rank existences. Relying on the powerful efficacy of the blue gold crystal, Yi Yun, during his journey of traveling, tempering, and cultivating, still only spent 2 months to successfully reach the planetary level 9. In the major breakthrough of the life gene level, he only took 1 month to successfully advance to the astral rank. After entering the astral rank, Yi Yun no longer used the blue gold crystal to assist in cultivating his genetic energy and spiritual power. Instead, he focused on comprehending the law of water contained within it. Yi Yun already had an extremely strong talent in the law of water, and with the help of the blue gold crystal, his water domain had already reached the 7th level, and it had been integrated into his spear techniques, vaguely showing the shadow of a unique supple water spear technique. Law comprehension is very important. Yi Yun always kept this in mind. He had such a heaven-defying opportunity as the blue gold crystal, giving him a unique advantage in comprehending the law of water. If he could cross the threshold of the law of water as early as possible, then the universe genius battle would not be a big problem. Chapter 63, Water Gun. In the original work, Luo Feng entered the threshold of the law of gold when his law of gold was at the 5th level. This was thanks to the golden-horned beast's powerful talent in the law of gold. Yi Yun's water domain was already at the 7th level, but he had not yet reached the threshold of entering the law of water. However, Yi Yun was not anxious at heart. He had only obtained this blue-gold crystal for a short time, and such progress was already very good. After all, the golden-horned beast only achieved this step when it reached the universe rank. There were still a few years until the universe genius battle, and Yi Yun was confident he could achieve this. Yi Yun opened his eyes, gently exhaled, put away the blue-gold crystal, and communicated with Momo Yu in his consciousness. Momo Yu, connect to the virtual universe. His consciousness entered the virtual universe, and Yi Yun, familiar with the route, arrived at the Slaughter Field Hall on Black Dragon Mountain Island. Against a background resembling a vast sea of blood, a conspicuous blood drop emerged, and the entire hall was enveloped in this crimson background. The hall was extremely vast, comparable to the size of a city, and after Yi Yun entered, he felt that the gathered crowd was sparse. This slaughter field is a unique feature within the virtual universe. In the slaughter space, one can freely choose opponents for simulated combat. It has a strong promoting effect on contemplating combat techniques, movement skills, and the cultivation and control of secret techniquests and weapons. Of course, with such powerful effects, the entry price for this virtual space slaughter field is also very high. Yi Yun, currently an Astral Rank 1 Psyker Master, needs 5 million Black Dragon coins or 3,500 Gan Wu coin per day. Furthermore, the higher the realm, the greater the cost, which is not affordable for ordinary people. However, even with the high entry cost, this slaughter field is still very popular. The higher a person's realm, the more they can appreciate the role of this slaughter field, and the gains they can obtain far exceed the money they pay. Walking to the end of the hall, he saw corridors and passages. Yi Yun randomly chose a passage and entered a private slaughter space. Momo Yu set the opponent. Astral Rank 1 Psyker Master, Water Domain 8th level, Supple Water Spear 2nd stage, perfectly mastered. Soon, a black-clad figure appeared before Yi Yun, their face obscured, suspended in midair. They carried a 2-meter-long blue spear on their back, almost identical to Yi Yun's current appearance, and looked at Yi Yun expressionlessly. Come on. Every time Yi Yun gained insights from his cultivation, he would come to this slaughter space and choose suitable opponents to verify his gains. Therefore, in the past few months, Yi Yun's actual combat skills had also greatly improved. The Supple Water Spear was the spiritual power weapon Yi Yun chose for himself, as it was the most suitable for him at the current stage. It was a top-grade 3rd-tier weapon, copied from the Myriad Treasures Pavilion on Q Long Star. It was divided into 3 stages of use. The first stage could generally be cultivated and mastered by planetary-level individuals, and it had 2 variations, Supple Water Fish and Cold Water Python. With Yi Yun's consciousness amplitude and will strength, he had completely mastered the first stage of the Supple Water Spear. He was now studying the second stage of the Supple Water Spear. According to Momo Yu, as a top-grade 3rd-tier spiritual power weapon and an ultimate offensive weapon, the Supple Water Spear was very difficult to master. Most Astral Rank Psyker Masters found it difficult to master the second stage, or even to get started with its cultivation. Yi Yun also encountered considerable difficulties during his cultivation. However, the simulated opponent function of the slaughter space allowed him to simulate an opponent who was slightly better than him at mastering the Supple Water Spear each time. Fighting against such an opponent allowed him to quickly absorb their experience in using and controlling the Supple Water Spear. It was precisely because of this that Yi Yun had already mastered 2 of the 3 variations of the Supple Water Spear's second stage. Yi Yun lightly shouted, and the supple water spear behind him instantly disintegrated into tiny blue needles. These blue needles then underwent a precise and complex arrangement, finally transforming into a lifelike blue swordfish. Under Yi Yun's control, it attacked the black-clad opponent. The blue swordfish moved through the air without making a sound, as if it were in the deep sea. It appeared to swim gently, but in an instant, it arrived in front of the black-clad figure. The black-clad figure made no movement. The identical blue spear behind him also transformed into an identical blue swordfish, precisely blocking the swordfish controlled by Yi Yun. The two swordfish in midair were like real living beings, fiercely battling each other, clashing dozens of times within a second. Each collision was a contest of spiritual power control for both Yi Yun and the black-clad figure. This blue swordfish was one of the variations of the first stage of the supple water spear, supple water fish. Countless tiny blue needles formed a complex fish shape, which was a huge test of spiritual power control. Most planetary-level Psyker masters found it difficult to even get started with this first variation. After clashing for nearly a minute, Yi Yun controlled the blue swordfish to retreat, his brow slightly furrowed. More spiritual power poured in, and the blue swordfish rapidly transformed, finally becoming a hollow, realistic 4-meter-long blue python. It moved in a Z-shape in midair, even appearing to flick its tongue. Its movements were even more elusive and silent, intertwining with the identical blue python controlled by the black-clad figure opposite him. The opponent mode Yi Yun chose this time was a verification and teaching type, meaning the black-clad figure would not actively attack him. It was equivalent to a target with resistance, who would fight Yi Yun with the same methods. The purpose was to allow the user to familiarize themselves with the abilities they had mastered. It was precisely because of the existence of such opponent teachers that Yi Yun had now reached a very proficient level in both variations of the first stage of the supple water spear. After the warm-up of the first stage, Yi Yun began to display the 3 variations of the supple water spear's second stage. When executing the second stage variations, Yi Yun finally felt pressure. The opponent he set was perfectly mastered in the supple water spear's second stage, far surpassing him in both proficiency and power, making the confrontation extremely difficult. The supple water spear variations controlled by Yi Yun were shattered into their original scattered needles again and again, then reassembled to continue the fight. After more than an hour, Yi Yun dismissed the virtual opponent and exited the virtual universe. Although the supple water spear is only a third-tier spiritual power weapon, its creator also created spiritual power weapons like the Cold Light 9-section spear. This is one of the 9 divine weapons of the spiritual master controller. The supple water spear can be considered the predecessor, or a weakened version, of the Cold Light 9-section spear, and has a certain effect on the law of water. This is also a major reason why Yi Yun chose the supple water spear as his current weapon. Although the supple water spear is only third tier, if the law of water is understood successfully, it can enhance the power and effect of attacks, and it can also lay a certain foundation for Yi Yun to cultivate the Cold Light 9-section spear later. However, Yi Yun also knew that the Cold Light 9-section spear was one of the 9 divine weapons of the spiritual master controller, created by its creator by fusion of the law of water and the law of space. Simply mastering the law of water was not enough to get started. One also needed sufficient comprehension of the law of space. Yi Yun now, let alone comprehending the law of space, didn't even have the opportunity to come into contact with it. Regarding contact with and comprehension of the law of space, Yi Yun already had a general plan. As long as it was arranged properly, it would not be a big problem. The Cold Light 9-section spear remained the primary weapon Yi Yun had decided to use before reaching the World Lord rank. After exiting the virtual universe, Momo Yu's voice slowly came through. "Dad, we are about to arrive at our destination for this trip, the Wulong Galaxy. The spaceship is beginning to decelerate." Once the spaceship decelerated to a stop, it instantly detached from the dark universe and returned to the original universe. Through the external scene simulation, Yun saw a dark green planet appearing ahead. Is this boss star? Momo Yu, prepare for stealth and enter the atmosphere directly. The spaceship entered boss star's interior without attracting any attention, passing through the atmosphere. Momo Yu immediately hacked into the planet's network system, and in just a short while, he had a clear understanding of the specific situation within Boss Star. Dad, the humans living on Boss Star call themselves Boss Star people. They have developed for over 200,000 years. The strongest among them are 3 astral rank martial artists. The total population is around 200 billion. Besides these 3 astral rank martial artists, most are apprentice level, with a small number reaching the planetary level. Yun nodded, asking somewhat curiously, being able to produce astral rank martial artists means the genetic talent of the Boss Star people is quite good. But after such a long time, why are there still only 3 astral rank martial artists? Momo Yu blew a bubble and replied, those 3 astral rank martial artists on Boss Star are actually the current rulers of this planet, the World Lords. They control all resources on Boss Star, monitor the development of their clan members across the entire Boss Star, and restrict their advancement. In fact, these ordinary clan members are also resources in their hands, population resources. Momo Yu's words were simple, but Yun immediately understood what Momo Yu meant. This Boss Star, seemingly peaceful, was in essence a slave planet. Those 3 astral rank martial artists, also from Boss Star, were merchants who sold these slaves. Judging by the current situation, they must have obtained a large amount of resources by selling their own clan members, which allowed them to cultivate to their current astral rank. Such a situation is also relatively common in the universe. These 3 world lords of Boss Star, for their own cultivation resources, sold their clan members, raising wave after wave of leaks. It is a very common method of accumulating wealth and resources. Chapter 64. The Dragon Slayer becomes a dragon moreover, because slave trading was almost a no-cost, high-profit business. They could quickly acquire immense wealth, and their cultivation progress naturally far outpaced that of ordinary clansmen, allowing them to maintain absolute suppression over them. Subscribe for more amazing novel audiobooks. Don't forget to like, comment, and share infinite novel audio. According to the information Momo Yu obtained, Boss Star has been in this mode for hundreds of thousands of years, with lords changing generation after generation, but the state of Boss Star has not changed in the slightest. It is worth mentioning that, although the successive lords of Boss Star gained considerable wealth through the slave trade, the value of planetary-level and apprentice-level slaves was limited. After so many years, Boss Star still has not produced a universe-rank expert. Yun scoffed at this situation. Although slave trading was lucrative, with resources still limited, losing the heart of a strong person to strive upwards was a more serious problem. The corruption of thought was far more terrifying than difficult development conditions. When each generation of Boss Star's lords grew old, they would choose a clansman they favored to become the new lord. These newly appointed lords were originally members of the oppressed and rebellious clansmen, but once they became lords, they immediately changed their mindset and extended their demonic claws towards their former companions. The Dragon Slayer ultimately became the evil dragon, truly a naked and eternal truth. If Boss Star truly wanted to develop and grow strong, it had to break away from this model. Otherwise, both the Lord and the clansmen beneath him would lose the will to strive and never become powerful. Yun couldn't help but think of Earth today. Although Earth's overall strength is far inferior to Boss Star's 3 lords could even easily annihilate the entire Earth. Earth possesses infinite potential and vitality. The reason for this is that Earth's current strongest experts, Hong and Thunder God, have not lost their goals despite their own power. Instead, they do their best to contribute to Earth's development, whether it's resisting monsters or cultivating outstanding younger generations for the human race. They have done their absolute best, and it is precisely because of Hong's efforts and help that Luo Feng in the original work had the opportunity to rise. Otherwise, if those below were constantly suppressed, no matter how strong Luo Feng's talent was, it would be difficult for him to achieve anything. Hong and Thunder God led by example, influencing generations of Earthlings, including Luo Feng. Everyone made efforts for Earth's development. They are truly remarkable individuals. Yun cast aside distracting thoughts and snorted coldly, Momo Yu, inform Alan and Ahu. We're going to meet the lords of Ba Star. Having locked onto the lord's location, Yun rode his spaceship and soon arrived at the highest peak of Ba Star. Ba Star's geographical environment is quite good, with similar areas of ocean and land. On this vast continent, most of the area is plains, very suitable for reproduction and survival. The highest mountain range is less than 1,000 meters in elevation. Next to Ba Star's highest peak stood a massive, pitch-black castle, almost half the height of the mountain, covering an equally vast area of at least 10 kilometers in radius, appearing much more magnificent than the adjacent peak. Yun hovered silently in front of the castle. Alan and Ahu silently followed behind Yun, gazing at the massive castle. This kind of simplistic castle can be custom-made by high-level civilizations, offering very convenient and quick mobility and assembly functions. However, depending on the materials used, the price varies greatly. This particular castle is entirely made of B-grade high-level alloy, so it's not the cheapest kind. They really know how to enjoy themselves, 3 people living in such a big castle. A powerful spiritual power instantly spread out, scanning the castle without concealment. Immediately, it discovered a large room within the castle containing an indoor pool. Inside the pool, over 20 Ba Star people were laughing and playing, 3 of whom were male and the rest female. Everyone was unclothed, immersed in a boundless world of extreme pleasure, unable to extricate themselves. Who? A man lying on the edge of the pool, enjoying comfortable service, suddenly opened his eyes, a cold light flashing within them. He felt an extremely aggressive spiritual power sweep over him, clearly reaching astral rank. He immediately sobered up and shouted, "Stop playing, something's wrong." As the man's genetic energy erupted, he surged out of the pool, flames rising from his body, instantly evaporating the water vapor. His force battle suit simultaneously enveloped his entire body, and he swiftly flew towards the castle exit. 2 other similarly dressed men followed his pace. In the room with the pool, only the bewildered Ba Star women remained for a moment. Yun could sense the trio's movements. He remained suspended in the space above the castle, arms crossed. Soon, he saw the 3 astral rank lords of Ba Star stop in midair opposite him. After a careful inspection, Yun noticed that Ba Star people were relatively short. These 3 were already among the taller ones in their race, but they were still less than 1.4 meters tall. Coupled with their explosive muscles, their proportions were very uncoordinated and completely did not conform to Yun's earthling aesthetic. The leading Ba Star Lord also scrutinized Yun and his 2 companions. After a moment, he spoke in broken universal common tongue, shouting loudly, "Where are you universe adventurers from? Don't you know that my Ba Star is under the protection of Lord Cam? If you know what's good for you, leave immediately, or the consequences are not something you can bear." Cam, Momo Yu's voice chimed in at the opportune moment. Daddy, according to their data, Cam is a territory lord rank expert and is considered the power behind the slave trade in these nearby star systems. Half of the profits from Ba Star's slave trading must be handed over to Lord Cam to gain his protection, ensuring they won't be easily destroyed by others. Yun nodded slightly. Slave trade is rampant in the universe, but it's not something just anyone can manage. Without the support of a powerful backer, it's easy for others to seize profits, or for passing experts to deal with them. Ba Star's own strength is so weak. It relies on Cam, a powerful territory lord, for support, which is why their slave business has developed stably for so many years without problems. Seeing Yun remain silent, the leading Ba Star person assumed Yun had conceded upon hearing Cam's name and immediately laughed. The three 1.3-meter-tall muscular midgets all laughed simultaneously, appearing both arrogant and quite ridiculous. Yi Yun shook his head slightly, a cold smile appearing on his lips, and he said in a low voice, "Alan, Ehu, you don't need to make a move." Yi Yun remained still. The supple water spear on his back was instantly drawn and launched towards the three astral-rank martial artists of Ba Star. The distance between them was already short, and under Yi Yun's control, the spear arrived in an instant, reaching the leader's front, aiming directly at his head. Yi Yun is currently only astral rank 1st order, while his three opponents, the leader, have reached astral rank 5th order, and the other two are both astral rank 4th order. Although the supple water spear controlled by Yi Yun was extremely fast, the three alert Ba Star people detected it the moment it was launched. The leader sneered, brandishing his long saber, blocking the incoming spear. He shouted in their special channel, "Let's attack together and take him down in the shortest possible time. As long as we capture him, his two companions won't be much of a threat." Alan and Ehu's astral rank 9th order strength had initially brought immense pressure upon the three Ba Star lords. It was precisely because of this that they had immediately brought up Lord Cam's background, aiming to avoid conflict with Yi Yun and his companions as much as possible. However, they hadn't expected Yi Yun to act directly without a word, disrupting their plan. They had been somewhat hesitant due to Alan and Ehu, but now that the situation had developed this way, their ferocity was ignited. They only wanted to quickly capture the overconfident Yi Yun, making Alan and Ehu hesitate. All three are martial artists. At this stage, when martial artists face a psyker master of the same rank, they must close the distance and engage in close combat. Otherwise, they will only face endless attacks without being able to retaliate. The environment is a huge advantage for psyker masters, and they all understood this point, so they all fully activated their movement techniques and attacked towards Yi Yun's position. Yi Yun also understood the trio's intentions and thoughts, but he did not move or change position, remaining suspended with his arms crossed. With increased output of spiritual power, the supple water spear that had flown out immediately transformed. Countless fine needles detached from the supple water spear. Under Yi Yun's precise control, they instantly combined into three small blue supple water fish. The three supple water fish, as if traversing space, simultaneously appeared before the three great lords. These three fine fish, unlike the supple water fish of the supple water spear's first stage, were even more slender in form, excelling in both penetrating power and speed. They were a variant move of the supple water spear's second stage, named fine spirit fish. In terms of both control, precision, and power, they were incomparable to the first stage. The second stage move of the supple water spear immediately displayed its power. All three great lords were entangled by a fine spirit fish, and despite using all their abilities, they could not break free from its entanglement. Moreover, they had to devote all their attention to dealing with the fine spirit fish. If they were to be distracted, they had no doubt that the fine spirit fish's sharp head could easily pierce through their skulls. However, after a few minutes, while resisting the entanglement of the fine spirit fish, the trio slowly approached Yi Yun's position. Just as they felt hope, a powerful pressure suddenly enveloped their entire bodies, as if they had entered an extremely deep sea, with pressure concentrating from all directions like seawater. Every movement required greater effort, and their actions became less fluid. At this moment, all three noticed the smile still lingering on Yi Yun's lips. However, this smile was now even colder, tinged with a hint of mockery, instantly sending their moods plummeting to rock bottom. Chapter 65. Decisive battle in space. Then, the three felt the pressure surrounding them instantly increase, and their movements were suspended in midair. Although it was only for a brief moment, they could only watch as the delicate spirit fish beside them gently pierced into their heads. The intense pain appeared and then disappeared, leaving only shock and fear in their eyes as their life force completely vanished, and their bodies fell from midair, crashing heavily onto the ground. Sevenfold domain enhancement, dealing with astral rank martial artists who don't possess a domain truly allows for complete suppression under normal circumstances, let alone astral rank powerhouses. Even at the universe rank stage, very few people are able to possess a domain. Those who can achieve this are one in a million geniuses. A domain can be considered an initial stage of a particular law. Generally, one needs to reach the World Lord level to slowly begin comprehending a domain, and then after becoming a World Lord, they further comprehend laws. This is the normal progression. Currently, Yi Yun is comparing himself to those prodigies who have stepped into the threshold of laws, which makes him feel that he still has many shortcomings. However, against the vast majority of astral rank martial artists, he feels no pressure at all. Having easily annihilated these 3 astral rank boss star lords, Yi Yun felt no ripple in his heart. His supple water spear swiftly returned to his back, and he stretched, saying softly, "Along, Ahu, let's go." Yi Yun had no interest in the subsequent development of Boss Star. The news of these 3 being killed by him would surely spread quickly throughout Boss Star. Without the suppression of the 3 great astral rank military forces, whether Boss Star would slowly move towards prosperity or maintain its current situation in the future, everything would depend on the Boss Star people themselves. Yi Yun's past few months of universe travel had been incredibly fulfilling, but he was somewhat regretful that, apart from the 2 universe rank slaves within Along's clan, he hadn't encountered any other universe rank powerhouses, leaving his little ambition temporarily without room for expression. However, Yi Yun had long anticipated this situation. Universe rank individuals could already be considered quite powerful existences in the universe. If he only operated in star systems near the Milky Way galaxy, the chances of encountering them were indeed very small. After these months of diligent cultivation, I wonder how far I can go in the decisive battle space. Returning to his spaceship, Yi Yun once again entered the virtual universe and arrived at the Slaughter Field Hall on Black Dragon Mountain Island. The hall still appeared sparsely populated, and Yi Yun walked directly to the counter. This time, Yi Yun did not choose to enter the slaughter space, but instead opted for another function of the slaughter field, the decisive battle space. Compared to the high fees in the slaughter space, under the same rank, the decisive battle space only charged 1/10 of the slaughter space's fee. The slaughter space simulated virtual opponents for users to train themselves, while the decisive battle space matched users with real opponents. Under the same rank, it could test the most direct combat power. As soon as Yi Yun entered the decisive battle space, his information was still the initial astral rank first stage, no star rank. Only through successive battles could he raise his star rank. Yi Yun locked onto an idle opponent in the list, an astral rank first stage, 1-star rank. After challenging 3 times, he was finally accepted. The opponent's code name was Shadow Stab, with a record of 16 wins and 8 losses. The moment the battle was confirmed, Yi Yun was teleported to a vast grassland. In the center of the grassland, there was a pure black metal arena, about 10 kilometers long and wide. Yi Yun entered the arena, and a gray-clothed man appeared not far opposite him, his face covered by a thick mask. Before the battle began, the man's low, hoarse voice was heard. "Cloud Immortal. An overconfident newcomer, you're still so persistent after I refused you twice. I'll let you experience the fear of the shadow of death." As soon as Shadow Stab finished speaking, his entire being vanished from Yi Yun's sight. This was his special ability of the Law of Light, distorting light to achieve an alternative form of invisibility, which was also the origin of his moniker, Shadow Stab. Yi Yun's lips curved into a smile, and the supple water spear appeared in his hand. He simply thrust it gently straight forward, breaking through all illusions. Shadow Stab's figure emerged, the supple water spear embedded in his chest, and bright red blood gushed out. Shadow Stab's eyes still held a look of disbelief, slowly dimming. First battle, easy victory, these days. Although Yi Yun had focused his main energy on the cultivation of a spiritual master controller, he had not completely neglected his martial artist training. His body's explosive power had also been steadily advancing. Having learned the martial artist's secret techniquest collected by the Yun Mo planet lineage, it could be said that purely by his martial artist strength, Yi Yun could be considered a strong contender among astral rank individuals, though not as strong as his spiritual master controller direction. The first opponent, Shadow Stab, had special abilities related to light, which happened to play directly into Yi Yun's strengths. Although Yi Yun's light domain had not yet been successfully mastered, his comprehension and attainment in it far surpassed Shadow Stab's. Without needing to display his water domain or spiritual power for detection, he easily saw through Shadow Stab's disguise, and a swift and fierce precise thrust directly determined Shadow Stab's fate. This battle presented no challenge, and Yi Yun continued to challenge the 1-star rank opponents in the list. After 3 battles, Yi Yun successfully upgraded to 1-star rank. After 30 battles, Yi Yun's rating was refreshed to 2-star rank. Throughout these battles, Yi Yun never used his domain or spiritual power. The supple water spear was used as a general 3rd-tier original force weapon. Relying on his martial artist strength, Yi Yun still felt very relaxed. After 100 consecutive victories, his rating reached 3-star rank. Upon reaching 3-star rank, Yi Yun's impressive record of no losses attracted the attention of high-star rank powerhouses. And seeing from his information that Yi Yun was a newcomer to the decisive battle space, they all immediately became interested and sent out challenge requests. In the 156th battle, Yi Yun's opponent was named Ghost Blade, with a record of 678 wins and 186 losses, and an astral rank first stage 6-star rank rating. At this moment, Ghost Blade was slumped on the ground, Yi Yun's long spear impaled in his abdomen. Ghost Blade, with remaining vitality, said in a weak voice, "Astral rank first stage, yet able to possess a domain. As expected, I cannot defeat him." Ghost Blade's strength was indeed worthy of his 6-star rank rating. Wielding a ghost-headed broadsword, he put some pressure on Yi Yun and fought him to a stalemate. At the last moment, Yi Yun gave Ghost Blade enough respect by unleashing a 1-fold water domain, killing Ghost Blade with a single spear thrust. After defeating Ghost Blade, Yi Yun's rating also reached 4-star rank, and a description of him possessing a water domain was added, leading to even more subsequent challengers. Yi Yun fought frantically for 300 battles, encountering increasingly stronger opponents. However, he still hadn't encountered an opponent worth using his spiritual power against. After 300 consecutive victories, plus the high-star rank opponents he defeated later, Yi Yun's star rank quickly rose to 7-star. Yi Yun's consciousness slowly withdrew from the virtual space. The continuous battles still left him mentally fatigued. After these 300 frenzied battles, Yi Yun had a rough understanding of his own strength level. In the decisive battle space on Black Dragon Mountain Island in the virtual universe, he encountered opponents from the Black Dragon Mountain starfield. Yi Yun estimated that, without being arrogant, sweeping through all the astral rank geniuses in the entire Black Dragon Mountain starfield should be no problem at all. However, if compared to the geniuses of the entire Ganwu universe country, there would be a significant difference. Even if he displayed his full strength, without having stepped into the threshold of laws, he wouldn't even rank among the top 1,000 astral rank geniuses in the Ganwu universe country. For the next month, Yi Yun remained on the spaceship. Aside from necessary comprehension and cultivation, all his other time was dedicated to the decisive battle space. However, after his star rank increased, the available opponents to challenge became fewer and fewer. Yi Yun had fought frantically for 300 battles the first time, but now, a month later, Yi Yun's total battle count was still less than 1,000, yet the intensity of each battle was extremely high, and Yi Yun felt increasing pressure. Nameless, 560 wins, 0 losses. Yi Yun waited for a long time, and no one accepted his challenge, when suddenly he received a challenge request from Nameless. After checking Nameless's information, a smile appeared on Yi Yun's lips, and he clicked confirm. Within the familiar decisive battle space, Yi Yun and a white-clothed woman appeared simultaneously. They looked at each other in silence and immediately began the battle. The woman also used a long spear, though this spear was considerably longer than the supple water spear in Yi Yun's hand. Although she was a woman, her spear technique was exceptionally fierce and powerful, wide and sweeping, constantly attacking head-on with an aura that seemed to shatter everything. Yi Yun maintained caution from the very beginning of the battle, showing no signs of underestimation. His twofold water domain unfolded, and the entire area felt as if it had entered the depths of the ocean. Yi Yun was enhanced within it, with all aspects boosted to their peak due to the domain's enhancement. In contrast, the woman, enveloped by the layers of the water domain, instantly slowed down her movements, and her fierce spear technique could not be fully unleashed for a moment. Instead, she was suppressed by Yi Yun's spear technique, which was gentle yet firm. Just then, Yi Yun seemed to hear the whistling of the wind, and his control over his surroundings instantly weakened by a notch. Around the woman, swirling winds could be seen, allowing her to completely break free from the entanglement of the water domain, and wisps of strong wind swept outwards, threatening to engulf Yi Yun's entire body. Under the enhancement of the wind domain, the woman's speed surged, and in an instant, she arrived beside Yi Yun, her long spear thrusting directly towards Yi Yun's heart. This thrust not only possessed immense power, but Yi Yun also felt the wind domain fused onto the spear shaft, and he could vaguely feel a tearing pain on his face. The woman finally unleashed her full power with a threefold wind domain enhancement, and in just one move, it was as if Yi Yun had fallen into a death trap. Chapter 66. Ming Yu, feeling his situation, Yi Yun instead laughed. In the past month, he had encountered nearly 1,000 opponents, and their combat skills were much stronger than his. However, after he used his water domain, none of them could last more than 3 moves before being killed by him. Now, facing this white-clothed woman, he finally felt a hint of threat. Yi Yun instantly increased the intensity of his water domain, dispelling the suppression of the woman's wind domain. With a sweep of his supple water spear, he parried the woman's long spear. The supple water spear also incorporated the water domain, compensating for Yi Yun's shortcomings in spear techniques, and he once again became entangled with the woman. Yi Yun knew that his cultivation time was too short. In terms of spear mastery, he could not compare to those astral-rank geniuses who had cultivated for decades or even centuries. Even Hong and Thunder God had diligently researched and honed their respective spear and saber techniques for decades to reach their current levels. Therefore, when Yi Yun did not use spiritual power, he focused on displaying his water domain, supplemented by variations in his spear techniques. With the water domain's self-amplification and suppression of enemies, the flaws in his spear techniques were infinitely overlooked. But once he encountered a genius like the white-clothed woman, who had also comprehended a domain, his flaws would be magnified, and his weaknesses would increase, making it naturally not as easy to defend. The two exchanged several more blows. The woman, stepping on a gust of wind, stopped her attack and lightly retreated to the side. She finally spoke, her voice cold and devoid of emotion, so it's not a double water domain, but a triple one. To reach this level, your talent and comprehension ability are top-notch. How can your spear mastery be so poor? Yi Yun was looked down upon by the woman, but he felt no shame in his heart. He smiled and said softly, "Do you think victory is within your grasp?" As soon as he finished speaking, the water domain surrounding Yi Yun instantly surged in power. Yi Yun simultaneously carried the powerful force of the water domain and attacked the woman. The woman was about to use the speed of her wind domain to escape, but found that this time she encountered even greater resistance and was unable to break free for a moment. She watched helplessly as Yi Yun's supple water spear slowly enlarged in her eyes and pierced into her head. "I will challenge you again." In the desolate space, the woman's final words echoed, his consciousness exited the battle space, and Yi Yun savored the battle he had just had. This white-clothed woman who suddenly appeared should at least be a third-level elite of the Virtual Universe Corporation, and most likely even higher, a second-level elite. If I fully display my 7th level water domain now, I wonder if I can meet their special elite standard. During this past month, Yun had spent every day in the virtual universe's battle space. Besides improving his combat experience, there was an even more important goal: to attract the attention of powerful forces, primarily the Virtual Universe Corporation and the Ganwu Universe country. Yun hoped to come into contact with more high-rank powerhouses in a short period. His travels during this time had made Yun realize that the powerhouses in the universe were not at a level he could encounter currently, so he could only think of other ways. While Yun was pondering, in a room on the 2nd floor of the slaughter field, the white-clothed woman who had just challenged Yun was respectfully standing beside an exceptionally burly man, answering his questions. Interesting. You mean he displayed a much stronger water domain than before at the last moment, and that's how he defeated you? The white-clothed woman nodded, feeling a little down, and said softly, "Sir, his spear techniques are really weak. If he hadn't mastered a domain beyond my rank, I would never have lost to him. Give me another chance, sir. I will defeat him." The burly man waved his hand and shook his head, saying, "All right, if you don't make progress in your domain, you will never be able to defeat him, and he might even instantly kill you if he goes all out. It's good to have this unyielding spirit, but you must recognize reality and understand that improving your own strength is the most important thing. The points for this mission will be issued to you. You may leave." When the woman heard the burly man's words, no matter how unwilling she was, she couldn't argue because this burly man was a territory lord rank powerhouse. Both his experience and vision were countless levels higher than hers. Since the burly man had already made his conclusion, she no longer lingered, silently bowed, and exited the room. Before, I thought he only met the standard of a 2nd level elite, but I didn't expect him to give me such a big surprise. I just don't know what rank his domain has reached. I'm really getting more and more interested in him. Yun left the battle space and returned to the slaughter field. As soon as he walked into the hall, he was led by a slaughter field staff member to a room on the 2nd floor where he met the burly man. "You are Yun Zion, right? I have been observing you for a month. How did you feel about the battle just now?" The burly man's voice was full of vigor, but it didn't put any pressure on Yun. Yun had already guessed the man's identity. Hearing the man mention the previous battle, he feigned a puzzled expression and asked, "Sir, you have been observing me for a month, and you mentioned the battle just now. Was that arranged by you?" The burly man nodded slightly. "Yes, let me introduce myself. My name is Ming Yu. I am an external deacon of the Virtual Universe Corporation's Black Dragon Mountain branch. The person you just fought was arranged by me. You have passed my assessment and met the standard of a 1st-level elite of our Black Dragon Mountain branch. I'm looking for you today for only one purpose. Are you willing to join my Virtual Universe Corporation and become a member of my Black Dragon Mountain branch?" Yun was not surprised by Ming Yu's words. The branches of the Virtual Universe Corporation are spread throughout the human universe, constantly selecting and absorbing numerous elite geniuses to enrich the foundation of the Virtual Universe Corporation. Ming Yu was just one of thousands of deacons, but such a deacon had reached the Territory Lord rank, which was enough to show the power of the Virtual Universe Corporation. After Ming Yu's brief introduction, Yun agreed without hesitation to join the external branch of the Virtual Universe Corporation's Black Dragon Mountain branch, becoming Ming Yu's nominal subordinate. The military department of the Virtual Universe Corporation is divided into internal and external. The internal part is the true core of the Virtual Universe Corporation, enjoying more benefits and rights, but it comes with stricter restrictions. Whether it is cultivation, training, or actions, there are certain limitations. Subscribe for more amazing novel audiobooks. Don't forget to like, comment, and share infinite novel audio. The external part, however, has fewer restrictions. Although the treatment is far inferior to the internal, it has greater freedom, even allowing members to join other organizations. It can be said that many people choose this path, including Ming Yu, who is not only an external deacon, but also a member of the Three Axes Mountain. Currently, Yi Yun is merely registered with the Black Dragon Mountain branch of the Virtual Universe Corporation, sharing some unique resources of the Virtual Universe Corporation, such as bloodline evolution agents, and also gaining access to some internal information of the Virtual Universe Corporation. These advantages are not available to other forces in the outside world. After Yi Yun confirmed his joining the external branch, Ming Yu stood up, patted Yi Yun's shoulder, and said with a hint of advice, "Yi Yun, this slaughter field is a good place, but it can only serve as a place to hone combat skills and improve cultivation experience. Constantly immersing yourself here won't help you much in terms of improvement. For a powerhouse to become strong, the most important thing is the tempering between life and death. The slaughter field doesn't have that ability. You've been in the battle space for a month. Occasionally, it's fine, but for a long time, you're wasting your talent. I think your prospects are good, don't go astray," Yi Yun nodded. He understood the principles Ming Yu spoke of. There is great terror and immense energy between life and death. Under the stimulation of life and death, every cell in the body, and even the soul, is in a peak state of evolution, which is of great help to the improvement of strength. Thank you for your guidance, Sir Ming Yu, I understand. After meeting Ming Yu, Yi Yun did not immediately leave the battle space, but continued to stay there for a few more days. However, what disappointed him was that no other forces came to him, and the expected forces from the Ganwu Universe country didn't even show a shadow. That's right, I only have a certain reputation and fame on this Black Dragon Mountain Island now, but the Black Dragon Mountain Empire doesn't rank high in the entire Ganwu Universe country. To truly enter their sight, I still need to go to the Ganwu continent in the virtual universe. In the virtual universe, one can spend a certain amount of money to teleport. This is also the most crucial step in being able to meet across vast distances. When Yi Yun enters the virtual universe now, he will appear on Black Dragon Mountain Island. He only needs to spend a little money to go to the Ganwu continent. After understanding the key, Yi Yun no longer hesitated and withdrew his consciousness from the virtual universe. Just as Ming Yu said, the battles in the slaughter field's battle space over the past month did help Yi Yun improve some practical combat experience and skills, but other aspects of improvement were not significant. In fact, if too many of these bullying battles were fought, it would even hinder the progress of his strength. Yi Yun already had a plan for what to do next. He was very clear about his current strength. Within the Ganwu Universe country, he certainly couldn't rank in the top 1,000, and perhaps even the top 10,000 would be difficult. Therefore, he was not in a hurry to go to the Ganwu continent in the virtual universe for the time being. He continued his travels among the various galaxies, honing himself in actual combat while improving his comprehension of the law of water. If he could cross the threshold of the law of water, then Yi Yun believed that this alone would be enough to catch the eye of the Ganwu Universe country, and it should not be a problem to be absorbed into the Ganwu secret realm afterward. Chapter 67, Home. 3 months passed in a flash, and the pure black spaceship quietly sailed through the dark universe. In the control room of the spaceship, Yi Yun, Along, and Ahu sat cross-legged facing each other. A blue-gold crystal floated between the three of them, and all three were quietly comprehending the law of water power emanating from the crystal. After a while, Yi Yun slowly opened his eyes, and the water domain naturally spread out. The 9th layer of water domain contained extremely powerful might. After 3 months of diligent comprehension, Yi Yun had finally comprehended the water domain to the 9th layer. Just as Yi Yun was about to retract his water domain, he suddenly had a different feeling. The world before his eyes seemed to change. It was a trace of gentle water power filling the universe, making him feel incredibly comfortable, just like an infant falling into its mother's warm embrace. Yi Yun couldn't help but immerse himself in this feeling, and the water domain around him also trembled continuously. At this very moment, he finally experienced a trace of the concept of the law of water, officially stepping into the threshold of the law of water. After truly stepping into this stage, the world in Yi Yun's eyes was completely different from before. The energy of water elements occupied most of it, making his comprehension of the law of water even deeper. Relatively speaking, the other major laws seemed to be suppressed. Although it wasn't impossible to comprehend them, there were some obstacles. Indeed, it is said that after comprehending a lower law and advancing to undying, the comprehension of other lower laws will become incredibly blurry. Now I am only at the astral rank, and I already have such a premonition. It is indeed not an empty boast. According to Yi Yun's understanding, the reason such a situation occurs is most likely due to the rules of the universe, hoping that, before reaching undying, every life form can focus on one path. Therefore, after stepping into the threshold of one law, that path will be strengthened, relatively limiting the development of other paths. Only by focusing on one path will there be a greater possibility of breakthrough into the undying realm. However, Yi Yun only felt a small hindrance, with no significant impact. He believed that before reaching undying, by spending a bit more time, and with his excellent talent for comprehending various laws, he could still achieve his goal, to be acknowledged by the 8 lower laws in the World Lord rank, just a hair's breadth away from comprehending them all. Yi Yun calmed his newly breakthrough emotions, retracted his water domain, and his entire aura immediately changed. He seemed like the center of the world, absorbing the surrounding light, and extreme brilliance and darkness, 2 completely different feelings, appeared on Yi Yun alone. It had been some time since he gained Hong's talent for the law of light, and with Hong's own experience in comprehending the domain of light, Yi Yun had only recently managed to master the first layer of the domain of light. His progress was a world apart compared to his comprehension of the law of water. But even so, being able to have a first layer of the domain of light at the astral rank already surpassed the vast majority of astral rank powerhouses. As Yi Yun's thoughts raced, strong energy fluctuations suddenly erupted from a Long and a Hu across from him. Yi Yun immediately understood, and the spaceship immediately decelerated. After returning to the original universe, the hatch was quickly opened, and a Long and a Hu were thrown into the universe space. A Long and a Hu both had their eyes tightly closed, and their entire bodies were undergoing a transformation. Unlike Yi Yun's law comprehension fluctuations, a Long and a Hu were undergoing a leap in life level, a genetic evolution and breakthrough. A Long and a Hu were already peak astral rank existences, and now such a change meant that they were both advancing towards the universe rank. Inside the spaceship, Yi Yun looked at the scene in outer space and, very satisfied, put away the blue gold crystal. He specifically had a Long and a Hu comprehend the law of water together, using the blue gold crystal to cultivate. After 3 months, a Long and a Hu had finally accumulated enough and taken that step of breakthrough. Although there is only one step between universe rank 1st order and stellar rank 9th order, they are completely different levels. Universe rank powerhouses can already do quite well in the universe. After all, generally speaking, a galaxy only produces one universe rank powerhouse, which means they have escaped the bottom and entered the middle and upper levels. The talent of the Huya tribe was perfectly compatible with the function of the blue gold crystal, and Yi Yun had obtained this treasure from within the Huya tribe. Therefore, Yi Yun had no hesitation in nurturing a Long and a Hu, and he would continue to help a Long and a Hu cultivate in the future. Of course, Yi Yun was not a great Samaritan. The people he nurtured must be wholeheartedly loyal to him. So, in addition to the biological chips already in their minds, Yi Yun also planned to later cast the slave soul seal to further control them. This way, even if a Long and a Hu grew greatly in strength one day and broke through to Territory Lord rank and above, they would only be a help to Yi Yun, not a source of trouble or hidden danger. After a moment, the powerful fluctuations emanating from a Long and a Hu gradually subsided. Both of them opened their eyes simultaneously, with blue light surging in their eyes, full of aura. After a Long and a Hu returned to the spaceship, Yi Yun immediately saw the strong water element fluctuations surrounding them and instantly understood that, after entering the universe rank, a Long and a Hu already had the prototype of a domain. After a period of comprehension and exploration, they would officially have their own water domain. Yi Yun understood that to achieve this, in addition to the magic of the blue gold crystal, the inherent talent of the Huya tribe was also indispensable. In the past, the Huya tribe had basically been able to continuously produce universe-rank powerhouses. If it weren't for their enslavement, it's possible that territory lord-rank powerhouses would have already been born. Yi Yun was not surprised at all by Along and Ahu's performance today. Gently patting Along and Ahu on the shoulders, Yi Yun praised, "Not bad, you haven't let down my cultivation of you." "How have you been cultivating the secret techniques I gave you earlier?" Along said softly. "The secret techniques Master gave me, and Along is indeed something we have never encountered before. When we first started cultivating, there were still many things we didn't understand, for example." Yi Yun nodded. He had Momo Yu give the Yun Mo planet's secret techniques to Along and Ahu to cultivate, in order to enhance Along and Ahu's foundation and strength. "If you don't understand anything, you can directly ask Momo Yu. Don't have too many reservations." After arranging for Momo Yu to guide Along and Ahu's cultivation, Yi Yun's mind was filled with thoughts of Earth. "It's been almost a year since I came out this time. I wonder how Earth is now." Memories are like a valve. Once opened, a torrent of homesickness rushes in, completely uncontrollable. Yi Yun took a deep breath and said loudly, "Momo Yu, change direction. The previous route plan is cancelled. Destination, Milky Way Galaxy, Earth. We're going home. Earth time, March 14, 2058. After more than 2 months of dark universe travel, the Black Dragon Mountain X-81 spaceship had arrived near Earth's corresponding dark universe coordinates. Under Momo Yu's control, it seemingly aimlessly took a complex route for 5 minutes. The spaceship passed through Universe Shuttle and entered the solar system. In front of the spaceship was that beautiful blue planet. Earth's dark universe coordinates were concealed by Hu Yanbo using a space secret techniques back then. If one's attainments in the law of space did not surpass Hu Yanbo's, it would be impossible to directly arrive via dark universe shuttle. One could only first pass through a wormhole and then slowly travel towards Earth, which would take an extremely long time. Finally, home. After the spaceship passed through the atmosphere, it hovered above the Pacific Ocean. Yi Yun said to Ahu, "Ahu, you take your tribesmen and find an uninhabited small island to temporarily settle them there. Along, you come with me." Originally, Yi Yun had planned to find a suitable life planet during the universe voyage for these 2,000 Huya tribe members to live and develop. However, he later thought that if he did that, he wouldn't be able to check their development status at any time, which wouldn't align with his promise at the time. So he brought them all the way, intending to temporarily settle them on Earth. Ahu nodded. He was only grateful for Yi Yun's arrangement, without the slightest objection. Yi Yun then took Along and flew all the way towards the Jiangnan base city in China. Along the way, Yi Yun instructed Momo Yu to connect to Earth's network to understand the current situation on Earth, while smiling at Along beside him and saying, "Along, honestly, your 2,000 tribesmen can easily sweep across the entire Earth." Although most of these 2,000 Huya tribe members were not old, they had all reached the planetary level. On Earth, they were all undisputed council-level powerhouses, surpassing the god of war. The current number of council-level powerhouses on Earth did not exceed 100. Even if Hong and Thunder God were strong fighters, under the continuous suppression of sheer numbers, they would have no ability to resist. After a while, Momo Yu finished checking the information, and his naive voice came, "Dad, Earth hasn't changed much in the past year. I've filtered it, and there's probably only one thing you'd be more concerned about. Yuo Feng entered Site 9 and hasn't come out for over 5 months. The Dojo of Limits system has already determined that Luo Feng is suspected dead, but it hasn't been finally confirmed, nor has the news been broadcast externally." Upon hearing this news, Yi Yun's mindset didn't change at all. Luo Feng's current trajectory was still consistent with the original work. He was currently undergoing the death mission test in Site 9 and would need nearly a year to come out. There would be no danger. Yi Yun nodded and said, "Momo Yu, search for news of Gu Yi and Wai Wen." Gu Yi, a newly promoted council-level powerhouse of the Dojo of Limits, is currently the 6th inspector of the Dojo of Limits, with planetary-level first-order strength. He is currently at the Limit Marshal Hall headquarters base. Wai Wen, an intermediate warlord of the Dojo of Limits, belongs to the Nail Head Squad of the Dojo of Limits. He is currently in the Bright Moon community in Yangzhou City. Outside a quiet villa near the interior of the Bright Moon community in Yangzhou City, Yi Yun gently rang the doorbell. "Who is it?" The door slowly opened, and a familiar face appeared before Yi Yun, but there was a significant difference from Wai Wen in Yi Yun's memory. He had grown a beard, and there was a faint scar on his face, making him much more mature and steady. However, the smile on Yi Yun's face quickly froze, turning into a furious rage in an instant. He angrily said, "A Wen, who did it?" At this moment, although Wai Wen was wearing long sleeves, the sleeve on his right arm was empty, adding a sense of desolation to Wai Wen. Wai Wen hadn't seen who it was clearly yet, but upon hearing Yi Yun's voice, he said in surprise, "Ah Yun, you're back. You're finally back." The surprise was only momentary. After Wai Wen welcomed Yi Yun into the villa, endless sorrow appeared on his face and tears streamed down uncontrollably. "Ah Yun, it's good that you're back safely. It's just Luo Feng he. The Dojo of Limits had informed Luo Feng's family of the situation 3 months after Luo Feng entered Site 9. Wai Wen naturally also received the news of Luo Feng's death. Yi Yun patted Wai Wen's shoulder, waved his hand, and a drop of spirit dew dispersed, turning into mist that filled the hall, soothing Wai Wen's uneasy mind. A bottle of water of life appeared in his right hand, which he handed to Wai Wen, saying softly, "A Wen, don't worry, Luo Feng is fine. You should first tell me what happened to your arm. If it was maliciously injured by someone, I will make them face the consequences." Wai Wen's mood had also calmed down at this point. He savored Yi Yun's words just now and said in astonishment, "Ah Yun, Luo Feng is fine." Yi Yun nodded and briefly explained, without going into too much detail. Despite his surprise at Yi Yun's news, Wai Wen chose to believe it and finally spoke. It was in the wilderness area. Our squad was tracking a heavily wounded advanced beast general. Just as we were about to succeed, we suddenly encountered an attack from 3 other advanced beast generals. Caught off guard, our squad suffered heavy losses. Out of a 5-person team, only my captain and I successfully survived. However, the captain lost both his legs, and my right hand was left forever in the wilderness area. When talking about that experience in the wilderness area, Wai Wen still looked as if he had lingering fears, clearly leaving a significant trauma, and he clearly didn't want to recall the scene from back then. Listening to Wai Wen's description, Yi Yun frowned. This sounded like an accidental encounter while hunting monsters, which was perfectly normal and showed no signs of anything amiss. Momo Yu, retrieve the satellite surveillance records and see if there was anything unusual around when Wai Wen had his accident. After a while, Yi Yun continued to ask, "Your squad went to town 095, which has a lower danger level, right? In this town, advanced beast generals are already relatively top-tier monsters, and they are usually extremely sparsely distributed. You wouldn't carelessly intrude into the territory of other advanced beast generals. It's already rare to accidentally encounter other advanced beast generals, and you encountered 3 at once. A Wen, don't you think that's abnormal?" Wai Wen gave a bitter laugh, his voice somewhat choked. "Ah Yun, I knew I couldn't hide it from you. Our squad dared to attack that advanced beast general after a very detailed investigation. We also did thorough research on which advanced beast generals were nearby. How could we put ourselves in such a dangerous situation just to chase an advanced beast general? To be honest, we also had information on those 3 advanced beast generals that attacked us. Their original activity areas and territories were not at all the area we were pursuing. The moment we saw those 3 beasts appear, we unanimously believed that such a situation must have been guided by someone with intentions." Yi Yun looked at Wai Wen's analytical demeanor and felt that his childhood best friend had truly become a qualified martial artist. While feeling emotional, he asked with a sneer, "A Wen, you must have a suspect, right?" Wai Wen looked at Yi Yun's face, and the pent-up frustration, sadness, and sorrow accumulated over the past month instantly erupted. The Thunder Marshal hauls Kang Hui's squad. After my captain and I struggled to escape back, we saw the Thunder Marshal hauls Kang Hui's squad following us closely. I even saw a faint look of regret on their faces. Before this hunt, they had been lingering near our squad. I thought it was strange then, but combining it with this incident, how could I not understand now? Yi Yun extended his right hand, and a virtual bright image appeared above his wristband, displaying 3D images of 5 people. Yi Yun said faintly, "When these are the ones you mentioned, the Thunder Marshal hauls Kang Hui's squad, right?" Watching when nod in confirmation, Yi Yun said, "When, rest assured and recover. From now on, leave it to me. Just one big chapter today, got a bit stuck, need to sort things out properly." Chapter 68, No One Can Protect Him, inside a private lounge within the Thunder Marshal Hall building in Yangzhou City. The 5 members of the Thunder Marshal Hall's Kang Hui team were gathered. They had just returned to the base city from the wilderness area and were currently counting their spoils. All 5 of them had excited smiles on their faces. This trip's total earnings were at least over 100 million, meaning each member would receive a considerable share. Kang Gu, the captain of the Kang Hui team, a robust, bald man, put down the materials in his hand and said with a smile, "Ha, brothers, you've worked hard this time. After this money is distributed, brothers can enjoy themselves for a few months. The next trip to the wilderness area will be tentatively after June." A short, stocky man beside him also laughed and whispered, "It's just a bit of a pity that we didn't leave that Wen in the wilderness area last time, letting him escape. Otherwise, why would we need to make this trip? That Wen has already been declared disabled by the Dojo of Limits and retired early. It's estimated he won't have another chance in the future. The inspector shut up. Old Liu, control your mouth." Old Liu, however, looked indifferent, leaning back slightly and lying on the soft sofa, continuing, "Captain, why are you so afraid? The inspectors have already probed many times and it's been so long since our last move. Without evidence, who can do anything to us now?" Kang Gu looked around, the serious expression on his face not dissipating. Although he had been instructed to deal with Wen and felt he had done it seamlessly, the thought of the 2 people behind Wen made his heart tremble involuntarily. The promise from the person behind him could not give him a sense of security. "Old Liu, don't ever mention this again. Keep it buried deep inside. I'm warning you." Kang Gu's words were cut short by a sudden loud bang. The glass behind the 4 of them instantly shattered, and countless glass shards were blown in by the powerful impact, causing all 5 of them to involuntarily close their eyes slightly. The 5 exchanged glances and quickly moved to the window, where they saw a black-clad figure quietly suspended in midair outside the window, staring at them with icy eyes. They were on the 20th floor of the Thunder Marshal Hall building. The building's glass was strong enough to defend against warrior-level attacks, yet it was easily shattered. Seeing the figure suspended in the air, the 5 men's hearts instantly sank to the bottom. Then, Kang Gu and the other 4 felt their combat suits suddenly tighten, constricting them so tightly that their breathing became difficult. Then, all 5 of them lifted off the ground, passed through the building's window, and slowly floated in front of the black-clad figure. This was the first time Kang Gu and the others experienced being suspended in midair, yet there was no excitement or joy. They only felt a chilling sensation, as if they had been in joy one moment and then plunged into hell the next, a psychological drop they simply could not accept. The 5 were tightly restrained by their combat suits, with only their heads able to move. They watched as the black-clad figure came opposite them, the black mask slowly receding to reveal a delicate face. Kang Gu and the others instantly widened their eyes, showing disbelief. Old Liu couldn't help but exclaim, "Yi Yun, Lord Councilman." They never expected that Yi Yun, who had been missing for so long with no news, would appear at this moment, and without a word, directly seize all 5 of them. Kang Gu's eyes darted around. He gritted his teeth and forced himself to say, "Lord Councilman Yi Yun, why do you treat us brothers this way? Even if you are a councilman-level expert, you should still be reasonable, shouldn't you?" Kang Gu's voice was extremely loud. Even from the 20th floor, it clearly spread towards the ground and the surroundings. Ever since the window glass was shattered, the loud noise had attracted the attention of many people nearby. Coupled with Yi Yun's high profile hovering, a considerable crowd had already gathered near the Thunder Marshall Hall building. Kang Gu's shouts clearly reached everyone's ears. A cold smile appeared on Yi Yun's face. How could he not understand Kang Gu's thoughts? The goal was to escalate the situation. With the existence of Hong and Thunder God, he believed Yi Yun would not dare to act so brazenly against him in the base city. He understood Yi Yun's hatred, but if no evidence could be found, he believed the Thunder Marshall Hall would still protect him. Do you think I wouldn't dare to attack you, or has Lei Meng given you such strong confidence? I don't understand what Lord Councilman Yi Yun means. I just feel. Yi Yun lightly waved his hand, and an invisible spiritual power blocked Kang Gu's mouth. He murmured to himself, "It's taken so much time, they should be here by now." The Thunder Marshall Hall's building was filled with many martial artists from the Thunder Marshall Hall. The moment Yi Yun shattered the glass, someone immediately reported it to the Thunder Marshall Hall's high-ranking officials in Jiangnan Base City. Seeing several figures rushing from below, a smile appeared at the corner of Yi Yun's mouth. He took Kang Gu and the other four and slowly descended to a position 10 meters above the ground. Lei Meng, the Thunder Marshall Hall's inspector for Jiangnan Base City, stood at the forefront, looking up at Yi Yun not far away. His eyes held a complex expression, containing disbelief, astonishment, fear, hatred, finally turning into a sigh, and he bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Lord Councilman Yi Yun." Seeing Yi Yun, who had been missing for so long, reappear, Lei Meng's desire for revenge completely extinguished. At this moment, he only wanted to protect himself, and he said softly, "Kang Gu and the other four intentionally conspired to harm the Nail Head team in the wilderness area, leading to the near annihilation of their team. After our Thunder Marshall Hall's thorough investigation, the facts have been confirmed. We hope Lord Councilman Yi Yun can hand them over to our Thunder Marshall Hall for disposal." Yi Yun looked at the seemingly righteous Lei Meng with a half-smile, then removed the restriction on Kang Gu's mouth. Immediately, Kang Gu's furious voice erupted. "Lei Meng, you were the one who ordered us to attack Wei Wen's team, and you said you'd give us 20 billion in reward after it was done. Now you're trying to push all the blame onto us." Lei Meng glanced at Kang Hui expressionlessly and said indifferently, "When did I ever contact you? You yourselves committed a grave mistake, and now you want the Marshall Hall to conceal and protect you." Kang Gu and the other four were filled with hatred at this moment, their back teeth almost shattering. But just as Lei Meng said, the five of them had no evidence to prove that Lei Meng had ordered them to do it. Facing the impartial Lei Meng, Kang Gu's heart was filled with regret for his cleverness and greed back then. Lei Meng certainly understood that Kang Gu's accusations would still inevitably affect him to some extent. However, he had left no loose ends. Once the blame was borne by Kang Gu and the other four, even if Yi Yun still harbored anger towards him, he believed that with Thunder God's support, protecting himself would not be a major problem. Lei Meng was considered top-tier among senior war gods, with a slight possibility of breakthrough to the councilman level. As the Thunder Marshall Hall's inspector in Jiangnan Base City, Thunder God also held him in high regard. His importance to the Thunder Marshall Hall was completely incomparable to that of Kang Gu and the others. Yi Yun chuckled softly, clapping his hands. "Heh heh, what a good show." The smile vanished instantly. Yi Yun pointed at Lei Meng, and then Lei Meng's eyes widened in horror. He floated up uncontrollably into midair, standing alongside Kang Gu and the other four. "But what do your thoughts have to do with me? I thought you were quite well behaved before, and I also remembered that you had done a lot for humanity over the years, which is why I let you off. But I never expected that a single thought would almost cost my brother his life." Lei Meng, stop struggling in vain. "You won't live past today." Just as Yi Yun was about to act, he saw two beams of light rapidly approaching from a distance. In an instant, they stopped beside Yi Yun. As the blurry figures solidified, they were none other than Hong, dressed in black, and a bald man who seemed to be made of lightning. "Yi Yun, you finally appeared. What have you been doing all this time?" Also, acting so ostentatiously in the base city is a bit much. If there's anything, we can resolve it privately. Hong frowned slightly, speaking softly. Yun hadn't expected Hong and Thunder God to arrive so quickly. It seemed they had been closely monitoring Yangzhou City. He chuckled, just about to reply, when he heard the bald man beside him stare at him with ill intent and say, "You're Yun, right? Breaking through to planetary level at such a young age, your talent is indeed impressive. But your style of doing things is truly more ostentatious than even mine, Thunder God. No matter what, Lei Meng is a member of my Thunder Martial Hall. If you want to touch him, shouldn't you give me a heads up?" This was Yi Yun's first meeting with Thunder God. In just a few words, he felt Thunder God's unrestrained attitude towards life. However, Yi Yun was completely unfamiliar with Thunder God, and at this moment, he had no intention of giving him face. He said with a light chuckle, "People say that Thunder Martial Hall and Dojo of Limits stand side by side, but in my opinion, your Thunder Martial Hall is nothing more than a few scattered individuals. You, Thunder God, are focused on cultivating and disregard the development of Thunder Martial Hall. The current high-ranking officials of Thunder Martial Hall are already corrupt and beyond help. Even scum like Lei Meng can become an inspector. For such a situation to arise today, you, Thunder God, must bear some responsibility." Yi Yun remembered that, in the original work, after Thunder God and Hong were severely injured and fell into a coma, the Dojo of Limits was able to fully sustain itself with the concerted efforts of its 3 personal guards. However, the Thunder Martial Hall was taken advantage of, and such a large Thunder Martial Hall had no one who could stand up and resist. This showed how lax Thunder God's management and development of the Thunder Martial Hall were in normal times. Yi Yun's smile gradually grew cold, and he said loudly, his voice echoing in all directions, "I said, today, no one can save Lei Meng. I will kill him." Chapter 69, Earth Alliance. As soon as his voice fell, Yi Yun gently gripped his right hand in the air. Lei Meng and the 5 Kanggu gathered together, transforming into a sphere in the blink of an eye, a horrifying scene of metal and flesh intertwined. Yi Yun's speed was incredibly fast. Even Thunder God couldn't stop him in time. He could only watch as Lei Meng and Kanggu, these 6 martial artists from Thunder Martial Hall, were annihilated by Yi Yun with a flip of his hand, their deaths extremely unsightly. Thunder God was momentarily enraged and humiliated. He stepped forward and said in a deep voice, "Yi Yun, just as Hong Ji said, no matter how big a mistake they made, you shouldn't have executed them in front of so many people. Not only did it violate our regulations within the base city, but it also caused a severe negative impact among the populace that will be difficult to erase for a long time. Did you consider such consequences? Last time you killed Lei Meng's grandson, after discussing it with Hong Ji, we determined that kid wasn't good, and since the matter hadn't escalated, we protected you. I didn't expect you to escalate it now, actually killing Lei Meng in public. I really don't know what you'll become in the future." Yi Yun looked directly into Thunder God's bright eyes, and after a moment said softly, "Thunder God, Hall Master, please follow me." With that, Yi Yun held up the large sphere formed by Lei Meng and the others with his right hand and flew towards the sea. Thunder God and Hong exchanged a glance, took out their communicators to issue a few commands, and then pursued Yi Yun in the direction he left. After Yi Yun and the 2 left, China's military, along with the martial artists from Thunder Martial Hall and Dojo of Limits, all mobilized to evacuate the crowd and restrict information dissemination, doing their best to mitigate the impact of Yi Yun's actions. Above the vast sea, Yi Yun stopped and casually dropped the large sphere in his hand. After a while, Hong and Thunder God arrived simultaneously, both staring at Yi Yun, quietly awaiting his explanation. Yi Yun stepped in midair and said softly, "Hall Master, Thunder God, in truth, I've always greatly admired both of you. You stood up during Earth's time of crisis and have continuously protected humanity's current development. It can be said that without you, perhaps Earth would now be a paradise for monsters." Yi Yun's tone shifted. "However, Hall Master, you and Thunder God have significant problems with your philosophies. Your and Thunder God's strength is unmatched on Earth, so why is Earth still in its current state? Hong immediately understood Yi Yun's meaning. He frowned and said, Yi Yun, you should also know that my ambition isn't here. Isn't it good that Earth can redevelop and prosper, maintaining its current situation? Must I be the ruler of this Earth? Yi Yun shook his head and said, Earth is now entering a phase of rapid development, and in the future, it will inevitably come into contact with the universe. You've probably learned about things in the universe from the ancient civilization's ruins, haven't you? For Earth to integrate into the universe, there must be only one voice. Only then can the entire Earth be completely united, rather than a scattered mess, easily broken, no matter what decisions are made or what problems are faced. Yi Yun stepped forward and patted Hong's shoulder, continuing. Look at the current power structure of Earth. The 5 major nations, 23 base cities, and forces like the Dojo of Limits, Thunder Martial Hall, and HR Alliance. The Dojo of Limits is indeed preeminent and exerts strong deterrence over other forces, but this is far from enough. If the various forces aren't completely harmonious and only develop for themselves, there will be significant limitations. Currently, facing the threat of monsters, the status quo can be maintained, but once the monsters disappear, it might be a different scenario. Hong looked at Yi Yun's face, his expression somewhat complex. He thought he had watched Yi Yun grow and understood him well, but seeing Yi Yun again today, Hong found that he seemed not to recognize this person at all, who was full of mysteries. Hong had also considered such matters, but as Yi Yun said, the greatest threat at the current stage still came from the endless monsters. Hong was aware of the conflicts among the various human forces, but they hadn't yet developed to a very serious extent. Everything was secondary to the monster threat. Moreover, if it were truly as Yi Yun said, for all Earth's forces to speak with one voice, that would be an extremely difficult task. No matter how confident Hong was, he didn't think it could be easily accomplished. It would almost mean standing against all other forces. Thunder God didn't think as profoundly as Hong. He sneered, Yi Yun, I've heard what you mean. It seems you want to be the lord of this Earth. Hongji, this kid really doesn't know his place. Let me teach him a lesson. As he spoke, Thunder God used his hand as a blade, swift as lightning, and directly struck at Yi Yun. Hong's feet moved slightly, about to stop him, but then he thought better of it and stayed put, waiting for events to unfold. He believed that although Thunder God was a bit reckless, he still had a sense of proportion and wouldn't get serious when saying he would teach Yi Yun a lesson. Hong was ready to act at any moment, but a faint premonition told him that Yi Yun was definitely not so easily dealt with. Facing Thunder God's hand blade, Yi Yun's expression remained unchanged. He also extended his right hand, like a launching spear, striking later but arriving first, attacking Thunder God's chest. Thunder God immediately felt immense pressure. No matter how he anticipated, he couldn't evade Yi Yun's strike. He watched helplessly as Yi Yun's fingertip landed on his chest, but surprisingly, Thunder God felt no pain. Yi Yun's fingertip had no force, merely stopping outside his battle suit, not advancing further. Yi Yun retracted his hand and subtly released his aura. Instantly, Thunder God's and Hong's eyes changed dramatically. Staring directly at Yi Yun, their foreheads were instantly covered in sweat, and their legs trembled slightly, barely able to stand. Both could feel a pressure emanating from Yi Yun's body, a sort of life-level suppression they hadn't experienced in many years. Hong, at this moment, received a message from his auxiliary optical brain and released his domain of light. Only then did he speak with difficulty, astral rank 2. When he first saw Yi Yun, Hong hadn't had time to use his auxiliary optical brain to investigate Yi Yun's information. Upon checking now, he was immediately astonished. In just over a year, Yi Yun had gone from a newcomer who had just broken through to planetary level to the height of astral rank 2. Even with Hong's heart nature, it was somewhat difficult to accept. He had been at planetary level for a long time, but now, not only were cultivation resources scarce, but battles were also becoming less frequent, and the rate of improvement had slowed considerably. It was unknown when he would accumulate enough to reach planetary-level peak, let alone the higher astral rank. Yet, Yi Yun, a latecomer, had achieved this in a short time, which was truly astounding. Yi Yun reined in his aura and said in a low voice, "Hall Master, didn't you ask me where I've been all these days?" The three returned to the Limit Marshall Hall headquarters base, to Hong's private reception room. Thunder God received the Yunmo planet martial artist cultivation secret technique from Yi Yun, exclaiming repeatedly, "Wrong, wrong, I was always wrong before. So this is how you should exert force. Compared to this secret technique, my 9-layer Thunder Blade is simply trash." Thunder God had the heart nature of a child, and his passion for the martial Tao was immense. Although he was much older than Yi Yun, at this moment, he was like a child seeing a beloved toy, and the slight unpleasantness with Yi Yun was completely forgotten. Hong and Yi Yun sat opposite each other. After a while, Hong finally spoke. "The powerful forces in the universe are also united as a collective. From the small silver-blue empire to the large Ganwu universe country, all are integrated forces. Yi Yun, I agree with your opinion. With the current China as the core, let's establish the Earth Alliance." Yi Yun chuckled softly. Ultimately, Hong agreed with his idea mainly because of his strength. Without a strong display of power, even if Hong understood the crucial principles, he might not have taken this step. Yi Yun nodded and said, "Yes, there will inevitably be a period of growing pains during the integration, but the development prospects after the adjustment will definitely be much greater than they are now. We only need to provide guidance for the development of this newly formed Earth Alliance, along with suppressing its foundations. We don't need to worry about other aspects, just find some suitable talents. We should still prioritize our own cultivation." Yi Yun suddenly thought of someone and said with a light laugh, "As for the specific person in charge, I have a good recommendation." The next day, the 5 major nations, including China, along with many independent base cities, and numerous forces such as Thunder Marshall Hall, Dojo of Limits, and HR Alliance, jointly issued a statement, announcing the formation of a brand new Earth Alliance with China as its core foundation. The moment the news was released, it caused an uproar in the hearts of millions of people. No one expected that the Earth structure, which had been stable for so many years, would suddenly be broken, and without any prior warning. All the high-level Earth forces acted with surprising uniformity this time, without a single dissenting voice. The highly anticipated Earth Alliance Global Proclamation Ceremony was broadcast worldwide. Zhuge Tao, dressed in a tang suit, stepped steadily onto the podium. Facing countless cameras and microphones, he suppressed his surging emotions and spoke loudly, "I am Zhuge Tao. Thank you all for attending the first conference of my Earth Alliance today. From today onwards, the Earth Alliance is officially established. In the future, we will unite as one, strive to eliminate the threat of monsters, restore our homeland lost after the Great Nirvana, and lead the development of the entire Earth, moving step by step towards prosperity and strength." The impassioned conference lasted for over 2 hours, finally concluding perfectly with Zhuge Tao's oath, without any surprises. The Earth Alliance was established swiftly and steadily. Chapter 70, Goodbye. Lai lanking inside Hong Ji's reception room, Yi Yun put down his teacup, looked at the declaration conference that had just ended on the screen, and said with a smile to Hong Ji, "The current Earth Alliance was indeed forcefully formed due to our absolute strength. They won't be completely harmonious in a short time, and they'll still have their own little schemes deep down. However, this is just the beginning. As time goes on, I believe they will all discover the benefits of integrating together. After many years of adjustments, the Earth Alliance will become a community of shared interests for everyone. By then, we won't need to worry about it." Hong Ji nodded. He could also imagine the future Yi Yun spoke of, and as long as Yi Yun was suppressing things from behind, there was no fear of any accidents. Hong Ji looked at Zhuge Tao, who was walking off the stage on the screen, and said softly, "I'm not too worried about the development of the Earth Alliance. It's just the choice of the person in charge, Yi Yun. Are you sure there's no problem? I know this Zhuge Tao. He was a supervisor of the Dojo of Limits in Jiangnan Base City. China. His older brother is a god of war, so he was quite good within the dojo of limits, but is it really appropriate for him to suddenly take on such an important position? Yi Yun chuckled softly, keeping his thoughts to himself. Zhuge Tao's great name resounds throughout the myriad worlds, possessing a powerful talent technique for identifying genius. Such an outstanding talent, wouldn't it be a huge waste not to let him play his part? Hongji, I understand Supervisor Zhuge better than you do. Over the years, he has interacted with and helped many talented juniors, and Luo Feng and I are among them. It can be said that his vision is extremely precise. I'm letting him be the head of the Earth Alliance primarily to focus on the cultivation of future martial artists. I believe that, with Supervisor Zhuge leading the way, Earth's future development will definitely be stronger with each generation. After hearing Yi Yun's description, Hong Ji was a little surprised. He hadn't expected Zhuge Tao to have such an ability, having discovered Yi Yun and Luo Feng's talents so early. Immediately, he no longer had any doubts, and continued discussing the future direction of the Earth Alliance with Yi Yun. Zhuge Tao returned to his exclusive lounge. The spacious room was very empty, with only a few sofas and a coffee table. On one of the sofas, a slouching man in blue was half lying. Seeing Zhuge Tao enter, he didn't show the slightest respect for the head of the Earth Alliance and said with a smile, "Zhuge, your stage presence was pretty good. Here, this is what Yi Yun asked me to give you. We still have 3 days of leisure time. After these 3 days, we'll be busy." Zhuge Tao's face twitched uncontrollably, and the supervisor's aura he had cultivated over the years almost broke. Thinking that he would have to work with the man in front of him from now on, Zhuge Tao sighed in his heart, but still said in a deep voice, "Thank you, Counselor Gu." On the glass coffee table, there was an open box. Inside the box were 2 emerald green crystals and 5 white crystals, exuding the fragrance of rice. Just a light sniff, Zhuge Tao felt that the bottleneck he had been stuck at as an advanced warlord for many years had loosened slightly. Gu Yi slightly sat up and said lazily, "Zhuge, these green crystals are herb and wood spirit, millennial willow heart. If you drink the sap from one of them, breaking through to God of War level shouldn't be difficult. After persistent training, if you drink the sap from the other millennial willow heart, it's enough to ensure your advancement all the way to senior war god. As for these 5 white crystals, I'll tell you their use after you reach senior war god." Gu Yi's faint words stirred up a huge wave in Zhuge Tao's heart. The excitement and joy these items brought him were far more intense than becoming the head of the Earth Alliance. Being stuck as an advanced warlord for many years without making any progress had always been Zhuge Tao's regret, and not in his heart, but now it was easily resolved. Besides excitement, Zhuge Tao also felt a hint of relief and self-satisfaction. With his God of War brother's connection, he became a supervisor of the Dojo of Limits in Jiangnan Base City, becoming one of the 4 giants, and already had considerable power. However, Zhuge Tao was not content with this and actively cultivated juniors, providing appropriate assistance. His efforts over the years had finally paid off. Zhuge Tao also gently sat on the sofa, saying with a sigh and emotion, "Who would have thought that the young man back then has reached such a height? Since Yi Yun trusts me and has given us this important task, Counselor Gu, we cannot let him down." Gu Yi also reined himself in a little, showing an expression of deep agreement, and nodded gently, saying, "Yes, I knew he was a dragon in slumber, but I didn't expect him to soar so quickly. Yi Yun told me his philosophy, and he is indeed ahead of everyone. Zhuge, from now on, we must work together so that Yi Yun's painstaking efforts are not in vain." Yi Yun and Hong Ji discussed for over an hour, roughly determining the short-term development direction and long-term future blueprint for the Earth Alliance. Towards the end, Hong Ji had some doubts and said in a low voice, "Yi Yun, are you sure you want to initiate the grand plan of Earth's full evolution? That requires a large quantity of resources like purple dew. Global supply would require huge financial support. Are you really sure there's no problem?" In the past 2 days, Hong Ji had used the anonymous consciousness sensor for the virtual universe that Yi Yun brought back to enter the virtual universe network, gaining a better understanding of some basic situations. According to his estimation, the initial cost of the plan Yi Yun intended to carry out was extremely huge, and there would be continuous subsequent expenditures. Hong Ji truly couldn't imagine how Yi Yun, an astral rank individual, could support such a massive expense. Yi Yun said in a deep voice. Hong Ji, the current genetic level of Earth's people, even adults, cannot reach the apprentice level. The overall genetic optimization of Earth is naturally the sooner the better. After the first batch of the plan is completed, subsequent investments will be relatively less, forming a virtuous cycle where future generations are even more outstanding, and then our plan will be achieved. As for the funding issue, Hong Ji, rest assured, I won't bite off more than I can chew. I have thoroughly considered all these ideas before finally deciding, so there won't be any problems. Seeing Yi Yun's confident demeanor, Hong Ji stopped asking further. A notification came from his auxiliary optical computer. After checking it, Hong Ji said softly, his tone a little strange. Yi Yun, Lai Lanking, whom you were looking for, has been brought over. You still haven't answered me. Why did you suddenly want to see her? Seeing a hint of gossip on Hong Ji's stern face, Yi Yun felt a bit helpless and said with a smile, Hong Ji, rest assured, I won't do anything to her. I just have some things I need to confirm. Hong Ji gently shook his head, stood up, and opened the door to the reception room. Lai Lanking, looking utterly bewildered, slowly walked in. Hong Ji looked back at Yi Yun, then quietly left, leaving Lai Lanking and Yi Yun staring at each other in the room. Yi Yun pointed to the cushion in front of him and said with a smile, long time no see. Please sit. Lai Lanking still had short hair. Facing Yi Yun, whom she hadn't seen in over 2 years, Lai Lanking's face was full of curiosity but also a hint of timidity. Yi Yun, no, Counselor Yi, may I know why you called for me? Although Yi Yun hadn't contacted Lai Lanking in recent days, he had gained some understanding of Lai Lanking's background. Lai Lanking's grandfather was a lone counselor-level expert, but he was advanced in age, his potential exhausted, and had remained at planetary level 1. He had a good relationship with China and had been considering joining China in recent years. It was precisely because of this background that Lai Lanking and her group hadn't thought much of Lei Meng back then. Before coming here, Lai Lanking also knew Yi Yun's current status. Although she couldn't completely believe it in her heart, upon actually seeing Yi Yun in person and feeling the aura emanating from his every move, Lai Lanking couldn't help but become nervous. Yi Yun slightly parted his lips and said with a gentle smile, You don't need to be nervous. There's nothing special about calling you this time. Just consider it old friends chatting and catching up. Your grandfather helped me once back then, and I haven't properly thanked you yet. Under Yi Yun's guidance, Lai Lanking gradually relaxed. Although she still didn't understand the purpose of Yi Yun seeking her out, Lai Lanking was inherently simple-minded and no longer dwelled on it, and began chatting with Yi Yun. While chatting with Lai Lanking, Yi Yun had Momo Yu conduct a comprehensive examination and scan of Lai Lanking. After more than 20 minutes, Momo Yu's voice echoed in Yi Yun's sea of consciousness. Dad, nothing special was found. The human female in front of you is very normal. Her strength is apprentice level 6, and her development potential is a 5% chance of advancing to planetary level. Yi Yun had expected such a result, but he was still a bit disappointed after the scan. Yi Yun still didn't feel that he had misjudged. Lai Lanking and Loxia of Q Long Star looked exactly alike, and there must be a huge secret hidden behind it. Yi Yun pondered for a while, then suddenly had an idea. He activated Eye of Replication and scanned Lai Lanking, who was currently smiling and talking. After the scan, Yi Yun immediately felt incredibly strange. Previously, when he activated Eye of Replication on others, it would scan their talents, experience insights, and similar things, and then begin to choose what to duplication. However, facing Lai Lanking, there was no reaction at first, as if Lai Lanking in front of him didn't exist at all. After maintaining it for 10 seconds, Yi Yun suddenly felt a 0.01% progress bar appear in his sea of consciousness. Then, the familiar pain struck. Yi Yun was greatly alarmed and decisively stopped the Eye of Replication scan. However, in that instant, Yi Yi Yun's sea of consciousness had already sustained considerable damage and his face turned pale. Lai Lanking noticed Yi Yun's sudden change and quickly said, "Yi Yun, what's wrong?" Yi Yun waved his hand, looked deeply at Lai Lanking and said in a low voice, "I'm fine. Let's stop here for today. When you go back, please give my regards to your grandfather." Chapter 71, Cold Light 9 sections. Spear. Lai Lanking held the metal box Yi Yun had given her, her face full of confusion, standing at the main entrance of the dojo of Limit's headquarters base. Recalling her recent experience, she still found it incredibly strange. From arrival to departure, she didn't even know why she had been called, completely in the dark. Lai Lanking shook her head, looking at the metal box in front of her. Thinking of Yi Yun's description, she couldn't help but hug it tighter. Having grown up by her grandfather's side, Lai Lanking naturally knew her grandfather's greatest wish. Now, this small box contained something that could fulfill her grandfather's wish. Lai Lanking hadn't expected that a chance encounter back then would lead to such a miraculous situation. After seeing Lai Lanking off, Yi Yun stayed alone in the empty reception room. After taking several drops of spirit dew, his spirit finally improved. Fortunately, he already had experience and stopped the Eye of Replication's operation in time. Otherwise, his injuries might have been even more severe than last time. Scanning Lai Lanking actually led to such a situation. Could it be that Lai Lanking is not essentially a life form? This encounter with Lai Lanking deepened the doubts in Yi Yun's heart, but what pleased him was that it at least proved his conjecture was correct. Lai Lanking indeed had something peculiar about her, but currently, due to his limited strength and vision, he couldn't draw any effective conclusions. Yi Yun recalled the fleeting copying percentage during the scanning process. Although it was a pitiful 0.01%, it still provided Yi Yun with a direction for exploration. He couldn't complete the duplication now simply because his strength was insufficient. When the day came that he could fully duplication her, that would be the moment to uncover the secret behind Lai Lanking. Temporarily putting this matter aside, after a while, Yi Yun received a message from Hong and whispered, "Momo Yu, connect to the Martial God Palace." In the gigantic virtual room, Yi Yun, dressed in white, appeared. He pushed open the door and walked step by step into the Martial God Palace's hall. At this time, a high platform had been erected in the Martial God Palace's hall, and Hong and Thunder God were already standing on it, with sparse figures scattered around below. Yi Yun came onto the high platform. Hong and Thunder God stood on either side of Yi Yun. Yi Yun looked around and said loudly, "Everyone, I have gathered you here today to announce an important matter. Effective immediately, we will establish the Martial God Palace Training Camp. The purpose is to enhance your overall strength. Hong and Thunder God will serve as instructors for the Martial God Palace Training Camp, responsible for your upcoming training matters. You are the most outstanding group of people on Earth today. Earth's development and prosperity are inseparable from your efforts. Therefore, while Earth progresses, you cannot stand still. I believe that with your talent, with our help, you have great potential to advance. The current planetary level powerhouses on Earth all broke through to the planetary level during the initial exploratory stage through their own efforts. It can be said that each person possesses extremely high talent and perseverance. Previously, both the environment and conditions were incredibly rudimentary. If Yi Yun significantly increased cultivation efforts, it was very possible to cultivate some promising talents. At this moment, the hall gathered all of Earth's current planetary level powerhouses. Some of them had already witnessed Yi Yun's powerful strength when he integrated the Earth Alliance. The remaining people who didn't know Yi Yun could still analyze the current situation simply by seeing Hong and Thunder God deferring to Yi Yun. After Yi Yun finished speaking, no one stood up to voice any objections. It was a unanimous voice of agreement. Moreover, the most crucial point was that Yi Yun's proposed plan was beneficial to each of them without any harm. Anyone who could reach the planetary level must possess a strong desire for strength and unyielding perseverance. Many had been stuck at their current realm for a long time. Now that there was a method and space for improvement, involving their own interests, there was no need for Yi Yun to force them. Everyone supported Yi Yun's decision from the bottom of their hearts. After everything was arranged, Yi Yun returned to the familiar Bright Moon community and finally lay comfortably on the bed. Once Luo Feng comes out, I will leave Earth. I wonder when I will be able to return next time. In Yi Yun's plan, some of his current ideas were still just embryonic, including the Earth's overall evolution plan and the development of the Earth Alliance. He had only made some preliminary plans, and they had not yet been specifically implemented. He planned to formally begin the plan once the people on Earth had adapted to the current situation, and the integration was more or less complete. Yi Yun planned to set this time after Luo Feng emerged from the No. 9 ruin. At that time, he would arrange everything, leaving Arlong and A Hu to guard Earth and be responsible for Earth's development direction. This way, Yi Yun and Luo Feng could leave Earth to cultivate with peace of mind. Luo Feng comes out on December 26th, and the golden-horned beast's birth is 4 days later. Hey, the timing just lines up perfectly, saving me trouble. As Yi Yun's thoughts turned, his consciousness entered the virtual universe. After dealing with matters on Earth, Yi Yun finally had some free time. Once again descending into the Black Dragon Mountain Island of the virtual universe, Yi Yun did not linger and teleported to the even vaster Ganwu continent. The Ganwu continent is the core gathering place of the Ganwu universe country within the virtual universe. Neither its area nor the prosperity of its various facilities can compare to the Black Dragon Mountain Island. After Yi Yun teleported here this time, he set his online location, and from then on, every time he entered the virtual universe, he would directly arrive at this Ganwu continent. After spending some time locating the slaughter field, Yi Yun did not immediately enter the decisive battle space, but instead entered the slaughter space first. Momo Yu's image appeared before Yi Yun. Yi Yun exhaled softly and said, Momo Yu, according to your analysis, can I now attempt to cultivate the Cold Light 9-section spear? Momo Yu replied softly. Dad, the data shows that the Cold Light 9-section spear is a weapon created by fusing the law of water and the law of space among the 9 divine weapons of the Psyker Master Controller. It requires a certain level of attainment in both of these laws to be able to get started relatively easily, and your comprehension of the law of water is extremely deep, fully sufficient for the first few stages of cultivation. However, you have no clue about the comprehension of the law of space. According to my analysis, Dad, you still need a long time before you have a chance to use the first form of the Cold Light 9-section spear. Hu Yanbo had considerable attainment in the law of space, reaching a level where he could conceal dark universe coordinates. In the legacy of Yunmo Planet, he also left behind many secret arts and secret manuals related to space. Yi Yun nodded slightly. In recent days, he had indeed studied these secret manuals and secret arts related to the law of space, but he truly had no talent for the law of space and had been unable to gain any comprehension or getting started, which was completely different from the effortless way he comprehended the law of water. I have practiced the first 5 variations of the supple water spear to extreme proficiency. With such a foundation, I refuse to believe I can't master the first form of the Cold Light 9-section spear. Momo Yu, simulate an opponent for me. An astral rank first stage Psyker Master Controller, proficient in the first form of the Cold Light 9-section spear. Although Yi Yun had not yet bought a real Cold Light 9-section spear, due to the virtual universe's special nature, he could simulate any needed weapon in the slaughter space. Starting the cultivation of the Cold Light 9-section spear early could be considered a process of familiarization and contemplation. Moreover, the Universe Genius battle organized by the Virtual Universe Corporation in the future would also take place in the virtual space, so whether he had a real Cold Light 9-section spear or not had no impact whatsoever. Not far from Yi Yun, a figure similar to him appeared, carrying a thick, long spear on his back. At first glance, its appearance was not much different from the supple water spear, but the subtle patterns had a significant difference. The battle began. Yun stared intently at his opponent's movements. He watched as countless hair-thin sharp needles dispersed from the thick, long spear. On each of these fine needles, even smaller patterns were engraved. Most of the patterns were blue, and a small part was silver. As the opponent manipulated them, the patterns on these fine needles glowed, rapidly combining into a slightly illusory blue swordfish, about 1 meter long, with a hint of silver light. Is this the first form of the cold light 9-section spear, illusory swordfish? The appearance of this blue-silver illusory swordfish made Yun involuntarily think of the first variation of the supple water spear, supple water fish. Both involved manipulating countless fine needles to form a fish shape, but in terms of both the number of fine needles and the precision of their combination, the supple water fish was completely incomparable to this blue-silver illusory swordfish. Not only did it require a higher demand for the law of water, but also because of the addition of the law of space, the combination of the two contained extremely complex changes, making the difficulty of completion unusually high. A cold light 9-section spear also appeared beside Yun. His spiritual power spread out, decomposing it into a large number of fine needles. He manipulated so many fine needles, connecting the patterns on them and imitating his opponent's movements, he attempted to combine them. An illusory fish shape slowly formed in front of Yun, but before it was even half complete, problems arose with the connections between the fine needles and the links between the various patterns. The illusory large fish immediately completely collapsed, and under the eruption of repulsion between the patterns, no matter how hard Yun tried to control it, he still couldn't prevent the large fish from transforming back into individual fine needles, quietly floating in midair. His first attempt failed, but Yun showed no discouragement. After the effects dissipated, his spiritual power once again manipulated the fine needles in midair, adjusting the areas where he had just made mistakes, and then continued to attempt the combination of the illusory large fish. Chapter 72. Luo Feng returns with the solid foundation of already being familiar with the supple water spear. Yun wasn't completely without experience. At least when connecting the blue patterns on the fine needles, he was able to quickly get a basic grasp of how to manipulate them. However, there were still some patterns related to the law of space that hindered Yun's progress in forming a complete swordfish. After more than 2 hours of continuous training, Yun still couldn't successfully complete the first stance of the cold light 9-section spear. He only gained a certain familiarity and understanding of this divine weapon. Whether it was the speed of dissecting the fine needles or controlling their combination, both had improved significantly after finishing his training in the slaughter space. Yun did not leave the slaughter field. Instead, he entered the decisive battle space of Ganwu Continent. His previous achievements and star rank from Black Dragon Mountain Island were not carried over. Therefore, when Yun first entered, his information was still at the initial astral rank 2nd tier, no star rank state. Let's begin, Momo Yu. Time slowly passed during Yun's cultivation. The Earth Alliance also gradually got on track. With Yun releasing some cosmic knowledge and technology, all the constituent forces of the Earth Alliance were diligently studying, completely without any thoughts of internal strife. The Earth Alliance was also becoming more and more like a single entity. Hong and Thunder God, following Yun's arrangements, taught some more advanced and orthodox cultivation experiences to many Earth Council-level powerhouses in the Martial God Palace training camp. With the attractive goal of being able to continue to grow stronger, these council-level powerhouses were all incredibly obedient, completely unable to harbor any other thoughts. In addition to his cultivation, Yun also paid attention to the development and changes of Earth. Under his planning, the Earth Alliance had begun to form unified teams, starting from the current scope of the major base cities and advancing towards the original wilderness area. The purpose was to clear out these wilderness areas again, freeing up more living space for humans. Of course, Yun did not intend to completely eliminate all wilderness areas. He would retain some fixed regional locations, just like 1001 City, which was used for training elite training camp students to hunt monsters. Yi Yun had the same plan. Completely eliminating the threat of monsters was not necessarily a good thing. For a martial artist to grow, they must experience the tempering of blood. Everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. Time slowly moved forward, and it soon arrived at December 26, 2058, Earth calendar. Yuo Feng bid farewell to the intelligence of the No. 9 civilization legacy, passed through a mirror-like passage, and after a year and 3 months, finally left this legacy. I wonder how Mom and Dad and Luo Hua are doing after this year and 3 months. Also, is Zhu Xin still waiting for me? After a year and 3 months of continuous death mission, tempering, and successful completion, the yearning for his family and Zhu Xin that Luo Feng had suppressed in his heart completely erupted. At this moment, he only wanted to quickly return to Yangzhou City in Jiangnan Base City and announce the news that he was still alive. The underground base near the No. 9 civilization legacy had also been completely taken over by the Earth Alliance. At this moment, at the entrance of the legacy's passage, the door slowly opened, and a figure, completely black and bearded, walked out from within. A ray of light shot out from the base and scanned the figure. Beep, welcome back, Luo Feng, God of War. Seeing the passage open and Luo Feng return, the staff in the base immediately stepped forward and guided Luo Feng to a reception room. Luo Feng found the attitude of the many staff in the entire base a bit strange. Although each of them was very respectful, they didn't show any surprise. Seeing him, someone who had been in the legacy for over a year, return safely, they remained very calm, making Luo Feng couldn't help but sigh at their high work professionalism. Entering the reception room, Luo Feng immediately saw a familiar figure standing in the middle of the room, arms outstretched, greeting his return with a smile. Ah Yun, Luo Feng was very surprised. Compared to his family, he had been out of contact with Yi Yun for a longer time. During the period when Yi Yun had no news, Luo Feng was also quite worried, not knowing what problem Yi Yun had encountered. Now, at the first moment he was out of trouble, seeing his good brother, Luo Feng was immediately excited, stepping forward quickly and giving Yi Yun a fierce hug. After a long while the two sat down, and Yi Yun said with a light smile, "Feng Zai, you don't need to worry. I've taken good care of Uncle and Auntie. Later, you can clean yourself up properly and return in your best state." Luo Feng also smiled. Being out of trouble and seeing Yi Yun again, he was in a very good mood. However, Luo Feng's mind was sharp. He looked at Yi Yun, recalled the situation after he came out, and said with some doubt, "Ah Yun, how did you know I was still alive? And you came to pick me up immediately?" "I remember if you don't come out of this civilization legacy within 3 months, you're basically declared dead." Yi Yun patted Luo Feng's shoulder and said with a smile, "Feng Zai, I know you have many questions. Why don't you just tidy up briefly in this base, and when we get home, I'll tell you all about it properly." Flying on the way home, Luo Feng, through the auxiliary optical computer he had just obtained, processed the information Yi Yun had sent over. The more he read, the more startled he became, completely unable to calm down. He hadn't expected that, after only a little over a year of being disconnected from society, the entire Earth had actually developed into its current state. Luo Feng browsed the information and said to Yi Yun with a wry smile, "Ah Yun, I thought that after getting the legacy of this No. 9 civilization legacy, I could narrow the gap with you, but I didn't expect that the gap between us is now getting wider and wider." Through the scanning of the auxiliary optical computer, Luo Feng discovered that Yi Yun's realm had already reached astral rank 3rd tier, surpassing him by an entire major realm and more originally, in Luo Feng's heart, although he had spent over a year in the No. 9 legacy. This year and more had not been wasted. Completing the Psyker Master Controller's basic 312 forms had brought his current consciousness strength to the standard for breakthrough into planetary level. Coupled with the help of the 9-9 divine tempering method, stepping into planetary level was already a sure thing. And although Yi Yun had entered planetary level a step ahead of him, Luo Feng understood the difficulty of cultivation after planetary level, so he thought that Yi Yun wouldn't widen the distance too much in such a short time. He still had a chance to catch up. But seeing that Yi Yun had silently advanced to astral rank, Luo Feng still felt a little discouraged. However, Luo Feng was not an ordinary person after all, and he quickly recovered from his fluctuating mood. He had an indomitable will to strive upwards, so how could he lose confidence because of such a small setback? On the contrary, it could further ignite Luo Feng's desire to become stronger. Moreover, Yi Yun was his good brother, and Luo Feng was genuinely happy for Yi Yun from the bottom of his heart, and he was also very proud to have such a good brother. Yi Yun listened to Luo Feng's tone and understood Luo Feng's current state of mind, saying with a smile, "Feng Zai, I believe you've also understood some of the general situations in the universe. Planetary level are all henchmen and servants. Astral rank can do a little better. Only at universe rank can one be considered a true powerhouse. Right now, I'm just temporarily ahead. Our future path is still long. Haha, I sincerely hope that one day you can surpass me, so I will also have the motivation to move upward. Feng Zai, don't let me always leave you behind." The laughter of the two echoed high in the sky. After flying for a while, they finally returned to Yangzhou City. After Luo Feng returned home and met his family in Zhu Xin, he went to Wei Wen's villa, where Yi Yun was already waiting for him. The three chatted for a while again. Yi Yun brought up the incident where Wei Wen was ambushed in the wilderness area. Luo Feng, besides being angry, also felt fortunate. Although the mastermind had already been dealt with by Yi Yun, if Wei Wen hadn't been lucky enough to escape, he would never have seen him again after coming out. Yi Yun patted Luo Feng's shoulder and whispered, "This incident also taught me a lesson. In the future, I must do my best to nip all dangerous signs in the bud. Otherwise, it's very likely to cause irreversible consequences. Luo Feng, this is also what I want to remind you. Think about it. If you had stayed in the legacy and couldn't come out, and everyone outside thought you were dead, and I happened to not be around, how would your enemy treat uncle and auntie?" Listening to Yi Yun's words, Luo Feng fell into deep thought. After stepping into the invincible god of war realm, he no longer paid any attention to Lai Yao, nor did he think about dealing with Lai Yao again. But if it was really as Yi Yun said, Lai Yao would definitely use extreme methods against his parents. Luo Feng had long experienced Lai Yao's madness and unscrupulousness. Back in Australia, Lai Yao had even used a laser cannon to kill him. Luo Feng's expression became somewhat ugly, and he felt a surge of lingering fear in his heart. At the same time, he was also fortunate that with Yi Yun's suppression, nothing had happened. Yi Yun said softly, "Feng Zai, this Lai Yao and you are already in an undying situation. Previously, it was due to the intervention of two forces that there was no result. Now I can offer you an opportunity for a one-on-one life and death battle with Lai Yao. What do you think?" Ever since Luo Feng killed Lai Yao's son, Lai Wei, the relationship between the two sides could no longer be reconciled. Facing Yi Yun's proposal, Luo Feng nodded heavily without hesitation. "Good, Yun, as long as there's a one-on-one opportunity, I will definitely kill Lai Yao." Yi Yun's proposal perfectly matched Luo Feng's inner thoughts. He understood that with Yi Yun's current strength and status, an advanced god of war like Lai Yao could be easily annihilated without any surprises. But Luo Feng didn't plan to trouble Yi Yun. Instead, he wanted to act personally. The years of accumulated hatred between him and Lai Yao ultimately had to be resolved by himself to achieve a perfection ending. "Brothers, the comment issue has been resolved, but previous comments probably can't be recovered. Next, brothers, please speak up. Chapter 73, Lai Yao die." The next day, in a cleared-out area of what was formerly a wilderness area, several intelligent fighter jets hovered high in the sky. Below, Luo Feng stood on a shield, suspended quietly in midair. Opposite him, Lai Yao, clad in an SS-grade battle suit with his black god suit wrapped around his entire body, stared intently at Luo Feng, his eyes filled with such hatred and malice that it almost solidified. Lai Yao still clearly remembered what Yan Hai had told him when he came knocking last night. "Little vulture, I can't help you this time. For tomorrow's life and death battle with Luo Feng, give it your all. Yi Yun has instructed that if you win tomorrow, he won't bother you again. So everything is still in your hands. This is your last chance. Remember, the most important things are spirit and will. Lai Yao snapped back to reality, his vision completely filled by Luo Feng. His eyes were heavy with solemnity. Compared to their encounter in Australia, Luo Feng was completely different now. His physical fitness was no longer a weakness. He had also entered the advanced god of war level, and with his even more formidable spiritual power, his attack power completely crushed Lai Yao. Moreover, the most crucial point was that Luo Feng had the advantage of the first move. Psyker masters inherently countered martial artists at this stage. If Lai Yao couldn't get close, he would only become a target. Luo Feng also possessed the Black God suit, which had boosted his defense. Lai Yao knew his chances of winning were slim. They want me to be Luo Feng's whetstone. Lai Yao looked at a fighter jet high in the sky, as if he could see through its outer shell to Yi Yun, Hong, and others chatting and laughing inside. His teeth immediately gnashed, and the resentment in his heart reached its peak in an instant. With a burst of power from his feet, Lai Yao made the first move, leaping up and attacking Luo Feng in midair. Luo Feng's shield shifted slightly, easily dodging Lai Yao's attack, and 16 flying daggers quietly appeared, simultaneously attacking Lai Yao from different angles. At this moment, Lai Yao's Black God suit was fully armed, covering every part of his body. Most of Luo Feng's 16 flying daggers were dodged by Lai Yao, and the remaining ones that struck Lai Yao's body were greatly reduced in impact after being weakened by both the battle suit and the Black God suit, causing no significant damage. After an initial probing, both sides began a more intense exchange of blows. Due to the protection of the Black God suit, neither party sustained much injury. However, from the perspective of the battle, the situation was completely under Luo Feng's control. The sheer advantage of flight alone required Lai Yao to expend far more energy. If this continued, Lai Yao would inevitably be the first to collapse. Luo Feng did not go all out immediately, but instead used Lai Yao to test the fruits of his labor over the past year. After mastering the basic 312 forms, Luo Feng could unleash the strongest attack power of 16 flying daggers simultaneously. At this point, he was only dispersing his attacks. Once his attacks converged, they would be powerful enough to reach the general planetary level. Lai Yao was completely suppressed by Luo Feng, feeling his hope of revenge grow increasingly slim. Remembering his deceased son, Lai Wei, boundless resentment consumed Lai Yao's heart. Luo Feng, I hate you. I'm not reconciled. I'm truly not reconciled. Unprecedented, intense emotions surged through Lai Yao's entire body. Lai Yao's body trembled slightly, and his spirit was simultaneously subjected to an enormous impact. A dazzling light erupted from Lai Yao's body, instantly deflecting Luo Feng's incoming flying daggers. Then the light gradually dissipated, and Lai Yao's feet left the ground, slowly rising into the air. Seeing this scene, Luo Feng's brows furrowed slightly. Lai Yao had actually achieved a breakthrough to the planetary level at this critical moment. Lai Yao's on-the-spot breakthrough was witnessed by the surrounding crowd. Hong, inside the intelligent fighter jet, glanced at Yi Yun beside him and whispered, Yi Yun, the situation is not good. Lai Yao has temporarily broken through to the planetary level. From his appearance, his awakened special ability should be similar to mine, belonging to the light category. Luo Feng probably won't be his opponent. Yi Yun was also somewhat surprised by this situation, but he didn't find it particularly strange. The body and genetic energy were the foundation of a martial artist, but to break through and become strong, one must emphasize the improvement of spirit and will. This was precisely the opposite of a Psyker master. For Lai Yao, under such extreme conditions, with his spirit and will under attack, breaking through his bottleneck in an instant was a completely understandable event. As expected, this Lai Yao's talent is indeed good. To be able to achieve a desperate breakthrough under such high-intensity pressure, he's quite a character. With a slight sigh in his heart, Yi Yun still said with a smile, Hong Ji, let's just watch with peace of mind. Luo Feng can handle it. Yi Yun and Hong made no move. The planetary-level council members in the other fighter jets naturally did nothing either. Yan Hai was among them. Although he didn't know why Yi Yun didn't intervene, he was still somewhat pleased. Little vulture, you really didn't disappoint me. Luo Feng looked at Lai Yao, who was slowly rising and finally reached his level, his expression unchanged. Although Lai Yao's temporary breakthrough was not within Luo Feng's predictions, Luo Feng did not feel that the outcome would be any different. It would just require a little more effort. The black god suit on Lai Yao's face receded, revealing a ferocious countenance. He grinned savagely at Luo Feng. The experience of the powerful strength he had just gained after his breakthrough gave Lai Yao boundless confidence. He had never felt so exhilarated as he did today. Deep down, he even felt some gratitude towards Luo Feng and Yi Yun. If it weren't for the pressure they brought, he wouldn't know when he would have reached this step. Without any further words, Lai Yao launched another fierce attack, activating his newly acquired light-based special ability. Lai Yao's speed instantly surged and became even more agile. In a flash, he arrived beside Luo Feng, his fists carrying an extremely powerful impact. Luo Feng, standing on his shield, finally saw the Dungeon shuttle he had been carrying on his back take flight, HMPH. Instantly increasing his flight altitude, within this extremely short time to break away, Luo Feng slightly waved his hand, and the Dungeon shuttle instantly reorganized and transformed into a sharp cone, precisely the mountain drilling cone, the first form of the Dungeon shuttle. The moment the mountain drilling cone formed, Luo Feng's 12 powerful streams of spiritual power, imbued with secret runes, immediately gave birth to 12 golden threads that swiftly shot to the front end of the mountain drilling cone, forming an incredible penetrating force. At the same time, under the influence of this spiritual power and secret runes, the mountain drilling cone seemed to possess the impact force of billions of tons of exploding dynamite, transforming into a golden light. Its speed was incredibly fast, as if it had pierced through space, no less inferior to the speed of a 9th-stage planetary level. In an instant, it drilled towards Lai Yao below. From the transformation of the Dungeon shuttle to the mountain drilling cone arriving before him, only a blink of an eye had passed. Lai Yao had no time to react, watching helplessly as this golden light struck his body. Puff. Even after being doubly weakened by the battle suit and the Black God suit, Lai Yao still suffered severe injuries, spitting out large mouthfuls of fresh red blood. Suppressing the shock in his heart, before he could even figure out Luo Feng's attacking method, he saw the conical golden light attack again. Suffering the same fierce impact once more, Lai Yao felt that all his internal organs were severely damaged. If it weren't for the Black God suit, he wouldn't have been able to withstand even one blow. Luo Feng, high in the sky, had icy eyes and gave Lai Yao no chance to breathe. He also understood the power of the Black God suit, controlling the mountain drilling cone to strike Lai Yao again and again. After 7 or 8 consecutive hits, Lai Yao collapsed to the ground, lying supine in a big shape. His Black God suit had retracted, and his outer battle suit was tattered, with the last flicker of spirit remaining in his eyes. Looking at Luo Feng slowly descending, Lai Yao spat out his last mouthful of fresh blood, a tragic smile on his face. Ha ha ha, is it really still not enough? Luo Feng, I'm still not reconciled. Luo Feng had no desire to comment on Lai Yao's character or actions. He looked at Lai Yao with a cold expression and said softly, Lai Yao, dying by my hand is not a disgrace to you. Rest in peace. The mountain drilling cone slammed down fiercely, striking Lai Yao, who was now utterly defenseless. Under the explosive force of powerful tearing, Lai Yao's entire body was instantly pulverized, blood and flesh scattering everywhere. Lai Yao, dead, the Dungeon shuttle reverted to its original form and returned to Luo Feng's side. Luo Feng let out a soft sigh and flew into Yi Yun's fighter jet. A moment later, everyone left one by one, and the wilderness area returned to its calm. Yuo Feng, with the strength of a senior war god, directly crushed and killed Lai Yao, who had broken through to the planetary level, which brought great shock to everyone. Although Lai Yao had just broken through, he was still a planetary level, completely on a different level than a god of war. But even so, he still couldn't withstand the powerful Luo Feng. Everyone's attitude towards Luo Feng also changed. Luo Feng sat beside Yi Yun. After killing Lai Yao, Luo Feng's spirit seemed to have undergone a sublimation, and his conviction in his own Tao became even firmer. Yi Yun said with a slight smile, "Feng Zai, to be able to kill the planetary-level Lai Yao with the strength of a god of war, your foundation is truly solid. Once you break through to the planetary level, there will be few people on Earth who can be your opponent." Luo Feng's expression was calm, and he said in a deep voice, "This Lai Yao had the black god suit on him. If he hadn't just broken through, it would have been a bit troublesome. He's not very accustomed to aerial combat. Facing any other long-standing council member, the battle wouldn't have been this easy." Yi Yun also nodded. In the original work, when Lai Yao broke through, he had no protection on him and was directly killed by Luo Feng's mountain drilling cone, which could be said to be very tragic. This time, Lai Yao had a full set of equipment, allowing him to last a few rounds. However, Luo Feng's attack power was already abnormal, and with the added power of the mountain drilling cone, Lai Yao still couldn't escape his fate. Yi Yun stood up, slightly reining in his smile, and said to Luo Feng, "All right, Feng Zai, Lai Yao's matter is resolved. We're going to a more important place now." Chapter 74. Golden-horned beast. Yi Yun and Luo Feng left the fighter jet, and the two quickly flew towards the Australian continent, Mist Island. Luo Feng looked at the lake below and said strangely, "Ah Yun, why did you bring me here? And this place has changed so much. All the mist has dissipated, and the central island has become barren." "What exactly happened?" Yi Yun chuckled and said, "Ever since Hong Ji subdued that long vine last time, all the mist on this lake dissipated. The herb and wood spirit growing on the small island in the lake were also all collected during that battle, and it has remained like this ever since. Feng Zai, this Mist Island area is now a forbidden land of the Earth Alliance. No one is allowed to come here except for a limited number of people." Luo Feng nodded. When he discovered this Mist Island, his strength was insufficient, and the cloud-caressing vine on the island was also subdued by Hong. He didn't know much about the situation afterward, but now, hearing Yi Yun's words, it seems this Mist Island still hides a deeper secret. Yi Yun let out a soft cry, his spiritual power almost solidifying, heavily striking the surface of the lake, stirring up countless splashes and causing a great commotion. While Luo Feng was still somewhat confused, the lake water below churned wildly, forming massive whirlpools. These whirlpools grew larger and larger. Suddenly, from each whirlpool, thick tentacles shot out, attacking Yi Yun and Luo Feng in midair. Counting them, there were 13 tentacles in total, each moving extremely fast like adamantine spears, stabbing directly at the two of them. Yi Yun smiled, and his supple water spear struck, plunging into the lake water. The tentacles seemed to hit an invisible wall, unable to advance even an inch. The next moment, a piercing scream came from the lake, and then all the tentacles instantly retracted. The lake water vibrated even more violently, as if constantly churning in the center of the lake. After a while, the screams stopped, and the blue supple water spear slowly rose from the bottom of the lake. The spearhead was impaled on a turtle shell-like object, and the 13 tentacles extending from the shell were now limp and lifeless, completely devoid of their previous offensive power. "All right, Feng Zai, let's go down." Luo Feng watched from the side as Yi Yun effortlessly killed the tentacle monster. What surprised him most was not the tentacle monster's strength, but the astonishing precision of Yi Yun's spiritual power control, which completely exceeded Luo Feng's imagination. In Luo Feng's previous understanding, spiritual power was very difficult to effectively use on living beings, but Yi Yun's spiritual power could easily block the tentacle monster's tentacles. This new application of spiritual power opened a new door for Luo Feng. Yi Yun looked at Luo Feng's expression and said with a smile, Feng Zai, Psyker Masters are called Masters of Control. How could their methods be so simple? There are various complex applications of spiritual power in the universe, and you will slowly come into contact with them later. Yuo Feng also smiled and nodded, following Yi Yun into the lake water, and in a moment, they reached the bottom of the lake. Upon reaching the bottom of the lake, Yi Yun didn't stop. He followed the route where he had originally found Babata, all the way to a depth of about 15,600 meters underground. Seeing the metal door ahead, Yi Yun said to Luo Feng behind him, "Feng Zai, aren't you curious why my strength has improved so quickly? This is one of the reasons." The two followed the metal passage and quickly arrived at the inner hall without any obstruction. The hall lights came on, and the little devil-like Babata appeared again. He had already detected Yi Yun and Luo Feng's movements and quietly watched the smiling Yi Yun and the shocked, disbelieving Luo Feng. Yi Yun said softly, "Babata, we meet again." Babata gently hummed, his gaze still fixed on Luo Feng, and he smiled. "Luo Feng, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you for tens of thousands of years." Luo Feng was still a bit confused. After a simple introduction from Yi Yun and Babata, Luo Feng finally understood the current situation. After a moment, he said with a complex expression, "Babata, you said you are from the Yunmo planet that the intelligent being from ruins know." Nine mentioned. Babata nodded and said with some annoyance, "Your Earthling's aptitude is really too poor. I've waited so long, and finally, a successor who barely meets my conditions has appeared. Although it's still somewhat unsatisfactory, it's the best I can do. You have passed the elite disciple assessment of Yunmo planet, which means you have already joined my Yunmo planet. Now I ask you, are you willing to take my master as your teacher and become the future master of Yunmo planet?" Luo Feng glanced at Yi Yun, who was constantly winking at him, took a deep breath, and still opened his mouth to say, "Babata, you should have met my brother first, right? Why did you choose me?" Babata and Yi Yun exchanged glances, and he said softly, "Luo Feng, do you think just anyone can inherit my Yunmo planet legacy? Yi Yun is indeed not bad. His growth speed has exceeded my expectations, but that's nothing now. In the future, your potential will definitely surpass his. When choosing a successor for Yunmo planet, I naturally have to choose the best." Yi Yun took a step forward, gently patted Luo Feng's shoulder, and said with a smile, "All right, Feng Zai, I know what you mean. Just as Babata said, everyone has their own fate. You should just accept the Yunmo planet legacy properly. Otherwise, I'll always be leaving you behind. I've sent you a coordinate. When you're done with things here, come find me." After speaking, Yi Yun turned and left directly. Luo Feng watched Yi Yun's disappearing back intently, then shifted his gaze to Babata and said in a deep voice, "Okay, I agree." Yi Yun left the Australian continent and flew directly towards the Hawaiian Islands in the Pacific Ocean. When Yi Yun arrived above the Hawaiian Islands, a long, dressed in black, was already waiting for him. "How is it? Have you confirmed the location?" Along respectfully nodded and replied in a low voice, "Yes, it's deep in the sea, about 300 kilometers from this island. According to the test results, it will be in the next few days." Having confirmed the information, Yi Yun landed on the island and entered a state of cultivation and comprehension, waiting for Luo Feng's arrival. A few days later, Luo Feng, accompanied by Yi Yun and Along, dived into the deep sea. The dense sea monsters all fled under Along's pressure, and the three made their way unimpeded, quickly arriving at the depths of the seabed. "Luo Feng, this Yi Yun actually has a universe-rank slave. I wonder what secret he has to be able to achieve this in such a short time." Babata's surprised voice echoed in Luo Feng's mind. Luo Feng didn't have any particular feelings. He was just a little curious about what strange things Yi Yun was being so secretive about in the deep sea this time. After reaching the seabed, the three continued in one direction for several hundred meters. In their line of sight, an elliptical black giant egg, about 12 meters in diameter, appeared. The black giant egg trembled slightly. Even from such a distance, the powerful life energy contained within it could be clearly felt. Yi Yun waved his hand, and the three remained in place, not approaching immediately. As time passed minute by minute, the black giant egg's trembling motion became more pronounced. gradually revealing strange golden patterns on its surface. Babata was still probing, analyzing, and comparing the information of this giant egg, and had not yet identified it. As the black giant egg trembled violently, finally, with a crisp sound, a crack appeared on the surface of the black giant egg. Once the first crack appeared, it became unstoppable. With a series of snap, 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 snap sounds, it directly broke open along this crack, and a dark, slimy, unknown object emerged from the eggshell. The moment this black, unknown creature broke out of its shell, it began to devour the eggshell fragments. In just over 10 minutes, a third of the massive eggshell had been consumed, and the dark, unknown creature's form was revealed. This was a pitch-black, reptilian creature covered in black scales, with strong limbs, a pair of scaled wings on its back, and a tail that swayed slowly like a dragon's tail. The most prominent feature of this creature was the single horn on its head, piercing the sky, faintly emitting golden light, seemingly adorned with elusive golden patterns. This is a golden-horned beast," Babata couldn't help but exclaim. He hadn't expected a top-tier universe creature like the golden-horned beast to appear in a barren place like Earth. Golden-horned beast. Babata, is it one of the starry sky behemoths with peak bloodline that you mentioned? Babata's voice gradually returned to calm. That's right. Even among the starry sky behemoths, this golden-horned beast is one of the most top-tier bloodlines. I didn't expect to encounter a newly born cub. Luo Feng, you're incredibly lucky. Yi Yun and Along remained very calm, just quietly watching the golden-horned beast devour the eggshell. By the time the golden-horned beast had completely eaten the eggshell, its body length had grown from its original about 12 meters to a full 16 meters. Yi Yun gently waved his hand, and Along stepped forward, approaching the golden-horned beast, which was joyfully stretching itself. In just a moment, the golden-horned beast, which had just broken out of its shell full of pride, was clamped by a huge claw. It struggled desperately but couldn't break free, letting out a sharp, furious roar. Under Along's control, the giant claw brought the golden-horned beast before Yi Yun and Luo Feng. When they got closer, Yi Yun could finally see the golden-horned beast's appearance clearly. Its entire body was still pitch black, but golden patterns, faintly visible, extended from its single horn, spreading along its head, neck, and back, as if it were wearing a layer of golden light armor. The golden patterns dispersed from its back to its wings, and then to its 4 limbs and sharp claws. Upon closer inspection, it was full of strangeness and mystery. Chapter 75. Possession. Yi Yun admired the golden-horned beast before him, which was like a perfect work of art, and activated his eye of replication. The golden-horned beast was truly a favored child of the law of gold in the universe, naturally possessing an extremely powerful talent for comprehending the law of gold, along with a certain talent for the law of space. Yi Yun naturally wouldn't let this opportunity pass and copied them all. Of course, even more important was the golden-horned beast's talent technique. Clone. In the universe, many powerful bigwigs possess the ability to clone, which could be said to be an important means for strong individuals to enhance their foundation and strength. The golden-horned beast's talent allowed it to have 3 major clones, which was already quite good among similar abilities. Although this golden-horned beast had just been born, it possessed an extremely vast legacy memory. In the original work, Luo Feng spent a full 16 days to finally receive it. Yi Yun, at his current astral rank strength, could receive more information in 1 second, but he didn't duplication everything. He only selected some key secret techniques legacies and high-end knowledge from the universe. Within the golden-horned beast's legacy memory, there were 18 special secret techniquests, 3199 ordinary secret techniquests, plus introductions to various races in the universe, and so on. It could be said to be extremely valuable. Yi Yun was not in a hurry. There would be plenty of time in the future, so there was no need to duplication everything today. After slightly relaxing his mind, Along manipulated the giant claw that had restrained the golden-horned beast. The 3 of them left the underground together, surged out of the sea and arrived on a small island, the golden-horned beast had stopped roaring. Its cold eyes swept over Yi Yun and the others. Even though it had fallen into the hands of powerful enemies, the golden-horned beast's arrogant bloodline still made it look down on Along, Yi Yun, and the others. Luo Feng found himself understanding Yi Yun less and less. He carefully examined the golden-horned beast and whispered, "Ah Yun, do you know what it is?" Yi Yun nodded slightly. "Feng Zai, this is a gift I prepared for you before leaving Earth. As Babata said, our Earthling's physical body and bloodline are truly too weak. To reach a high realm, immense effort is required. But with this golden-horned beast, you will have a sliver of qualification to reach the peak of the universe." Luo Feng was exceptionally intelligent. He recalled some information Babata had told him and said in a low voice, "Ah Yun, are you saying you want me to possess this golden-horned beast?" Yi Yun knew that Luo Feng's identity as an Earthling was deeply ingrained in his mind, and he chuckled, saying, "Feng Zai, I know your concerns. However, what you are is never determined by your appearance or species. Everything depends on your soul and where your heart belongs. As long as you consider yourself human, what does it matter if your appearance is that of a golden-horned beast? It's merely your tool. True strong individuals don't care about such trivial details." Babata's roar also echoed in Luo Feng's heart. "Luo Feng, Yi Yun is right. After possessing this golden-horned beast, your soul will still be human and won't change at all. But your potential and upper limit will be greatly enhanced. Originally, I couldn't guarantee that you would definitely reach the World Lord rank, let alone the undying spiritual god. But a golden-horned beast, after maturing, will definitely be at the World Lord peak, and there's a high chance of breaking through to the immortal level. This is a heaven-sent opportunity, an opportunity your teacher never encountered." Luo Feng ignored Babata's roar. He looked directly into Yi Yun's eyes, his voice incredibly solemn. "Ah Yun, the same words can be said to you. Babata said your potential isn't as high as mine. I already have the Yun Mo planet's legacy, so how can I compete with you for this golden-horned beast? With your current performance, Ah Yun, with the support of the golden-horned beast's conditions, you will definitely go further." Seeing that at this moment, facing an opportunity like the golden-horned beast, Luo Feng could still think of him, Yi Yun felt very comforted. He hadn't misjudged him. Luo Feng also considered him a true brother in his heart. Yi Yun laughed heartily, put his arm around Luo Feng's shoulder, and said with a grand voice, "Feng Zai, didn't you pay attention to what I just said? I'm about to leave Earth, and my destination is the Ganwu secret realm of the Ganwu universe country. Do you think that the cultivation I can receive after joining the Ganwu secret realm is inferior to possessing a golden-horned beast?" Luo Feng only had a general understanding of the existence of the Ganwu universe country, but he knew nothing about the Ganwu secret realm. Babata, however, instantly exclaimed, "Ganwu secret realm. This is where the elites cultivated with the full power of the entire Ganwu universe country reside. Every disciple there is considered a top genius within the vast Ganwu universe country. Yi Yun can actually join the Ganwu secret realm. What realm has he reached? Did I, Babata, misjudge him?" Babata fell into deep self-doubt. Their Yun Mo planet was indeed quite good during its peak. Hu Yanbo was a champion strong individual, and he had 9 undying servants under him. But compared to the Ganwu secret realm, they were completely outclassed. Not to mention Gan Wu Country Lord, a universe exalt, even the king-sealing immortal under him could completely crush the entire Yun Mo planet. They were simply not on the same level. Yi Yun finally patted Luo Feng's shoulder and said in a deep voice, "Feng Zai, I've already received news that all major forces are currently striving to recruit and cultivate talents, not just within the Ganwu universe country, but throughout the entire human universe territory. Do you know why? The human universe peak genius battle is about to arrive." Luo Feng didn't know the significance of the universe genius battle Yi Yun spoke of, but Babata instantly reacted. The human universe peak genius battle was held twice every 10,000 years, organized by the Virtual Universe Corporation and the Great Axe Battle Ground respectively. Those who ranked in the top 1,000 in the universe overall ranking could receive huge rewards and would then be sought after by various major forces, truly a step to ascend to the heavens. Feng Zai, we grew up together, studied together, and trained together. Now I've temporarily moved ahead of you. I don't want us to drift further apart in the future. Don't miss this universe-peak genius battle. Luo Feng was a bit stunned from receiving so much information at once, but Yi Yun's last sentence still made him clear-headed. He didn't know the situation of the Ganwu secret realm and the universe genius battle, but he could generally sense that Yi Yun's current level and goals far exceeded his own horizons. Just as Yi Yun said, he also didn't want to drift further apart from Yi Yun one day. Seeing that Luo Feng was finally moved, Yi Yun smiled and said, "Feng Zai, I know what you're worried about. Don't worry, even if you possess the golden horned beast, you can still retain your human identity. You'll understand the specifics after you possess it. Trust me, I won't harm you." These words became the final straw that broke Luo Feng's hesitation. It wasn't that he didn't crave powerful strength, but his concern for his family and his beloved was also very deep. He wasn't sure if his family and Zhu Xin would be able to accept him if he transformed into the appearance of a golden-horned beast. Yi Yun knew the matter was settled and said in a low voice, "All right, Feng Zai, no time to lose. Say hello to Auntie and Uncle and Zhu Xin. I estimate that after this possession, it will take at least over a year before you can see them again." Luo Feng felt very reluctant. After all, he had only recently emerged from the Nine ruin, and now he had to be separated for such a long time, which made him feel a bit sad. However, Luo Feng was not a timid person. After nodding, he made a few phone calls. "Let's begin." Yi Yun nodded. Along, who was beside them, unleashed powerful spiritual power, instantly rushing into the golden-horned beast's body and striking its soul crystal core, tearing open a huge gap. The golden-horned beast roared again, but it was useless. Along's powerful spiritual power at the universe rank left the golden-horned beast with no room to resist. Its soul instantly withered, like a flickering candle in the wind, ready to be extinguished at any moment. Under Babata's guidance, Luo Feng performed the possession's secret techniques. His soul instantly left his body and rushed into the golden-horned beast's soul crystal core. Since it was his first time, it was extremely difficult, and Luo Feng had not yet completed his planetary-level transformation, which further increased the difficulty of the possession. Fortunately, the golden-horned beast had not yet reached the astral rank at this time, and with Along's powerful assistance, the golden-horned beast was completely unable to struggle, like fish on a chopping board, allowing Luo Feng to operate. Luo Feng went from being unfamiliar to proficient, spending a full 2 days to completely devour the golden-horned beast's soul and complete the absorption and digestion. 2 days later, Luo Feng's original physical body's eyes were tightly closed, and his entire body emitted vitality, but his soul was gone. It was just a corpse. Meanwhile, on the other side, the huge claws had slowly separated. The golden-horned beast lay quietly on the ground, its eyes suddenly opening, filled with cold brutality, yet also a hint of novelty. So this is the golden-horned beast's body. Seeing this scene, Yi Yun finally smiled. In truth, Luo Feng's possession of the golden-horned beast at this time carried great risks. Although Along helped, Luo Feng's realm was too low. Fortunately, Luo Feng's fate as the destined protagonist was truly too strong. Yi Yun estimated that even if there was only a 1% chance of success, our city lord Luo would be perfectly fine. He was just that abnormal. Luo Feng's soul at this time had just occupied the golden-horned beast's sea of consciousness, and the compatibility between his soul and body was still very low, so he could only simply move his eyes, claws, and so on. He couldn't stand up for a while. Yun, how do I return to human form?" Luo Feng's low voice came. Yi Yun said softly, "Feng Zai, once you get familiar with the body and digest the golden-horned beast's legacy memory, you'll know. Although you are a golden-horned beast now, you can still talk to Auntie and Uncle and Zhu Xin. As long as it's not a video call, there won't be any problems, so a year or 2 shouldn't be too difficult to get through. As for their safety, you don't need to worry, I will handle it." Subscribe for more amazing novel audiobooks. Don't forget to like, comment, and share Infinite Novel Audio. We're on the road to 1,000 subscribers. Thank you for supporting the channel and enjoying these novels. Every subscribe, like, and comment helps us grow faster. If you love revenge stories, overpowered MCs, rebirth novels, and fantasy audiobooks, make sure to subscribe and join the journey.